starting as a worker from Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 Akihara Kagura, I am the Hokage. Lady Tsunade, you will regret it. Hokage building. Akihara Kagura and two Hokage advisors are still in a meeting. Tsunade pushed open the door of the office with Shizune. Her eyes swept over everyone present and her gaze fell on Akihara Kagura. Only this person was a stranger to her. Your name is Akihara Kagura, right? Tsunade walked slowly in front of Akihara Kagura and reached out to grab his collar. Are you the one who sent people to kill my creditors everywhere? Ruining my reputation everywhere. I killed them. Akihara Kagura nodded, took out a stack of documents and placed them in front of Tsunade, with a smile on his lips. You are Lady Tsunade, right? What a coincidence. My subordinates also reported to me that Lady Tsunade wanted to protect her creditors. Do you want to come and see what kind of scum the new 5th Hokage of Konoha wants to protect? What is this? Tsunade frowned unhappily. However, when Tsunade picked up the stack of documents and saw the familiar names, her face could not help but change color slightly, because the contents of these documents were all the guilt of the group of creditors. Those who run casinos or loan sharks in the ninja world will inevitably have some blood on their hands. Their purpose is to make money. They can do anything to make money. Who would think they are innocent? Who would think they are spending money for charity? In these documents, those creditors lured ordinary villagers into the casino to gamble, and finally made these innocent villagers completely unable to pay off their debts through high interest rates. There are many who forced them to sell their wives and daughters, and murder and abuse have become the norm. This is normal. Because some industries in the ninja world are legal, there are almost corresponding jicho around each casino. These creditors step by step turn ordinary people around into slaves controlled by them. Because the system of the ninja world is still feudal, the behavior of these casino owners is also legal here, but no one can point out their illegality. However, Tsunade can see how harmful their crimes are in the documents. Tsunade's face is a little gloomy and complicated. Tsunade-sama. Akihara Kagura stood up, put her palm on the table, and looked directly at the Hokage who was about to succeed her. As a Hokage, you need to protect the villagers of Konoha, not the scum of the ninja world. I killed them for your reputation. In fact, Akihara Kagura was changing the concept. Because Tsunade never protected those creditors, but to protect her own reputation. It was just because of the debt problem that those creditors and her reputation were connected, resulting in Tsunade facing Akihara Kagura's direct attack and having no way to refute it. Do you want these things to spread? Akihara Kagura's eyes were a little cold, and she looked more like a superior than Tsunade. Do you want to let everyone in the ninja world know that Konoha's 5th generation Hokage has a vested interest in colluding with these villains and condoning their killing of people? In this way, where is Konoha's reputation? Akihara Kagura stared at Tsunade, who looked a little ugly, and asked righteously, Tsunade-sama, the 1st generation Hokage founded Konoha to protect the peace of the ninja world, not to let you protect these scum who harm civilians. Tsunade-sama is not that kind of person. Shizune was trembling with fear while holding a piglet next to her. I know. Tsunade sighed quietly in her heart. Even though she knew from Jiraiya that she might have differences in style with Akihara Kagura when she returned to Konoha and there would be internal fighting, she didn't expect that this future political struggle opponent would be so difficult to deal with and directly gave her a warning. These documents were prepared in advance by Akihara Kagura. This means that this guy had long thought that he would blame him for the murder of his creditor, so he prepared these documents in advance, just to take the opportunity to fight back. The disputes within Konoha are really endless. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh at the reincarnation of fate. At first it was Sarutobi-sensei and Shimura Danzo, and now it's her turn and Akihara Kagura. But she is the Hokage. Don't change my mind. Tsunade put down the paper in her hand, raised her head and met Akihara Kagura's gaze. I am just trying to maintain my reputation, not to protect them. Even if I want to kill them, I have to wait until I pay off my debt. And Konoha's 5th Hokage owed money to his creditors, but let the ninjas in the village kill the creditors. This behavior is more obviously damaging the reputation of the village, right? Tsunade looked at Akihara Kagura and asked in a deep voice, in this case, will anyone dare to come to Konoha to place a commission? If I succeed as the 5th Hokage and still pay back the money, more people will trust the credibility of Konoha. You make sense. Akihara Kagura sat down as if she was convinced by Tsunade, took out a piece of paper and a pen and handed them to Tsunade. Then please write a list of your creditors, Tsunade-sama. I will send people from the route to pay off the debts, and then kill them after the money is paid back. Tsunade's forehead twitched. On the way back to Konoha, Tsunade heard Jiraiya mention that his disciple Akihara Kagura was a person who acted very extreme, but was very receptive to advice. Now Tsunade really saw it. This little guy named Akihara Kagura was indeed extreme in his behavior. He really listened to advice, but after listening to the advice, his methods became even more extreme. The ninjas of Konoha directly paid off their debts and then killed people. Was it clear that they wanted to use killing to warn other people in the ninja world not to take money that they shouldn't touch? This method is better than not paying anything and just killing the creditor. Tsunade looked at Akihara Kagura with strange eyes, sighed and said, "This is my private matter, I will solve it myself, and the people in the village don't need to interfere." Lady Tsunade. Akihara Kagura shook her head and said very sincerely, "When you were appointed to succeed the Hokage, it meant that your private affairs will no longer be your private affairs. Because you represent Konoha, you must not take even a single wrong step. Every wrong step will bring huge losses to Konoha. Then I quit." Tsunade simply piled up the things and overturned the table. "Let you be the Hokage." Tsunade patted Akihara Kagura's shoulder, as if she was relieved of her official duties, and she turned the tables on Akihara Kagura. "You are so responsible, so let you be the Hokage, so that you won't be dissatisfied. Calm down, Tsunade." Mitokado and hurriedly persuaded, "The daimyo has been informed of your succession to the 5th Hokage, and you will soon accept the daimyo's appointment. We will also issue an order to prepare for the succession ceremony." Yuta Tenkaharu also persuaded Tsunade from the side, not wanting to allow Tsunade to refuse. Akihara Kagura served as the assistant of the Hokage, and neither of them could stop Akihara Kagura from doing things. Once Akihara Kagura became the Hokage, they would definitely not be able to stop Akihara Kagura from doing wrong things. This is a collective decision of the village's top leaders. Akihara Kagura quickly shook her head. Tsunade must succeed as the Hokage, because Tsunade's succession to the Hokage may bring powerful medical properties. And it's really a match made in heaven. Tsunade, the future boss, would actually flip the table. At this time, I would definitely kick away all the tables and chairs. Akihara Kagura's words sounded aggressive, but her words showed her support for Tsunade to succeed as Hokage. "Lady Tsunade, please don't lose your temper. If you still think you are a ninja in the village, if you still want to take on the responsibility of protecting Konoha, don't use this method to avoid the appointment of the village's senior management." Tsunade looked at Akihara Kagura's expression and felt a little dazed. Is this guy making an accusation, or is he really trying to protect Konoha? If Akihara Kagura didn't want her to become Hokage, shouldn't she take the opportunity to find a way to kick herself out? Why did she still firmly support herself to be Hokage? After all, this meant that if she didn't become the 5th Hokage, it meant that she didn't recognize herself as a ninja of Konoha and didn't want to take on the responsibility of protecting Konoha. It seemed that this little guy wasn't that bad. Was everything really for Konoha? Was his personality just a little too extreme? Lady Tsunade. Akihara Kagura spoke of her sacrifice in a deep voice. "In order for you to succeed the Hokage, all the ninjas of the route will be dispatched to clean up any scum that may hinder your reputation. The 2 Hokage advisors and I are still discussing here when to clean up those nobles who do not approve of your succession to the Hokage. If even the daimyo of the Land of Fire disagrees, we can assassinate him." Tsunade's fingers trembled. Kill the daimyo. This kind of thing has never happened in history. Tsunade has seen many big scenes, and at this time she was a little scared by Kagura's words. Is this guy named Kagura going to such lengths to make her succeed the Hokage? No normal person would want to kill the daimyo, right? Cough 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 cough. Mitokado N coughed violently and said repeatedly, "Kagura, killing the daimyo may be a bit too much." Yuta Tenkaharu also frowned and tried to persuade, "If the nobles really disagree with Tsunade's succession, we agree that you can clean up those nobles, but forget about killing the daimyo. Besides, the daimyo himself also supports Tsunade's succession as Hokage." Okay, I get it. It's so troublesome." Tsunade sighed and waved her hands to indicate that she understood what they meant. "I will succeed the 5th Hokage. I will personally talk to those nobles who oppose me. The village leaders don't have to use such extreme means against them. Killing them will do you 100 good things and no harm." Akihara Kagura shook her head quickly and continued, Their opposition to Tsunade-sama's succession as Hokage this time means that any proposals made by Tsunade-sama on the political situation in the Land of Fire in the future may be rejected by them. Akihiro Kagura talked about the harm these nobles had done to Konoha, but she didn't mention that the reason these nobles refused Tsunade's succession as Hokage was mostly because the Konoha ninjas cleaned up the casino secretly set up by those nobles, damaging their interests and cutting off their channels for plundering wealth. Tsunade, however, could see through all of this. "I'll convince them." Tsunade frowned and rejected Akihiro Kagura's proposal, and continued, "All of this was originally caused by our people killing their people, which led to their interests being damaged." "Wrong." Akihiro Kagura interrupted Tsunade and continued coldly, "The origin of all this is because they secretly supported others to open casinos, causing Lady Tsunade to owe too much gambling debts. Actually, it was me." Tsunade waved her hands, blaming herself for the mistake, not wanting to blame it on her hobby. "It's good that Lady Tsunade can recognize her mistakes." Akihiro Kagura nodded immediately and continued, "From today on, I hope Lady Tsunade will not go further down the wrong path, and don't let people know that you have done anything inappropriate after you succeed the Hokage. After becoming the Hokage, you can't even gamble." Tsunade was a little dissatisfied and looked at Akihiro Kagura angrily. "Hokage can have his own hobbies." Akihiro Kagura nodded and agreed, but added another condition, however, in order to pay attention to the image of the Hokage, people cannot know that the 5th Hokage of Konoha is still a gambler. The Anbu and the Root will clean up some insiders. Tsunade looked at Akihiro Kagura in disbelief. After gambling, the Anbu and the Root killed people directly in the casino. How dare she gamble with others? Which casino dares to let her in? Although no casino dares to let her in now. Tsunade, this is all for Konoha. Yuta Tenkaharu and Mito Katoen agreed with Akihiro Kagura's opinion. They didn't want Konoha's Hokage to be a gambler, which would indeed affect Konoha's image. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been in power for nearly 40 years, leaving behind an image of a kind and gentle Hokage in Konoha. The well of fire that was passed down could not be destroyed by Tsunade's hobby and the civilians' view of the Hokage in the village. "It's so troublesome," Tsunade muttered impatiently, walked to the Hokage's desk and sat down, and continued nonchalantly, "Okay, let's not talk about whether I will gamble in the future. You don't have to worry about those nobles who oppose my succession to the Hokage. I will deal with them myself." After Tsunade finished speaking, she looked directly at the people present. Her eyes stopped on Akihiro Kagura. "This is the first order I issued after returning. Just obey my orders." "Akihiro Kagura, I am the Hokage." "Tsunade-sama, you will regret it." Akihiro Kagura looked back at Tsunade firmly. At this moment, the atmosphere in the office was a little weird. Yuta Tenkaharu and Mito Katoen frowned at the same time and looked at each other. The two consultants felt that this scene was vaguely familiar. How come there is no change? The two Hokage consultants often saw this scene during the reigns of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, and now they saw it again when Tsunade just came back. There is really nothing new in this office. No. There is still something new. Because Akihiro Kagura and Shimura Danzo are still different. I want to propose something here. Akihiro Kagura looked at Tsunade and put forward her opinion. "Sir Tsunade, as the village's Hokage assistant, we cannot allow a Hokage to be arbitrary on the wrong path. Tell me what you think." Tsunade could not allow the Hokage assistant to make suggestions at this time, nor could she replace a Hokage assistant because of different opinions, especially when this Hokage assistant is powerful and is the pillar supporting Konoha's strength. "I request to revive the successive Hokage." Akihiro Kagura looked at the two consultants next to him and took the opportunity to bring up her own idea. "Please allow me to use the impure world reincarnation technique to revive the successive Hokage in the village. On the one hand, this is to prevent Orochimaru from reviving the successive Hokage first, causing us to be controlled by others when facing Orochimaru's invasion in the future." Akihiro Kagura looked at Tsunade, aiming directly at the 5th Hokage who was about to succeed. On the other hand, the successive Hokage have governed Konoha for many years. They will help govern Konoha together to prevent the 5th Hokage in the village from making mistakes. First update. Low-level struggles often use high-level struggle methods. Chapter 227 Akihiro Kagura vs 4 Hokage. In the Hokage's office, everyone's expressions changed when they heard Kagura's proposal. Yuta Tenkaharu and Midamanen's faces became extremely serious. Tsunade sat up straight and her eyes became serious. This matter is not a trivial matter. This is the will left by Sarutobi. Yuta Tenkaharu agreed very much. and she even agreed with a suicide note left by Sarutobi Hiruzen, in order to prevent Orochimaru from resurrecting the successive Hokage again. Letting Kagura take the lead in resurrecting the successive Hokage is also a way. Midokado nodded and continued, if Orochimaru resurrects the successive Hokage again, it will be a heavy blow to Konoha, and I agree. It seems that I have no reason to object. After Tsunade finished speaking, she raised another key question. The impure world reincarnation requires sacrifices to revive the dead. Who should be chosen as the sacrifice? This matter can be left to the root to solve. Midokado quickly shook her head and looked at Akihara Kagura. Kagura, is it okay to leave the matter of finding the sacrifice to revive the successive Hokage to the root? The root has always been the darkest place in Konoha. In the past, some things that could not be known to the villagers were generally handed over to the Anbu to complete. Some things that could not be known to the Anbu were handed over to the root to complete. Okay. Akihara Kagura had no objection to this. I have a question. Tsunade seemed to know something about the impure world reincarnation and asked sincerely, I heard that the impure world reincarnation requires the sacrifice. The stronger the vitality of the sacrifice, the stronger the power of the living will be. I don't know much about this. Akihara Shin shook his head, as if he didn't know much about the impure world reincarnation technique, but the third Hokage was a professor of ninjutsu. The impure world reincarnation technique he left behind is more complete than the impure world reincarnation technique left in the sealed book by the second Hokage. Let's resurrect the successive Hokage first. Midokado was drumming beside him and said in a deep voice, at least before we have solved the trouble with Orochimaru for the time being, we must prevent the successive Hokage from being used by Orochimaru. Tsunade remained silent. Before Kato-dan was resurrected, Tsunade would have to think about it. However, after Kato-dan was resurrected and used by Orochimaru, Tsunade had to recognize the threat of impure world reincarnation to Konoha. Once Orochimaru resurrected a large number of dead people and used these impure world reincarnation people as a threat to attack Konoha, many Konoha ninjas might change their mentality after seeing the people they respected or their companions become enemies, which would cause them to allow the enemy to kill them on the battlefield. As for the participation of successive Hokage in the internal affairs of the village, Midokado hesitated. He glanced at Tsunade, and then continued, perhaps before Orochimaru was wiped out, it could indeed be implemented this way. Tsunade still had no objection. Because of the 4 dead Hokage, 2 were her relatives and 1 was her teacher. No matter how you look at it, it is extremely beneficial to her. Then I'll go prepare. Akihara Kagura glanced at Tsunade. I'll go with you. Tsunade was going to go with Akihara Kagura, and said in a deep voice, even if the village intends to resurrect the dead, innocent people should not be sacrificed. Isn't that necessary? Akihara Kagura immediately shook her head and continued, if in the future everyone in the village thinks that we use the impure world reincarnation technique to desecrate the dead, then this is all because I violated the rules and used forbidden techniques privately. Lady Tsunade must not let anyone know that she was involved in this matter. Tsunade was shocked and looked at Akihara Kagura in some surprise. Tsunade immediately understood the significance of Akihara Kagura and the root, and also understood why Sarutobi Hiruzen had always allowed Shimura Danzo to control power. The root has been bearing the blame that the Hokage cannot bear. That's right. Utenkaharu and Midokado immediately nodded in understanding, and they admired Akihara Kagura's attitude of taking the blame. Tsunade, the Hokage cannot be involved in this matter. Kagura did everything privately. You are just a Hokage who has to bear the consequences of your subordinates' mistakes. Am I a person who is not brave enough to take responsibility? Tsunade couldn't help but get furious, and smashed her desk with a punch. As the Hokage of the village, how can I let my subordinates bear the blame? What a hot temper. Midokado and Utenkaharu didn't care at all, as if they were already accustomed to the division of responsibilities in Konoha village. They persuaded in a deep voice, Tsunade, you haven't officially passed the succession ceremony yet. This happened before you succeeded. Don't use the old man's way again. Tsunade glanced at the 2 Hokage advisors, very dissatisfied with their style. If it was me who made a decision, I should also bear the consequences of this wrong decision. Akihara Kagura and I will go together. Sama Tsunade, that will have to be after the succession ceremony. Akihara Kagura stared at Tsunade, her eyes calm, as if she didn't care at all that she was doing something that she shouldn't do on behalf of the Hokage. If Akihara Kagura walked out of the door of the Hokage's office and looked back at Tsunade, if Lady Tsunade wants to change Konoha, At least she should talk about it after she officially becomes the 5th Hokage. You can't do anything without words. Bang! After finishing speaking, Akihara Kagura slammed the door shut and left the Hokage's office. The 2 Hokage advisors, who seemed to be used to it, did not change their expressions at all. This kind of thing was commonplace for the 2 Hokage advisors. Since the 2 of them became Konoha's top leaders have always done things this way. Sarutobi Hiruzen did what he should do, and let Danzo do what was inconvenient. No wonder you didn't let that kid become Hokage. Tsunade sat down again, feeling powerless in her heart, but she soon cheered up again. When will I meet the daimyo? When will the Anbu prepare for the Hokage succession ceremony? I want to succeed to become the 5th Hokage immediately. Root base. Akihara Kagura had already resurrected the 4 deceased Hokage in advance, which was why she insisted on not letting Tsunade come with him. Now the 4 Hokage are going to enter Konoha's top leadership to participate in politics. In order to prevent the 4 Hokage from having any thoughts again, Akihara Kagura hopes to make them completely recognize the reality. Akihara Kagura summoned the 4 Hokage and said softly, "In order to make the Hokage realize the reality, I plan to find a place to spar with you. I hope that we can recognize each other's status through this competition, so that a certain Hokage who is good at forbidden techniques will not think that he can change the situation by unlocking the impure world reincarnation technique." Little brat, no need to remind him in a subtle way. The 2nd generation Hokage Senju Tobirama acknowledged Akihara Kagura's slander, hugged his arms and said coldly, "I have indeed studied the solution to the impure world reincarnation technique you used. You actually want to fight the 4 Hokage by yourself." The 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato looked at Akihara Kagura with some surprise. He didn't know how strong Akihara Kagura was. It was all thanks to the popularization of the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen during this period. As for the 1st generation Hokage Senju Hashirama, his face was actually a little surprised. "Ah, you want to fight with the 4 of us? How arrogant." The 2nd generation Hokage Senju Tobirama coldly commented on Akihara Kagura's behavior. However, this matter is beneficial to them. Senju Tobirama has also been thinking about this matter for a long time. If the 4 Hokage can defeat Akihara Kagura, he can consider how to cancel the plan of impure world reincarnation. No matter how much Akihara Kagura wants to control them, sooner or later there will always be a time when they will relax, and they will definitely be able to seize the opportunity. Of course. This is also based on a principle, that is, they can defeat Akihara Kagura and will not cause too much damage to Konoha. "Where are we going to fight?" Sarutobi Hiruzen raised a doubt and asked softly, "If it is in Konoha, the noise of the battle is a bit too loud. Look for a place where there are few people." Senju Tobirama glanced at his eldest brother and then at Akihara Kagura. The 2 of them could easily destroy Konoha if they really fought. Anyway, there are 5 of us in total, and 3 of us can use the Flying Thunder God technique, so we can arrive soon. Say it on the sea. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Senju Tobirama and thought that he should choose a favorable environment. Say it on land. Senju Tobirama shook his head and disagreed with this idea. Because if it is above the sea, it may have a blessing for his own water escape, but it will greatly limit the performance of his elder brother and the Flying Thunder God technique. Everyone present thought of a country at the same time. "Let's go." Senju Tobirama put his hand on his elder brother's shoulder, turned his head and looked at Akihara Kagura. "Kid, I heard that you are also a Flying Thunder God technique user. Don't be too slow, I'll drink a glass of pear juice first." Akihara Kagura picked up the drink on the table, waved his hand and said, "You go first, I will catch up soon, humph." Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, and disappeared with Senju Hashirama. 3rd generation Hokage, "Let's go too." Namikaze Minato put his hand on Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly drive the 3rd generation Hokage away from the original place. Gulp gulp. Akihara Kagura was still drinking pear juice slowly. Late at night. The Kingdom of Wind. In the deserted desert. Akihara Kagura stood in the middle of the desert, quietly waiting for the arrival of the 4 Hokages. He set out the latest and arrived the earliest. After a long while, Namikaze Minato arrived first with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Senju Tobirama arrived a little later with Senju Hashirama, which made the 2nd generation Hokage look a little unhappy. "Finally here, I've been waiting for you for a while." Akihara Kagura stood in the desert, seeming to be a little impatient. It turned out that Kagura arrived first. Namikaze Minato looked at Akihara Kagura with some surprise, and praised with a smile, Your Flying Thunder God technique is faster than me and the second generation master. Faster than Tobirama. Senju Hashirama gave a thumbs up without hesitation, and praised Akihara Kagura and Namikaze Minato. In our era, Tobirama was known as the fastest in the ninja world. Brother. Senju Tobirama quickly stopped his elder brother. Losing to Minato Namikaze would be fine, but he actually lost to this guy Akihara Kagura, especially since Tobirama Senju himself was the inventor of the Flying Thunder God technique. Tobirama Senju took a deep breath, put on the posture of an elder, suppressed his dissatisfaction with Akihara Kagura, and praised, "You are all very fast. Now that everyone is here, let's get started quickly. We really should waste time." Akihara Kagura nodded and put up the seal of opposition between her fingers. The four Hokage were stunned at the same time when they saw his actions. They felt a sense of long-lost familiarity. At the same time, they put up the seal of opposition towards Akihara Kagura opposite them. The next moment, the four Hokage rushed towards Akihara Kagura at the same time. Akihara Kagura's fingers quickly formed a seal first, and her fingers suddenly closed together. Tiger seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Akihara Kagura's movements and immediately determined the technique that Akihara Kagura wanted to use. Kagura is going to use a fire escape technique. Fire escape, great fire extinguishment. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's reminder, Akihara Kagura's seal was completed directly. Her fingers spread out at the corners of her mouth, and she opened her mouth and gushed out a burst of overwhelming flames. This ball of flame fell into the desert, and the sand melted in the flames, sweeping towards the four Hokage like a wall of fire. It's Madara's technique. Senju Hashirama judged it at the first time, and even his eyes became a little solemn. It's even more powerful than when Madara used it. Monkey. Second generation master. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Tobirama also judged it separately. As the Hokage of Konoha, they judged the situation very accurately, especially since the environment here is a desert, which is not suitable for the release of water escape techniques. The two Hokage knew very well that they could not block the water escape of one person alone, and they joined hands to seal and released the same technique. Water style, water wall. Senju Tobirama opened his mouth and spit out more a ball of water waves, which quickly erected a circular water wall around them. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth and gushed out balls of water, quickly replenishing the thickness of the water wall, and a water wall as tall as a city wall was planted on the desert. The water wall and the fire wall instantly came into contact with each other. The flames burned the water waves, and a cloud of mist rose up, spreading in the desert, and the entire battlefield immediately fell into the fog. Fortunately, everyone present was good at perceiving ninjutsu. The palms of the four Hokage pressed on the ground at the same time, using the transmission of chakra on the ground to quickly perceive the position of Akihara Kagura hiding in the mist. Akihara Kagura's movements were faster than theirs. He looked at the thick water vapor in the battlefield and suddenly closed his palms. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. The water vapor slowly turned into raindrops in the air. The desert, which had not seen a drop of water for many years, began to rain. Each drop of water in the rain contains Akihara Kagura's chakra, which allows Akihara Kagura to perceive the specific locations of the four Hokage more clearly. Found it. Akihara Kagura's eyes condensed, and his palms suddenly raised. The rain quickly condensed under his control. Water style, Sky Cry. In the raindrops in the sky, water needles were hidden, flying towards the direction of the four Hokage. There is something in the rain. Senju Tobirama's shoulder was caught off guard by a water needle. He reacted quickly, but his face became very ugly. It turned out to be my technique's second update. Chapter 228 The person who surpasses all previous Hokage, Akihara Kagura. The rain in the sky was still dripping. The water needles hidden in the rain were also falling one after another. Chakra condensed in the hands of Senju Hashirama, and he waved his hand to disperse the water needles one by one. He would not hesitate to praise the enemy's strength. Tobirama, his water escape technique is much stronger than yours. Brother, you don't need to say more. Senju Tobirama's face was a little ugly. This was the technique he invented, but it turned out to be so powerful in the hands of Akihara Kagura, a kid he didn't like, which inevitably made the second-generation Hokage feel a little uncomfortable. I found Kagura's location. Namikaze Minato was the first to see Akihara Kagura's figure in the rain. Earth Escape Technique, Earth Dragon Bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen joined his hands and formed a seal to release the head of an Earth Dragon, and the dragon head spit out mud bullets in the direction of Akihara Kagura. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to move, and he formed seals with his hands again. He opened his mouth and spit out a fire ninjutsu, attaching flames to the mud bombs. Fire ninjutsu, fire dragon flame bomb. The third generation composite ninjutsu, earth dragon flame flow. Namikaze Minato looked at this scene, and a look of amazement flashed across his face. As Sarutobi Hiruzen and the earth dragon bombs on the ground attacked together, the techniques merged into flame bombs that flew towards Akihara Kagura. Lava ninjutsu, earth dragon magma bomb. Akihara Kagura immediately raised her palm. An especially huge mud dragon head stood behind Akihara Kagura, and suddenly opened his mouth to the sky and spit out magma stones. As if a volcano erupted, the magma wrapped around the stones and fell towards the direction of the four Hokage. A stone wrapped in magma directly smashed Sarutobi Hiruzen's earth dragon head to pieces, forcing Sarutobi Hiruzen to dodge in embarrassment. Is this lava release bloodline? Namikaze Minato looked at Akihara Kagura with some surprise. He remembered a lava release bloodline ninja from the Hidden Rock Village, but he was a little confused and said, "But it's a bit strange. The composite ninjutsu used by Kagura is the direct synthesis of two types of chakra in the body." Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly and continued softly, "The composite ninjutsu mastered by Kagura has long surpassed my composite ninjutsu." What an incredible young man. Senju Hashirama closed his palms and released his own technique. Wood release, tree world birth. One by one, vines and roots drilled out from the ground and grew into towering trees, turning this battlefield into a huge forest. The giant trees slowed down the impact of the lava rocks, and the vines and roots continued to spread towards Akihara Kagura. Wood release, tree world birth. Akihara Kagura closed his hands and made seals at the same time. A tree root drilled out from under his feet. The root immediately forked out, and countless vines and roots grew out, rushing towards the wood style that was spreading from Senju Hashirama. The two wood-style ninjas manipulated the vines and quickly mixed them together. Large trees continued to grow, and were quickly tied up and fell down by another thick vine. This area turned into an extremely dense ancient forest. Senju Hashirama and Akihara Kagura kept fighting for control of the forest, and the roots and vines kept spreading in each other's direction. Water style, water cutting wave. Senju Tobirama stood by and quickly spit out a turbulent stream of water. The high-speed water flow quickly cut through the vines like a water knife. However, Senju Tobirama's actions could not affect the battle situation at all. The battle between the two wood-style ninjas, with particularly large chakras, could not be decided in a short time. Fourth generation, let's go and attack that brat directly. Senju Tobirama quickly called Namikaze Minato to rush up and quickly arranged tactics. Monkey, follow behind us and avoid the attack of vines at any time. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only follow Senju Tobirama's order and quickly follow them, following their footprints through the forest. Too troublesome, Akihara Kagura felt that it was difficult to win for a while, so he simply ended the competition between the tree worlds, closed his palms again, and spit out a puff of thick smoke. A thick smoke appeared in the whole forest. This cloud of smoke contained a burning fire, as if it could explode at any time. This is the fire style of our clan, ash accumulation burning. Sarutobi Hiruzen flew back and reminded the two Hokage to leave the forest. Second generation, Minato, retreat quickly. Kagura is going to detonate this forest. Understood. Namikaze Minato's figure instantly appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen using the Flying Thunder God technique, and brought Sarutobi Hiruzen out of the range of the thick smoke. Senju Tobirama leaped out of the forest where the tree world was born. His expression was a little ugly. He said in a cold voice, "This is not fire release ash burning. This is a composite ninjutsu used by that kid. There are chakras of other attributes in the thick smoke." As the thick smoke spread, all the trees and vines that came into contact with the thick smoke began to quietly decompose and disappear, as if they had never existed in this world. This is a composite ninjutsu of dust release and fire release. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately recognized the existence of dust release and said in surprise, "Kagura hid a dust release chakra in the thick smoke of ash burning. What a sinister and evil kid." Senju Tobirama cursed, but he could only watch quietly as the thick smoke and dust release mixed together to completely clean up the forest where the tree world was born. What an amazing little guy. Senju Hashirama was much calmer than his brother, and even praised him. He turned around and asked, "Have we seen this ability?" The person from the Hidden Rock Village seems to be called Wu. Senju Tobirama reminded his elder brother. This is also the technique of Inoki, The third Tsuchikage of the Iwagakure village. Sarutobi Hiruzen completed the answer and said in a deep voice, I remember Kagura once captured the third Tsuchikage Inoki. Maybe she learned it at that time. Kagura also captured that Tsuchikage. Namikaze Minato looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in surprise. And the Mizukage Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Senju Tobirama was silent for a while, but decided to finish this battle first, and everything could be discussed after the battle. Let's defeat that brat first. If we can't defeat that brat, it would be too embarrassing for the Hokage. Then I'll go too. Namikaze Minato was a little excited, and his smile was a little warm and gentle. I also want to see how the younger generation in the village has grown. Just as they were chatting here, a light suddenly flashed before their eyes. Akihara Kagura's body turned into golden light and rushed over in an instant. Namikaze Minato was about to dodge, but he was a step slower, and his figure was kicked away by Akihara Kagura. So fast. Namikaze Minato flew backwards, still looking at the figure that was shuttling through the battlefield at a very fast speed in disbelief. Get out of the way. Senju Tobirama also flew to dodge. However, this golden light instantly appeared beside Senju Tobirama. Akihara Kagura grabbed his wrist with one hand and smashed him to the ground. A flying thunder god seal fell on Senju Tobirama's body. Second generation Sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly wanted to rush up. Akihara Kagura looked back at the third generation Hokage who had returned, and his fingers instantly stood up in front of his chest. A flame instantly forced Sarutobi Hiruzen back. Fire style, Great Flame Bomb. Fire style, Great Flame Bomb. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only release the Great Flame Bomb at the same time in a hurry. Although they are two identical techniques, there is a huge difference in size and power. A large flame bomb is tens of meters in radius, while a large flame bomb is only a few meters in size. It seems like two completely different techniques. This Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the fire escape technique he released in disbelief, being engulfed by Akihara Kagura's fire escape technique, and his body was instantly blown away by Akihara Kagura's fire escape technique. I'm going to attack. Senju Hashirama punched Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura stretched out his palm and brazenly met Senju Hashirama. When Senju Hashirama's fist hit, a huge force instantly hit Akihara Kagura's palm, causing his body to tremble continuously. A leaf-shaped flying thunder god mark quietly attached to Senju Hashirama's body. Whoosh! At this moment, a kune suddenly appeared in Akihara Kagura's peripheral vision, and the flying thunder god mark on the kune was already seen from the corner of his eye. Rasengan. The next moment, Minato Namikaze used the flying thunder god technique to instantly appear next to Kagura Akihara, raise his palm, and a Rasengan hit Kagura Akihara's shoulder. A mark of the sort of ninja love took the opportunity to fall on Kagura Akihara's shoulder. Kagura Akihara covered his shoulder and retreated instantly. His offensive also came to an abrupt end at this moment. The other Hokage also took this opportunity to gather together. Dust release, Rasengan. Kagura Akihara raised his right hand, and a Rasengan with white light gathered and rotated in his palm. His eyes were fixed on the figure of Minato Namikaze. The nature of the Rasengan has changed. Namikaze Minato recognized his own technique at a glance, and looked at the flying Rasengan with amazement. This is something I couldn't accomplish when I was alive. Senju Tobirama was in a strange mood, and said, it seems that this kid has learned all the techniques of the four of us, and is even more proficient in these techniques than we are. This insidious kid. Senju Tobirama seemed to remember something, and suddenly looked at his wrist, and saw a leaf-shaped black mark on his wrist. That kid is really insidious. He actually left the flying thunder god mark on my body when he approached us just now. Not only Senju Tobirama, but other Hokage already had the flying thunder god mark on their bodies. There was nothing we could do about it. Namikaze Minato smiled and explained, as long as the caster's chakra touches the target, the flying thunder god mark can be left on the target. So when I hit Akihara Kagura with a Rasengan just now, I also left a mark on his body. Namikaze Minato's speed was also very fast. The fourth generation Hokage, who is famous for his flying thunder god technique, would not forget to use the Rasengan to leave the flying thunder god mark on Akihara Kagura's body. Fortunately, Tobirama Senju heaved a sigh of relief and stretched out his hand towards Minato Namikaze. Fortunately, I also left the flying thunder god mark on that little devil when he attacked me just now. We also left marks on each other's bodies to facilitate the continued battle. Just as Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze were exchanging the flying thunder god mark on each other's bodies, they saw Akihara Kagura's figure instantly appear next to Minato Namikaze. A dust-release Rasengan was pressed towards Minato Namikaze's body. Minato Namikaze's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and Akihara Kagura's figure followed closely and disappeared from the spot. The bodies of the two Flying Thunder God technique users kept disappearing alternately. This scene dazzled the people present. No matter how they looked with their naked eyes, they could only see two figures constantly flickering and disappearing, and then constantly flickering and appearing. Tobirama. Hashirama Senju looked at the two figures that kept flashing alternately, patted his brother's shoulder, and continued to praise. It seems that these two little guys are more proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique than you. I have never seen you do this before. That may not be the case. As soon as Tobirama Senju finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and three figures that kept flashing alternately suddenly appeared in the air. Tobirama Senju stretched out his hand to press down Akihara Kagura's body, driving Akihara Kagura to move towards the direction of Namikaze Minato, but was taken away by Akihara Kagura instantly. The three Flying Thunder God technique practitioners kept flying and disappearing on the battlefield. Dust release, Big Ball Rasengan. A ball of light suddenly bloomed. This ball of light was dazzling and brilliant. The bodies of Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato flew backwards. Their bodies were actually corroded and decomposed by half by this brilliant light. Although their bodies were still recovering, they could not move for the time being. It's really troublesome to deal with the Flying Thunder God technique user. Akihara Kagura looked at the two Hokages who were defeated by him with one move, frowned and said, "Fortunately, I am also a Flying Thunder God technique user." Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato could not move and could only look at him speechlessly. Akihara Kagura looked in the direction of the first-generation Hokage, and did not say much at all, but just closed his palms. Senju Hashirama immediately understood what Akihara Kagura meant, nodded gently, and closed his palms at the same time. Wood style, woodman technique. Wood style, woodman technique. Two different thick tree roots grew out. Two equally tall wooden men appeared on the battlefield. Akihara Kagura and Senju Hashirama controlled their respective wooden men to pounce on each other, and the ground instantly trembled under the footsteps of the wooden men. Boom! Boom! The two tall wooden men opened their palms and clasped each other's palms tightly, trying desperately to knock the enemy to the ground. This battle was not something that other people could participate in. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched this scene with some amazement. Even though he had seen Akihara Kagura's wooden man before, he had never seen a battle of this level. The two most powerful wood-style ninjas in the ninja world were fighting with such a huge momentum that no ninja could possibly participate. Akihara Kagura stood on the head of his wooden man, controlling the wooden man to fight while watching Senju Hashirama, who was also controlling a tall wooden man on the opposite side. "Little guy, your wood style is really excellent." Senju Hashirama had never experienced such a battle before, and there was a smile of surprise on his face. Senju Hashirama's palms closed again, controlling the wooden man to hit Akihara Kagura's wooden man again, trying to knock Akihara Kagura's wooden man to the ground directly. Akihara Kagura shook her head gently. The next moment, the wooden man under Akihara Kagura suddenly disappeared from the spot. The wooden figure of Hashirama Senju lost its target and almost fell to the ground. His smile disappeared in an instant, and his expression immediately became alert. "What on earth is this?" "Shadame-sama." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood below, and reminded loudly with a shocked face, "Kagura is behind you. Behind you." Boom. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reminder was too late. Akihara Kagura and his wooden figure used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport behind the wooden figure of Hashirama Senju, and controlled the wooden figure to clench into an extremely large fist, and smashed it hard on the head of Hashirama Senju's wooden figure. Hashirama Senju's wooden figure was about to fall down. Wood style, wood dragon technique. Hashirama Senju hurriedly put his hands together and made a seal. 3 wooden dragons grew out of his wooden figure again, and the wooden dragons rushed directly into the ground, like 3 ropes that played a stabilizing role, and stabilized the wooden figure's body. "Are you ready to be killed?" Vacuum blade. Akihara Kagura frowned, and spit out a stream of wind escape and dust escape chakra, creating a huge vacuum blade in the hand of her wooden man. Akihara Kagura controlled the wooden man and swung the ninja sword in her hand, slashing at the wooden man of Senju Hashirama with one knife, directly beheading the wooden man of Senju Hashirama. A huge wooden man's head was chopped off and fell to the ground, rolling continuously in the desert. The wooden man who lost his head in the caster slowly fell to the ground. Standing on the head of the wooden man, Hashirama Senju rolled to the ground in embarrassment, and hurriedly controlled 3 wooden dragons to meet Akihara Kagura's wooden man, trying to stop the wooden man's attack. The 3 wooden dragons fought the wooden man without fear. Akihara Kagura controlled the wooden man under him, wielding the huge dust-released ninja sword in his hand, and cut down 3 wooden dragons with one sword, cutting the bodies of the 3 wooden dragons in half. The 3 wooden dragons fell from the air in 6 sections, and countless broken wood also fell to the ground. Akihara Kagura's wooden man looked down at the ground, just like a demon king who had just completed the feat of slaying a dragon, looking down at Hashirama Senju on the ground, quietly waiting for the warrior's next attack. The other Hokage present looked at this scene in disbelief. Little guy Hashirama Senju watched his wooden man and wooden dragon being killed, but there was no loss on his face. Instead, he was still praising, "The wooden man technique you performed is more flexible than the wooden man I controlled. But you should have learned another trick, right?" Hashirama Senju closed his palms, and natural energy quickly poured into his body. Akihara Kagura also closed his palms, and natural energy was also pouring into his body crazily. Sage mode. Sage mode. Akihara Kagura and Senju Hashirama said in unison, entering Sage mode almost at the same time. Sage technique, wood release, true 1,000 hands. Sage technique, wood release, true 1,000 hands. 2 guanyin statues with a height of more than 1,000 meters grew up from the ground at the same time, and each guanyin statue had countless hands behind it. As the guanyin statues grew rapidly, Akihara Kagura and Senju Hashirama, who were standing on their heads, looked at the figure on the ground as if they were looking at a small black dot. Fortunately, the spectators on the battlefield were all reincarnated people, so they didn't have to worry about their lives. Brother's guanyin statue is smaller. Senju Tobirama had recovered and could tell the difference between the two at a glance. However, it's not easy to use it. Senju Tobirama didn't care so much, just sighed and said, although that kid used a powerful creature as a sacrifice, it still couldn't give brother the perfect power like when he was alive. Sarutobi Hirozen hesitated and didn't speak. Because Tobirama Senju and Hashirama Senju were both senior Hokage in the village, Sarutobi Hirozen couldn't really say that Akihara Kagura was stronger than the first Hokage or something, and he said softly, "Kagura's talent is the strongest I have ever seen in my life, and he can learn any technique very quickly, and can even surpass the original user. I taught Kagura the true 1,000 hands technique in less than one night, and he had already learned it. How terrible." Namikaze Minato looked at the 2,000-meter-high guanyin statues in amazement, but after hearing Sarutobi Hirozen's words, he couldn't help but speak again. Is his talent strong to this extent? Namikaze Minato nodded thoughtfully and said, "I hadn't developed the nature change of the Rasengan when I was alive, and he had already fused chakras of many attributes, and even bloodline chakras. To this extent." Senju Tobirama looked up at the 2 towering guanyin statues, and said in a deep voice, "Maybe they will die together? But this is also a good thing. Big brother is a reincarnated body, and that kid is still alive. However, the battle is not over yet. Hashirama Senju has grown his guanyin statue to its maximum extent. Transform into Buddha on the top." Hashirama Senju controlled countless huge wooden hands to extend from behind his guanyin statue, clenched into fists, and suddenly stretched out to smash Akihara Kagura's guanyin statue. This is Hashirama Senju's strongest attack. He once used this trick to solve the strongest combination of Uchiha Madara and 9 tails in the Valley of the End. Senju Fa, dust release, Buddha's light shines. Akihara Kagura controlled countless wooden hands to extend from behind his guanyin statue. An array of light slowly appeared in all the wooden hands. The light of these dust releases instantly projected out and penetrated Hashirama Senju's guanyin statue. These lights gathered together and bloomed, as if they could illuminate the entire night. Whether it was Hashirama Senju's guanyin statue or Hashirama Senju himself, they were instantly separated and dissipated by the dust release. The guanyin statue of Hashirama Senju disappeared with a clatter. Some of the remaining wooden hands fell to the ground. These wooden hands were as big as a tailed beast. When they fell like meteorites. The aftermath caused by a wooden hand hitting the ground directly cracked the bodies of the 3 Hokage. What a terrifying technique. Sarutobi Hirozen saw the wooden hands beside him and remembered the scene when he saw Akihara Kagura controlling the true thousands of hands to grab the 3-tailed beast in Konoha. The first Hokage was too humble at the time. He actually wrote this technique as a technique to fight against the tailed beasts. That kid won. Senju Tobirama ignored Sarutobi Hirozen's nagging and widened his eyes in disbelief. Tobirama, this is also normal. Senju Hashirama's body was also slowly recovering. He was a very honest man. He took the initiative to explain why he lost. The wood escape technique used by this little guy has abundant vitality. The wooden man and the real thousand hands he controlled are like his own body. He can even use them to perform his own ninjutsu. In terms of wood escape alone, he has surpassed me. When Senju Hashirama said this, he was a little embarrassed and said, and the little guy is also good at many other techniques, but I don't know any of those techniques. If you count it this way. Senju Hashirama's eyes swept across everyone present one by one, and his expression became serious. According to my observation tonight, he has surpassed us in the areas we are good at. The third update. A little slower. Chapter 229, the third Hokage is the victim, so let the victim speak. All the Hokage present knew that Akihara Kagura was very powerful. However, in this battle, Akihara Kagura used the technique they were best at and defeated the 4 Hokage in the field they were proud of. This little guy is really strong, stronger than me and Madara. Senju Hashirama recalled this story of his life and took the initiative to admit his shortcomings. Even when I was alive, I was not the opponent of this little guy. Although Kagura only transplanted the cells of the first generation. Sarutobi Hirozen stood by and witnessed the process of Akihara Kagura becoming stronger step by step, but Kagura's talent and diligence are the weapons that can make him get to this point. The scheming of that insidious little devil is the most terrifying. Senju Tobirama added in a cold voice that what is more dangerous than Akihara Kagura's powerful strength is Akihara Kagura's thoughts and scheming. I'm still far from that. Akihara Kagura's figure slowly fell in front of them, and he shook his head and said, in the future, I will continue to work hard and strive not to disappoint the expectations of the second Hokage. Such efforts are unnecessary. Senju Tobirama turned his head away with a cold face. All the previous Hokage of Konoha were controlled by this guy and became puppets to control Konoha. If this kid works harder, is there any way for Konoha to survive in the future? In the future, Akihara Kagura didn't mind Senju Tobirama's stubbornness, and discussed with them with a smile, I hope that all the Hokage will support my work in Konoha. The 4 Hokage present all looked a little strange. Alice, actually, there is no need for your Aunt Tsunade to fight. Sarutobi Hirozen sighed and took the initiative to persuade, I understand Tsunade's character. You two can get along well. There is no conflict that cannot be reconciled. It depends on Tsunade's choice. Akihara Kagura chuckled and continued, I also want to get along well with my new boss. If she can also support my work, for example, she acquiesced to my resurrection of the Hokage. We cooperated happily on this matter. The 4 Hokage couldn't help but feel that Tsunade's future as a Hokage was bleak. How could they support or even acquiesce to such a thing? Isn't this just falling into a trap? However, Tsunade didn't even think she fell into a trap. As a newly appointed Hokage, Tsunade had too many troubles in her hands. The appearance of the 4 Hokage could help her a lot and help her stabilize the situation in Konoha. It was obvious. Tsunade believes that Akihara Kagura, the assistant who resurrected the previous Hokage, can become her most powerful helper as long as she can get the recognition of this subordinate, and can help her protect Konoha in the future. The next day, in Konoha village, the daimyo sent someone to convey the summons to Konoha's high-level officials for a meeting to appoint the Hokage. At this level of meeting, Konoha's high-level officials must attend. Similarly, this meeting will definitely face the questioning of the nobles. When Tsunade met Akihara Kagura, she did not ask him about the progress of the impure world reincarnation, but just thought about how to make this subordinate recognize that she is a qualified Hokage. The daimyo's mansion. This is the residence of the daimyo and the capital of the Land of Fire. The daimyo of the Land of Fire sat in the conference room without saying a word, holding the fan in his hand to his mouth, listening to the opinions of the ministers with a smile, and nodding from time to time. The ministers of the Land of Fire sat on one side, and the Konoha high-level officials sat on the other side. This is the ruling class of the entire Land of Fire, and a group of guards stood behind them. A minister of the Land of Fire looked at Tsunade and a group of Konoha ninjas and couldn't help but bombard them. Recently, the behavior of you Konoha ninjas seems a bit too overbearing. Tsunade-sama, it's understandable to default on debts, but cleaning up the casinos under my rule. After the meeting, I will kill him. Akihara Kagura waved at Karin behind her and said, send someone to find out what the minister did wrong, and hand over the charges to me before the meeting ends. so that no one will say that we Konoha killed innocent people. This is too overbearing. The minister was shocked. How can people in the world not make mistakes? Especially as nobles and ministers of the Land of Fire, if they do something a little bit out of line to some untouchables, in order to make their lives more comfortable, they plunder some untouchables' money and sell some information about the Land of Fire to the enemy country. Can it be called a mistake? This is indeed a bit too overbearing. A minister also criticized Konoha. That won't do. Konoha should also be reasonable, right? Seeing that there were so many people, some ministers also spoke up. You are all right. Akihara Kagura nodded, waved at Karin, and ordered openly, investigate everyone who spoke, and I will kill them after the meeting. Do you think you can threaten us like this? You are kidding. Are you threatening the nobles of the Land of Fire? This is not a threat. Akihara Kagura interrupted them and said softly, I am serious. I will kill the few people who just spoke after the meeting. The ministers immediately shut up. The daimyo of the Land of Fire shrank back and hid. This little guy named Akihara Kagura reminded him of the fierce-looking Shimura Danzo of Konoha. No. This person is much more extreme than Shimura Danzo. Even Shimura Danzo did not shout for war and killing in such a meeting. At most, he released a fierce and scary look that made people afraid to say anything. Kagura Tsunade shouted at Akihara Kagura in a deep voice. Sama Tsunade. Akihara Kagura looked at Tsunade in confusion and continued, Sama Tsunade wants to stop me. Does she want to cover up the noble ministers who have committed crimes? Tsunade was immediately speechless. Well, let's talk about the murder after the meeting. Mito Kato and hurriedly tried to smooth things over and took the initiative to say, the purpose of this meeting is to select the 5th Hokage of Konoha. We, Konoha, propose that Lady Tsunade be the 5th Hokage. Does anyone have a different opinion? Akihara Kagura looked at the noble ministers present and repeated Miro Kato's words, we, Konoha, propose that Lady Tsunade be the 5th Hokage. If you have different opinions at this time, please feel free to raise them. After all, the selection of Hokage still has to be approved by the daimyo. None of the noble ministers present dared to say a word. This woman Tsunade killed her creditors, and she brought a killer to force the palace. No one would think that this was Akihara Kagura's own decision, because this guy has always been protecting Tsunade's interests, and Tsunade happens to be his boss. It seems that no one objects. Akihara Kagura glanced around and his eyes fell on the daimyo. Kagura, let me talk. Tsunade rubbed her forehead, deeply feeling that the help this assistant to the Hokage could bring her as much trouble as she could. Please don't mind Kagura's jokes. Tsunade looked at the noble ministers present. If you have any opinions, you can refute them one by one. I can answer your doubts about Konoha and the Hokage. Then I would like to ask. A minister was obviously a little ignorant. Clang. The sound of drawing a sword into the sheath was so harsh. It made the people present shudder. The minister immediately became honest and asked carefully, I would like to ask, when will Tsunade-sama hold the Hokage succession ceremony? Tsunade was silent. The daimyo covered his face with a fan and dared not say a word. The meeting ended with everyone trembling with fear. All the nobles and ministers of the Land of Fire knew that the newly appointed 5th Hokage was not someone to be trifled with, and no one dared to raise any objections to Tsunade's succession as the 5th Hokage. However, Tsunade, who was appointed by the daimyo, did not look so good. However, the torture was not over yet. After the meeting, everyone planned to leave immediately. Akihara Kagura stopped everyone who wanted to leave and asked, can't this meeting last a little longer? Our people haven't sent the charges against those people yet. If I kill people at this time, it would seem a bit of a killing of innocent people, right? Everyone present was a little shocked. Wait a minute. The Minister of Finance of the Land of Fire looked at Akihara Kagura in disbelief, and quickly asked, didn't we raise any objections to Tsunade-sama's succession as the 5th Hokage? These are two different things. Akihara Kagura shook her head and took the initiative to remind, your attitude towards Konoha today was not respectful enough. I doubt whether you will block Konoha's financial budget or even hold Konoha back during the war, especially at this time. Konoha is about to launch a war against the Sands Village and the Mist Village. This sentence was like a thunder. Many people present looked at Akihara Kagura. Why don't I know? Tsunade was shocked and looked at Akihara Kagura in disbelief. Why start a war? The daimyos of the Land of Fire looked at Akihara Kagura in astonishment. Why not start a war? Akihara Kagura was even more shocked than them, and looked at them in surprise. The Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sands Village colluded with Orochimaru to kill the third Hokage. Shouldn't they be punished? After Akihiro Kagura finished speaking, his eyes fell on the two Hokage advisors. The two Hokage advisors also agreed that Konoha should start a war against the Hidden Sand Village and the Hidden Mist Village. This. Midokado-en hesitated and didn't know how to start. Utankahuru nodded, more responsible than Midokado-en, and said softly, regarding Sarutobi's sacrifice, we do need to punish the two former allies of the Hidden Sand Village and the Hidden Mist Village, but it is too early to say this now. The two villages have been sending envoys to negotiate with us continuously. It seems that the problem can be solved through negotiation. Tsunade touched her chin and thought thoughtfully. Even if we want to negotiate, we have to impose necessary punishments on the two villages. Akihiro Kagura shook her head and pulled the two Hokage advisors to the conversation. This is also the opinion of the two Hokage advisors. The peace policy of the ninja world that the third Hokage has always implemented is foreseeably inappropriate. We must make some changes. This. Midokado-en hesitated and didn't know how to start. This time, Utankahuru also hesitated for a while, nodded again and said, we did discuss this matter, and what Kagura said at the time made sense. Let's talk about it when we get back. Tsunade nodded and interrupted Utankahuru. Then I'll kill people first. Akihiro Kagura immediately stood up and drew her ninja sword. No, no, no. A group of ministers from the Land of Fire quickly stretched out their hands, motioning Akihiro Kagura to sit down. We can sit down and talk slowly, and discuss the issue of punishing the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sands Village here. After all, war is not a trivial matter. The conference room immediately became lively. The ministers of the Land of Fire were talking to each other and discussing the war against the two villages. The finances could support it. Perhaps seeing that the Hokage assistant and the two Hokage advisors of Konoha were in favor of the war, the ministers thought that Konoha had decided to go to war against the two villages. They would secretly glance at the ninjas of Konoha from time to time, but they did not question the war. They just discussed what problems the war would bring and what situations they would encounter in the war. Tsunade felt a little pain in her forehead when she saw this scene. Tsunade looked at Akihiro Kagura, but saw that Akihiro Kagura was just listening to the discussion of the ministers with interest. She looked at the two Hokage advisors, who just frowned and did not raise any questions. Is there something wrong? Tsunade rubbed her brows, feeling that her first day as Hokage was full of troubles. She even hadn't held the Hokage ceremony, and she had to face the problem of the possibility of launching a war. Especially since the other two villages already wanted to negotiate. Have these guys not experienced the cruelty of the Ninja World War? As Tsunade had experienced the pain of two Ninja World Wars, she didn't want to start a so-called war at this time, not to mention that she didn't know the situation of Konoha very well. Stop arguing. Tsunade looked at a group of noisy ministers and punched the table. The entire conference table immediately broke into pieces, and everyone was so scared that they couldn't speak. Tsunade glanced at Akihiro Kagura and the two Hokage advisors, and ordered in a deep voice, let's talk about the war when we go back. I am the Hokage. That's fine. Midokado-en and Utankahuru exchanged glances with each other. Because Tsunade's proposal also met their ideas, they were just forced to agree when Akihiro Kagura spoke, and this time just took the opportunity to delay. Okay. Akihiro Kagura nodded, and actually agreed, the root is also preparing for the sacrifice. Tomorrow I should be able to revive several Hokage through the impure world reincarnation, and then I can let the dead third Hokage speak. After all, the third Hokage is the victim of this riot. First update. Something happened tonight, so it's a little late. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Successive Hokages Interfere in Politics. I stand on the side of Lady Tsunade. The Konoha high-ranking officials left the daimyo's mansion. After seeing them leave, some ministers of the Land of Fire immediately relaxed psychologically, thinking that these Konoha ninjas had let them go. However, Karin and the Root Ninja stopped in the conference room without moving. The ministers of the Land of Fire were still a little confused. Kill them. Karin pushed her glasses and put a few pieces of evidence on the table in the conference room. This is their evidence of guilt. We are not killing innocent people. Clang. This time they really drew their swords. A group of root ninjas moved quickly and quickly landed behind several ministers. They raised their swords and killed them directly, and blood splattered in the conference room. This is. The daimyo of the Land of Fire trembled with fear. As the highest authority in the Land of Fire, the daimyo's status has always been extremely respected. No one dared to overstep his authority and offend him. The former 12 guardian ninjas would deliberately avoid him when they killed each other. This was the first time someone killed people wantonly in front of him. After Karin and the root ninjas finished killing, they left the conference room. A group of Fire Country nobles were so scared that they dared not move, and some even wet their pants. The new Hokage of Konoha is too arrogant. A noble just spoke up, and was frightened by the people around him and quickly stopped. It was obviously Akihara Kagura and the root ninjas who did the work, but these nobles and ministers subconsciously blamed the new Hokage Tsunade, because Tsunade did look like the person behind the scenes. Ahem, okay, let's go. The daimyo of the Fire Country couldn't help but cough a few times. He was also dissatisfied with Tsunade in his heart, but he was still a little scared and didn't dare to say it directly at this time. He opened his mouth and ordered the servants around him, "Help me go back to the bedroom to change clothes first." A group of ministers immediately left the conference room. This group of pampered people were protected too well by Konoha, and they always regarded ninjas as tools to maintain their rule, but they forgot that sharp tools are used to kill people. Tsunade glanced at her Hokage guards, and then looked curiously behind Akihara Kagura. "Kagura, where are the root ninjas?" "They followed after they killed people." Akihara Kagura smiled and took the initiative to remind, "Those ministers who may have objections to Tsunade-sama may hinder the war between our Kurigakure and Sands Village. It is not appropriate for the Hokage-sama to come forward. The root ninjas will be responsible for cleaning them up. As long as they don't hurt the daimyo." Uta Kaoru had expected this, and nodded gently. "Kagura is right, these people may indeed hinder Konoha in the future. Let's talk about the war later." Mito Katoen also nodded and continued, "Didn't you say that you want to revive Monkey first? Let Monkey and the successive Hokage also express their opinions." Tsunade nodded. According to Tsunade's understanding of the successive Hokage, they would most likely agree to a negotiated solution, and most of the successive Hokage did not approve of unnecessary sacrifices. However, Tsunade had a good idea. There was still a little deviation in reality. The next day, in the meeting room of the Hokage building, Tsunade and 2 Hokage advisors came here. A group of root ninjas and Anbu were scattered around to guard the surroundings, prohibiting anyone from approaching the Hokage building to prevent what was about to happen in the meeting room from being discovered. "Kagura." Yuta Kaoru looked at Akihara Kagura and whispered, "Tsunade's succession ceremony will begin in the afternoon. At this time, must the previous Hokage be resurrected to witness Tsunade's succession as the 5th Hokage. This is the request of the previous Hokage. I resurrected them yesterday. They want to see the future of the village." Akihara Kagura stood in the middle of the office, raised her palm, and completed the hand seal of the summoning technique, ninjutsu, summoning technique. 4 black spells appeared on the ground. 4 coffins emerged from the black spells. Mito Katoen widened his eyes, looked at the 4 coffins in shock, and stood up involuntarily. "Have all the previous Hokage really been resurrected?" "Yes." Akihara Kagura nodded. The 4 coffin lids behind Akihara Kagura fell down with a clatter, and the 4 Hokage suddenly opened their eyes and looked at the people present. Tsunade had been mentally prepared for a long time. When she saw the 1st and 2nd Hokage, she was still a little shocked and said, "Grandpa, 2nd Grandpa Tsunade." When the 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama saw Tsunade, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Long time no see, you have grown up so much, big brother. After all, we have been dead for so many years." The 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama reminded his big brother in a cold voice, and his eyes fell on Uta Kaoru and Madara. "Kaoru, you are here too, 2nd Hokage." Uta Kaoru and Madara quickly became respectful, and their eyes also saw the short old man next to them, and they were a little surprised. The 3rd Hokage Saratobi Hirozen. The 2 Hokage advisors never thought that they could see their old friend again, but this old friend who had known each other for nearly 70 years was separated from them by yin and yang. Minato. The 2 Hokage advisors also saw the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. "Long time no see." Minato Namikaze smiled a little embarrassedly. The 4 Hokage think that they are deceased, and it is not convenient for them to stay in the Hokage building all the time to avoid being discovered by other living people and causing panic in the village. Akihara Kagura spread out her palms and took the initiative to talk about the placement of the successive Hokage. The 4 Hokage will usually live in the root. Only when they participate in politics will they use the Flying Thunder God technique to travel back and forth between the root and the Hokage building. Yuta Tenkaharu and Madakato nodded at the same time. Tsunade hesitated for a while, and it seemed that she couldn't raise any objections. Seeing that the 4 Hokage had no objections, she nodded and said, "It's okay to do this." The 4 Hokage looked at Akihara Kagura one after another. Is this what they think? However, if Akihara Kagura did this, it would be in line with their ideas. It is indeed not convenient for them to appear in the Hokage building at ordinary times. Okay. Senju Hashirama didn't mention the topic that made him unhappy. He looked at Tsunade and said with a smile, "Didn't Tsunade hold the succession ceremony of the 5th Hokage today?" The 1st Hokage. Yuta Tenkaharu was a little uncomfortable with it, but she took the initiative to answer, "Tsunade's succession ceremony will be this afternoon, and there are still a few hours. Let's discuss the matter first." Senju Tobirama's eyes fell on Akihara Kagura, and he said in a deep voice, "This kid said that you juniors have something to make up your mind about." "Yes." Midokado nodded, looked at his old friend Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said softly, "We are discussing whether to start a war to punish the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sands Village for colluding with Orochimaru to kill Sarutobi, but they also sent a request for negotiation and peace. Now that Sarutobi has been resurrected, do they really need to start a war?" Midokado looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and felt a little weird. Starting a war in the name of Sarutobi Hiruzen's murder, can Sarutobi Hiruzen, the victim, still participate in the war? Of course. Midokado deliberately avoided the question from Shimura Danzo. To be honest, the 4 resurrected Hokage even felt a little scalp tingling. Because the Sand Village, the Mist Village and even Orochimaru were used by Akihara Kagura, and the real mastermind behind the riot was standing in front of them. Then there is no need to start a war, right? Senju Hashirama finished this sentence subconsciously. Me too. Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to echo the opinion of the first-generation Hokage. The next moment, the 4 Hokage present received the message from Akihara Kagura in their spiritual will, requiring the 4 Hokage to support the war against the 2 ninja villages. The brows of the 4 Hokage frowned at the same time. It's okay to punish them. Senju Tobirama knew the situation best. He believed in the power of Akihara Kagura, and with the 4 resurrected Hokage, to be honest. At this stage, Konoha should have no problem fighting on both sides. Akihara Kagura and the first Hokage Senju Hashirama can single-handedly defeat a ninja village, unless a figure like Uchiha Madara appears in other ninja villages. Is this possible? If so, there is no way they would negotiate with Konoha. Senju Tobirama is the most sensitive to this and the one who can best understand the situation. Since he can't resist Akihara Kagura, he might as well take this opportunity to gain benefits for Konoha. This war is beneficial to Konoha. What's more, the Sand Village and the Mist Village betrayed Konoha first. If they don't suppress them when Konoha is the strongest, will they wait until these 2 villages become strong before harming Konoha? This is an excellent opportunity. Without waiting for others to comment, Tobirama Senju continued in a deep voice, "Now is the time when Konoha is the strongest. Immediately eliminate them with a thunderous offensive, force the 2 ninja villages to sign a harsh agreement with Konoha, and force them to stand on Konoha's chariot forever." I also agree with the opinion of the second Hokage. Akihara Kagura nodded quickly and took the initiative to remind, "Besides, they still have a lot of captives in our hands. Now the strength of these 2 villages is not strong. The 4th Kazekage also died at the hands of Orochimaru. There is no Mizukage in the Hidden Mist Village, and the master has also been killed. Are the 2 villages leaderless?" Senju Tobirama felt that such an opportunity might not be available in the future, and looked at everyone present. This is indeed an excellent opportunity. Tobirama before Hashirama Senju had time to scold his brother, his body became somewhat out of control, and the figure of Akihara Kagura appeared in his will. "I don't agree." Tsunade raised her own objection, opposing the second Hokage Senju Tobirama's initiative for war. "Since they have already negotiated Tsunade, my decision is the most correct." Senju Tobirama looked at Tsunade and reminded in a deep voice, "As a Hokage, you must consider Konoha to the greatest extent possible." Second Grandpa. Tsunade looked at Senju Tobirama and reminded her second grandpa seriously, "Times have changed, and past experience may not be suitable for the present. Now I am the 5th Hokage of Konoha Tsunade, you will regret it. Senju Tobirama shook his head and looked at the people present. His eyes fell on Utatane Kaharu and Madakato N. Kaharu, N., do you have any opinions? Actually, what Tsunade-sama said is right. Akihara Kagura suddenly stood on Tsunade's side. Little brat, you. Senju Tobirama looked at Akihara Kagura in disbelief. He had finally convinced himself to stand on Akihara Kagura's side for Konoha. How did this little brat jump to Tsunade's side? A group of Hokage also looked at Akihara Kagura in surprise. Has this kid changed his personality? Second Hokage. Akihara Kagura glanced at everyone present and put forward his own opinion. We killed some noble ministers yesterday. The daimyo of the Land of Fire may be jealous of Tsunade-sama. We want to start a war. In order to ensure the peace in the rear, we must first clean up the daimyo and nobles of the Land of Fire and replace them with those who belong to. Wait. I agree with the opinion of the second Hokage. Utatane Kaharu immediately interrupted Akihara Kagura's words. I also agree with the opinion of the second Hokage. Midokado N looked back at Akihara Kagura and mentioned the idea that Shimura Danzo had said when he wanted to kill him. Kagura, there is no need to go to extremes to eliminate the daimyo and nobles. As long as we start an external war, the internal contradictions of the Land of Fire will be eliminated. I also agree with the second Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato could only sigh. Compared with starting a war, directly eliminating the daimyo is too extreme. I still support Tobirama. Senju Hashirama felt that it was better to support Senju Tobirama. I still agree with Tsunade-sama's opinion. Akihara Kagura clearly stood on Tsunade's side. After everyone present voted, they looked at the current 5th Hokage Tsunade. Tsunade looked at Kagura with a slightly complicated expression. Second update. I have something to do today. I will try to get as many as 10,000 a day. Chapter 231. The First Hokage Order, declare war on the Sands Village and the Mist Village. This situation made Tsunade feel so strange. Because before returning to Konoha, Tsunade was still thinking that there might be some political struggles in Konoha, perhaps mostly focused on herself and the Hokage assistant Akihara Kagura. But the complexity of Konoha's political situation was far beyond Tsunade's imagination. How could Akihara Kagura, who was thought to be a political opponent, stand on her side? Although Akihara Kagura's idea of cleaning up the daimyo and nobles was very extreme, she was on her side to oppose the war. Instead, the two Hokage advisors had different opinions. And Tsunade always thought that the 4 Hokage who had just been resurrected might also support her. As a result, her second grandfather directly advocated launching a war, and other Hokage also agreed. These resurrected generations of Hokage all stood on the opposite side of her, the new Hokage. These previous generations of Hokage made Tsunade feel that it would be better not to resurrect them. Lady Tsunade. Akihara Kagura looked at Tsunade and took the initiative to say, now you are the Hokage, just do what you think. Senju Tobirama glared at Akihara Kagura fiercely. This brat asked them to be the bad guys, and he was the good guy there, deceiving Tsunade, Utatane Kaharu, and Midokado N. Senju Tobirama always thought that Akihara Kagura was a sinister and despicable person, but after seeing what Akihara Kagura did with his own eyes, he still found that Akihara Kagura's insidiousness was beyond his imagination. But he couldn't help but be fooled. Because this brat might really come up with a plan to clean up the daimyo and nobles, which is much more dangerous than starting a war, and it will easily cause turmoil in the Land of Fire. On the whole, launching a war against the 2 ninja villages is actually the most advantageous plan for Konoha. Tsunade. Senju Tobirama stared at Tsunade and taught in a deep voice, as a Hokage, you must never act arbitrarily. You must also seek correct opinions when necessary. Tsunade's face was not very good. Does the number of people mean the correct opinion? Although these people are all past Hokage, most of them are her predecessors, at least they have more experience in governing than her, and they have all paid their lives to protect Konoha. Tsunade, I understand that you want peace. Senju Tobirama looked at her and warned her earnestly, but you have to understand one thing, all the villages in this world are enemy countries. Once you don't seize the opportunity to completely suppress them, sooner or later they will endanger Konoha. You are the Hokage. Senju Tobirama's voice suddenly became louder, and he shouted almost like a scolding, and the Hokage has only one duty, and that is to protect Konoha at all costs. Tsunade sighed and continued, Second Grandpa, I have experienced 2 ninja world wars. I just took office as Hokage. Do you have to start a war and sacrifice the people in the village? Konoha may not have any sacrifices. Senju Tobirama shook his head, his eyes moving between Akihara Kagura and Senju Hoshirama. Even if you become Hokage, your ideas must change. Maybe this war will be declared over within a day. It is not impossible. How is it possible? Tsunade didn't think this would happen. Your vision is somewhat limited after all. Senju Tobirama looked at Tsunade's eyes of disbelief and said coldly, in short, this war must be launched. Tsunade, now you have to tell me, do you decide to agree with our collective resolution, or do you want to take this brat to dictate it? Then act according to your ideas. Tsunade looked at Akihara Kagura beside her helplessly. This only supporter really couldn't give her enough confidence. Whether it was herself or Akihara Kagura, they were the two people standing at the highest point in Konoha, but there was still no way to change the current situation. I should have known not to resurrect the previous Hokage. Akihara Kagura sighed faintly and said something in a low voice that everyone present could hear. You brat dare to say this. Senju Tobirama glared at Akihara Kagura again, then looked at Tsunade, then announced this at your Hokage succession ceremony. So soon. Tsunade was a little surprised. Hurry up. Senju Tobirama glanced at Tsunade and said in a deep voice, as long as you announce at the Hokage succession ceremony that Konoha has entered a state of war against the Sands village and the Mist village, you can pass this news to the ninja world as quickly as possible. Only in this way can the ninja world be shocked the most. Senju Tobirama knows the benefits of doing this very well. Because Konoha has 2 ninja god-level combat power, other enemy countries may receive the news slower, and even receive the news of Konoha's declaration of war on the 2 ninja villages and the 2 ninja villages surrendering to Konoha at the same time, which can completely deter everyone in the ninja world. Afternoon. In front of the Hokage building. Many villagers in Konoha came to visit Tsunade's succession ceremony. As the former Konoha Sannin and the strongest medical ninja, many people who admired Tsunade came to Tsunade's succession ceremony. Everyone stood under the Hokage building waiting for Tsunade to appear. I didn't expect that it was Grandma Tsunade who became the Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto pouted a little dissatisfied, and was a little unhappy that his position as Hokage was taken away by someone, although he also knew that he could not become Hokage yet. Uchiha Sasuke was not interested in this. He only looked at the top of the Hokage building, hoping to see the figure of Akihara Kagura. The leader of the root should at least give him some powerful tasks to hone himself, right? Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists. He wanted to prove in the root that he would never be worse than Uchiha Itachi. He would surpass Uchiha Itachi. Tsunade-sama. A group of female ninjas crowded around and cheered Tsunade's name loudly. After all, Tsunade is also the most famous female ninja in Konoha. Most of those who admire her are female ninjas. For example, Tenten from the 3rd team was mixed in the crowd, waiting for Tsunade's appearance with expectation. Tenten admired Tsunade very much. In order to become a ninja like Tsunade, Tenten even went to learn medical ninjutsu, but she didn't even pass the test and was cruelly rejected by the medical team. It's really lively. Hyuga Niji looked at the people present, and his eyes soon came into contact with a figure, and the figure's face was slightly worried. Hyuga Hayashi. The head of the Hyuga clan. The head of the Hyuga clan once received a promise from the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but offended the Hokage and assisted Akihara Kagura, resulting in the death of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hyuga Hayashi knew Tsunade and knew some stories of Tsunade saving people on the battlefield. He thought that Tsunade would not break the promise of the 3rd Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi just wanted to talk to the new 5th Hokage Tsunade, but unfortunately he couldn't find any opportunity. Instead, he heard some bad news. The main family of the Hyuga clan is also a noble. It is said that Tsunade, the new Hokage, has a bad temper. She cleaned up some disobedient Fire Country nobles at a meeting of the Fire Country. Her style of doing things after taking office is extremely tough and extreme. Does the Hyuga clan have to listen to her obediently? In comparison, other families are also a bit strange. Nara Shikoku, the head of the Nara clan, is the leader of the Jonin class. Theoretically, he could go up to the Hokage building to watch the ceremony up close, but he was stopped by the Anbu and Root ninjas in the village. This made Nara Shikoku feel a little bit of a problem. Someone is on the rooftop of the Hokage building. Nara Shikoku looked up at the Hokage building and became suspicious. It's just that these people are not convenient for more people to know, or is there something big happening at the Hokage succession ceremony? On the rooftop of the Hokage building. The only person watching the ceremony was Jiraiya. When Jiraiya saw the 4 Hokage, He was startled involuntarily. His eyes stayed on his teacher Sarutobi Hirozen and his disciple Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya Sarutobi Hirozen showed a kind smile on his face. Teacher Jiraiya sighed in his heart. Teacher Jiraiya. Minato Namikaze was obviously happy, and waved to Jiraiya and said hello, long time no see. Is there anything new recently, Teacher Jiraiya? I don't have any idea. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead and mentioned Uzumaki Naruto to Minato Namikaze. By the way, Minato, I want Naruto to be my disciple. That couldn't be better. Minato Namikaze was very satisfied with his teacher teaching his son, because he knew that Jiraiya was also an excellent ninja, and he would definitely be able to teach Naruto to become an excellent ninja. Maybe Kushina would agree, too? Although teacher Jiraiya was unreliable and had a bad personality, Uzumaki Naruto was his and Kushina's child, so he should be on the right path, right? What a pity. Minato Namikaze had some regrets on his face. Do you want to see Naruto? Jiraiya guessed what Minato Namikaze was thinking. Minato Namikaze smiled a little embarrassedly. After all, he is my and Kushina's child, but he has never fulfilled his father's responsibilities. It's not your fault. Jiraiya sighed and patted Minato Namikaze's shoulder. Just as they were reminiscing about the past, Tsunade came out wearing a divine robe, with a Hokage hat on her head, and there was obviously no happy expression on her face. What's wrong? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade with some curiosity, and then looked at Akihara Kagura who was following Tsunade. Kagura, what's wrong with Tsunade? You'll know in a while. Akihara Kagura shook her head, with a helpless look on her face. This is a troublesome matter. I didn't expect that resurrecting the previous Hokage would be so troublesome. I am Tsunade. Tsunade stood in front of the rooftop fence of the Hokage building and loudly announced her succession. From today on, I will serve as the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama is so beautiful. Hokage-sama. A group of people below cheered loudly for their new Hokage. Tsunade still stood there without moving. Her eyes swept over everyone present one by one, and her eyes gradually dimmed. These villagers were so lively and excited at this time. But she had to announce the next order. Now announce the first Hokage order. Tsunade calmed her chest and shouted loudly, I will avenge the deceased 3rd-generation Hokage, and hereby declare war on the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sands Village. The 3rd update. Sorry. I have something to do today, so I rush to write 10,000 a day. Many things are not written, I will write them tomorrow. Chapter 232. I brought the news of Konoha's declaration of war, and also brought back the news of the Hidden Mist Village's surrender. War. This word is a bit far away. Konoha hasn't seen a war for a long time. After Tsunade issued the order to declare war, the villagers of Konoha quickly quieted down. The memories of many years ago were gradually revived, and they also recalled the horror of war. Many villagers looked at Tsunade on the rooftop of the Hokage building with some bewilderment, not quite understanding why the 5th Hokage suddenly issued an order to start a war against 2 ninja villages at the succession ceremony. We really want to avenge the 3rd Hokage. A Konoha ninja's face was a bit tangled, and he said carefully, but haven't those 2 villages sent envoys to ask for peace? The Sand Village and the Mist Village sent envoys to and fro, and they have been trying to reach a negotiation agreement with Konoha, hoping to continue their alliance. The Sand Village's one-tailed Jinchurikigara and many Sand Village ninjas are still in prison in Konoha, and many Mist Village ninjas are also imprisoned in Konoha. Are we going to start a war? There was some panic in the eyes of a Konoha ninja. Although they believed that Konoha was strong enough, who knew what chain of consequences would be caused after the war really broke out? Would many companions in the village be sacrificed again? We still have to avenge the 3rd Hokage. But why start the war like this? Shouldn't we take revenge? We should take revenge, but... The Konoha ninjas instantly quarreled. They agreed with the idea of revenge, but they didn't dare to face the cruel war. Even some of the Jonins who had really experienced the war and had become tough sighed. Some young Jonin had no idea about war. Most of these Jonin were born at the end of the 3rd Ninja World War. They had never seen the cruelty of war, and had never even heard the Jonin or the elders at home mention the war. Nara Shikamaru was the most active. He noticed his father's gloomy expression at the first time and asked, Is war terrible? It's more terrible than anything in this world. Nara Shikoku nodded slowly, his voice a little suppressed. On the battlefield, ninjas from 2 countries fight each other. Everyone may sacrifice on the battlefield, and friends and companions around them will continue to die. Narashikamaru looked at his good friend. Crunch, crunch. Akimichi Chaji began to get scared, sweat kept pouring down his face, and he kept eating potato chips out of fear. He was the most burly among these Jinin, but he had the least courage. Battlefield Hatake Kakashi's eyes showed a trace of worry, and his eyes fell on several of his students. Uzumaki Naruto should not be sent to the battlefield. As for Uchiha Sasuke, he even looked down on the upcoming war. This little guy had never heard of the cruelty of war. The word war was far less exciting to him than the name Uchiha Itachi. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, after Tsunade announced the order to start the war, her expression became even more depressed. All ninjas, go down and prepare, and the senior ninja squad will gather for a meeting. Tsunade. Jiraiya frowned and wanted to go up and have a good talk with Tsunade. Why did you suddenly start the war at this time? Teacher Jiraiya. Akihara Kagura stopped Jiraiya, shook her head gently and said, Lady Tsunade and I don't want this, but starting a war against two villages is a decision made by the two Hokage advisors and the 4 previous Hokage. Jiraiya's brows were furrowed. The tall, white-haired man couldn't help but look back at the Hokage present, not quite understanding, but starting a war of revenge at this time will only lead to. Jiraiya, there's nothing we can do about it. Sarutobi Hiro's insight and took the initiative to explain to his disciples, there have been some conflicts between the village and the daimyo and nobles of the Land of Fire. Tsunade and Kagura believe that the daimyo and nobles should be killed. We believe that starting a war against the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village can ease the conflict between Konoha and the daimyo and nobles of the Land of Fire. Besides, the strength of the Hidden Sand Village and the Hidden Mist Village is not strong. Sarutobi Hirozen looked at Akihara Kagura next to Jiraiya, recalling the battle he witnessed that night, and continued, even if Konoha starts a war, it can end the war as quickly as possible, and there is no need to worry about the sacrifice of people in the village. This Jiraiya looked strange and couldn't speak. If according to what Sarutobi Hirozen said, starting a foreign war is the best choice? According to Tsunade and Kagura's extreme ideas, the rules of the ninja world will be directly overturned, and Konoha is very likely to be besieged by other enemy countries. Get ready for the meeting. Tsunade walked down the rooftop step by step. Anything else to discuss? Senju Tobirama looked at Akihara Kagura, hugged his arms, and said softly, Kid, you have Wood Release and Flying Thunder God. It should be no problem for you to solve this war by yourself, right? At this time, there is no need for us to be exposed, right? Everyone present looked at Akihara Kagura. Isn't that right? Akihara Kagura hesitated for a moment and took the initiative to ask, should we give the ninja world some time to react? At least let other people know the news of Konoha's declaration of war. Senju Tobirama shook his head impatiently, and continued coldly, there is no such unnecessary need. You should go out as soon as possible to resolve this war. Let the little guys of this era see that the wars in the Warring States period are not like playing house like now. Let them know what kind of power the Wood Release that ended the chaotic world has. Let them understand the horror of Konoha, and surrender to Konoha unconditionally. This is what you should do most. Wait, Tsunade was a little slow to react, and looked at a group of Hokage who remained calm in shock. Second Grandpa, do you mean to let Kagura go alone? More than enough. Senju Tobirama stared at Akihara Kagura, and continued in a deep voice, Kid, do you need to prepare a team of people to help you wave the flag and cheer? I understand. Akihara Kagura looked at the other Hokage, as if he was looking for something. This seemed a little strange. He didn't receive any tasks, but only one Tsunade characteristic. System prompt, you have a new superior, Tsunade, and you are rewarded with a gift package for new employees, and new characteristics are unlocked. Medical master, can control the body's chakra very accurately, and the skills in medical ninjutsu have become very advanced. Medical ninjutsu is barely useful. But this kind of precise control of chakra is the most useful. Even if Akihara Kagura has specially practiced this, it is far inferior to the characteristics brought by Tsunade, a medical ninja, as a superior. Akihara Kagura has always relied on a huge amount of chakra to fight. Now it allows him to control the chakra accurately, which can improve his control over the body, which is very useful for the improvement of physical skills. Wait, Tsunade hurriedly wanted to stop Akihara Kagura, but she was a little too late to stop him, and she saw Akihara Kagura's figure disappear on the spot. Tsunade. Sarutobi Hirozen shook his head and persuaded softly, don't worry about Kagura's safety. When Kagura was 11 years old, She captured the Mizukage of the Kurigakure village. She almost broke through the Kurigakure village alone. I have seen the battle report at that time. At that time, Akihara Kagura could still do this. What's more, the current Akihara Kagura, according to Sarutobi Hirozen's observation, may not be a problem to destroy the Water Kingdom. Within 3 days, Konoha should be able to receive the news of the Kurigakure village's surrender. As long as the Kurigakure village chooses to surrender, the Sand Village will have no possibility of resistance. Without the one-tailed Jinchuriki and the fourth Kazekage, the Sand Village has no resistance. We still have to hold a meeting. Sarutobi Hirozen looked at Tsunade and suggested softly, the ninjas in the village may have some opinions on the war. In the next few days, we should appease them and prevent the people in the village from panicking because of the war. This is the responsibility of the Hokage. Tsunade's eyes twitched. In fact, she, the fifth Hokage, was more panicked than anyone else in the village. I'll prepare the village for war first. Tsunade sighed and went to the meeting room on her own. The land of water. Outside the hidden mist village. Akihara Kagura was on his way very quickly, and the golden flash brought him unparalleled speed. When he arrived here, the sun had not even set yet. Akihara Kagura, Queen of the hidden mist village, immediately used his Byakugan to discover the arrival of Akihara Kagura. While sending someone to notify the temporary head of the village, Madarumi, he rushed over to greet Akihara Kagura, intending to find out from Akihara Kagura whether Konoha had put forward any conditions. The hidden mist village had been sending envoys to Konoha to propose peace talks, hoping that Konoha would forgive the hidden mist village for being deceived by Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo. As a result, Konoha has not given an accurate reply, and always prevaricates with the issue of the new Hokage not succeeding. Now, is there a result? No need to come. Akihara Kagura looked at Queen, who came out to greet him, raised his palm to stop Queen's steps, and said, "This afternoon, Tsunade-sama succeeded as the fifth Hokage of Konoha. In view of the fact that the Kurigakure and Orochimaru colluded with each other to start a riot in Konoha and murdered the third Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hirozen, after taking over, Tsunade-sama officially declared war on the Kurigakure." No Queen's pupils immediately widened, and he hurriedly wanted to explain, "We want to maintain peace with Konoha, we just need Konoha to put forward conditions, even if it is compensation, we can discuss it, don't be so fast. At least let's talk a little bit. Why is the new fifth Hokage of Konoha so extreme? And now no matter what conditions Konoha puts forward, the Kurigakure may agree, because there is a high probability that Konoha will not propose to cede land or something. Because the Kurigakure is still in a state of being leaderless, Maingetsu Kazuki and Mizuki Kazuki of the 7 ninja swordsmen are still in prison in Konoha village. Conditions for peace." Akihara Kagura frowned, thinking about what Tobirama Senju seemed to have mentioned about the conditions for peace between the two villages. Konoha's Hokage mentioned that if they want peace, the hidden mist village should surrender unconditionally and let Konoha deal with them, right? That's impossible. Queen immediately rejected it subconsciously. This is too unreasonable. Konoha and the hidden mist village are both 5 major ninja villages. If they surrender unconditionally, they will be at the mercy of others. Konoha will take away the soil for the survival of the hidden mist village. What should they do? At this time, the current head of the hidden mist village, Madarumi, received the news and immediately brought a group of people to the entrance of the village. She also heard the conversation between Akihara Kagura and Queen. "Don't be impulsive, Ao." Madarumi scolded Ao coldly and stood in front of Akihara Kagura. She looked much more mature than before, and her mentality became a little gentler. If the hidden mist village unconditionally agrees to peace talks, how will Konoha deal with us? Not peace talks, but surrender. Akihara Kagura shook her head and continued, "The third Hokage is Tsunade-sama's teacher. She is extremely angry about this incident and will definitely make the hidden mist village pay a heavy price. We were also deceived." Ao wanted to explain. "But you did participate." Akihara Kagura did not agree with Ao's explanation, sighed, and continued, "I was only responsible for bringing the news of the declaration of war to the hidden mist village, and bringing back the news that the hidden mist village surrendered unconditionally to Konoha." "What do you mean?" Ao looked at Akihara Kagura in surprise. "Literally." Akihara Kagura slowly closed her palms. "You want to be alone." Queen looked at Akihara Kagura with trembling eyes, as if he saw something unbelievable happening in this world, attacking Kurigakure alone. "No. It's not like this has never happened before. Queen and Maidarumi's memories immediately went back to 6 or 7 years ago, when Akihara Kagura, the wood-release ninja, almost broke through Kirigakure alone, leaving Kirigakure with great humiliation. At that time, Akihara Kagura brought 2 people with him, but it was no different from him doing it alone. Be alert! A roar appeared in Queen's throat. Because Queen didn't think that he and Maidarumi could stop Akihara Kagura, the ninjas in Kirigakure immediately passed on the alert order. Maidarumi was very alert. Looking at Akihara Kagura's actions, she quickly kicked Akihara Kagura's body, trying to stop Akihara Kagura from using ninjutsu. Bang! Akihara Kagura punched Maidarumi. Maidarumi's body flew backwards, and the moment she fell, she felt like she was hit by a heavy hammer, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Queen immediately wanted to step forward to rescue. Akihara Kagura stepped on the ground, and the ground cracked directly under his feet, directly knocking Queen out. Wood release, Tree World Advent. Akihara Kagura raised his head and looked at the wall of the Hidden Mist Village, and suddenly closed his palms. Vines grew from under his feet and spread towards the Hidden Mist Village. I hope the Hidden Mist Village can give me a satisfactory result. The first update. And more. Chapter 233 Akihara Kagura brings a new war mode. The tree roots are spreading. These tree roots are like living things, constantly drilling in the land of the Hidden Mist Village, and the tree roots are constantly growing towering trees in the Hidden Mist Village. The branches and vines of these towering trees will also continue to grow, directly tying up the Hidden Mist ninjas they encounter to the trees, absorbing their chakra. This is wood release ninjutsu. A Hidden Mist ninja immediately realized that something was wrong, and while trying to rescue his companions, he reminded others, be careful not to be caught by the vines. However, a vine instantly grabbed his feet. The vine directly dragged the Hidden Mist ninja to the tree and tied him up, absorbing his chakra, and in the blink of an eye, the Hidden Mist ninja lost his power. Akihara Kagura is coming. Akihara Kagura is coming. The ninjas who had experienced the incident of Akihara Kagura controlling the wood dragon to attack the Hidden Mist Village shouted loudly, saying, hurry up and prepare for battle. Cut all the vines. Most of the elite ninjas in the Hidden Mist Village participated in that battle and have never forgotten the humiliation, and naturally have not forgotten the fear of that day. It's just that these vines and tree roots are endless. No matter how many surviving Hidden Mist ninjas cut off the vines and tree roots, they will grow again and spread towards them again. The most terrifying thing is that they have no power to deal with it. Even the senior ninjas can only hold on for a while, and in the end they are still tied up by the vines and tied directly to the tree, and the chakra in their bodies is absorbed by the vines. A forest soon appeared in the Hidden Mist Village. The shouts in this village became less and less after the excitement, and all the ninjas in the Hidden Mist Village were tied to the trees one by the vines. Even if someone is hiding underground or in a house, the vines and tree roots will directly drill into the ground or break through the room, catch the person and tie him to the tree. If someone comes to the Hidden Mist Village, they will find that it is like a village built in the forest. All the people in the village are tied to the trees. The village is silent, as if there is a horror that makes people stop. Outside the Hidden Mist Village, Akihara Kagura feels the benefits of fine control of chakra. Because he can finally control all the vines and roots released by the tree world, as if these vines and roots are part of his body. At the same time, Akihara Kagura can also feel that the chakra in the bodies of these Hidden Mist ninjas is constantly flowing into his body through the absorption of wood release, which makes the Ten Tails body accumulate a lot. As long as there is a chance to have a few more large-scale harvesting activities, it will probably be able to completely revive it. Unfortunately, the Three Tails is still missing, and the Six Tails Jinchuriki has not appeared. Not bad. Akihara Kagura nodded with satisfaction. The Hidden Mist will never surrender. Terumi May spat out a mouthful of blood and tried to stand up firmly. I admire your determination. Akihara Kagura shrugged, squatted beside Maidarumi, waved at her and said, then I hope you. Wait? Ao's body was shaking with fear. His Byakugan could see some of the situations in the Hidden Mist Village, and he had to remind Maidarumi, Samadarumi May, all the ninjas in the village have been arrested, and everyone has lost the ability to resist. Maidarumi's heart trembled. Really? Akihara Kagura asked Ao curiously, as if she were a passerby, is it so terrifying? Is there no one who escaped from the Hidden Mist Village? Ao and Maidarumi's foreheads trembled. What position are you standing on to say such a thing? It's obvious that you are the murderer who arrested everyone. You shouldn't be the one asking this question anyway. We agree to Konoha's conditions. Madarumi gritted her teeth and looked at Akihara Kagura, and said in a deep voice, please don't hurt more innocent people. We agree to surrender to Konoha unconditionally. Can you make the decision? Akihara Kagura asked Madarumi curiously. Yes. Queen immediately answered for her and added, Ms. Madarumi is the current head of the village. We will obey all her orders. Okay, I believe you for now. Akihara Kagura nodded with satisfaction and said softly, then please ask the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village to immediately issue a notice of surrender to Konoha. As for this Madarumi, please surrender to our 5th Hokage on behalf of the Hidden Mist Village. We agree. Queen quickly agreed. He looked at the seriously injured Madarumi and took the initiative to say, but, Lord Kagura, can you let Madarumi go? I can replace her. Madarumi is the future of the Hidden Mist Village. Queen knows very well what the Hidden Mist Village is like. During this period, the Hidden Mist Village was in an extremely awkward stage. Without the suppression of the elders of the master, and without a new Mizukage, the village had always been leaderless, and some powerful Jonin were also imprisoned in Konoha. Madarumi had 2 bloodline limits in her body, and her strength was strong enough. She could make the ninjas in the Hidden Mist Village agree with her orders. Queen had been planning when to make Madarumi the 5th Mizukage, but the timing was not right. If Madarumi surrendered to Konoha on behalf of the Hidden Mist Village, and Konoha directly executed Madarumi and the Hidden Mist prisoners, the Hidden Mist Village would immediately fall into a state of transition. Queen thought she could sacrifice herself. But Madarumi could not sacrifice herself. You said it well, but I don't want to listen. Akihara Kagura rejected Queen's proposal and said slowly, since it is an unconditional surrender, then everything must obey our orders unconditionally. Queen, you are more important than me. Terumi Mae looked at Queen and said in a deep voice, if I can't come back, if Konoha kills me out of anger, immediately organize everyone in the village to select the 5th Mizukage. This. Queen thought that there was really no suitable candidate in the village. Don't worry. Akihara Kagura heard that Terumi Mae wanted to die, and comforted this somewhat extreme woman. Maybe Lady Tsunade will order me to kill all the Kirigakure ninjas for revenge? At that time, you don't have to face the trouble of selecting the 5th Mizukage. Terumi Mae's face became even uglier. Queen looked at Akihara Kagura, and his expression became a little fearful. In Konoha village, Tsunade was still presiding over the meeting. The 4 Hokage thought that Akihara Kagura alone was enough to defeat the Hidden Mist Village, but Tsunade could not have such an idea. She also had to prevent what would happen after Akihara Kagura's defeat. From today on, the village will immediately begin to prepare for war, summon all the ninjas outside to assemble immediately, and train the ninjas in the village into an army. Put an order for weapons to the artisan village to ensure that the weapons and equipment are in place as soon as possible. Send scout ninjas to the direction of the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Mist Village to be on guard, and track the whereabouts of the 2 ninja village troops in time to prevent them from taking advantage of the fire to participate in this war. As someone who participated in 2 shinobi world wars, Tsunade still had memories of the war. She had also led troops before, so she was not panicked. Shikoku. Tsunade looked at the recognized think tank of Konoha village and ordered, you will formulate a response strategy for this war as soon as possible and ensure that the battle ends as soon as possible. Yes. Nara Shikoku nodded and could only agree, fighting on 2 fronts is not that easy. I will formulate a strategy as soon as possible. Fighting on 2 fronts. It would be great if we could only declare war on 1 village. Fighting in 2 directions is really disadvantageous to us. The meeting room immediately became lively. Although they all believed that Konoha would definitely win this war, fighting on 2 fronts is always a problem, which makes Konoha unable to concentrate its strength. I will solve this problem. Nara Shikoku felt that an important person was missing among the participants present, and asked again, Tsunade-sama, where's the village's Hokage assistant Kagura-sama? Kagura is not here. Where is Kagura-sama? Why didn't Kagura-sama participate in this meeting? The other Jonin immediately echoed. Most of them had seen Akihara Kagura's great power on the night of the genocide. The village's highest fighting force must not be absent. Especially Nara Shikoku, the staff strategist responsible for formulating strategies. Konoha actually has a great chance of winning the war against the 2 villages. Nara Shikoku believes that the biggest chance of winning is Akihara Kagura, a powerful force who can change the situation on the battlefield with her own strength. Kagura Tsunade was still hesitating and didn't know how to speak. I'm back. Akihiro Kagura's voice instantly appeared in this conference room. He was holding a woman in his hand. It was Madarumi from the Hidden Mist Village. This is. Hatake Kakashi looked at Madarumi's somewhat embarrassed appearance and finally recognized her. This is the double bloodline ninja of the Hidden Mist Village, Madarumi. Yes. Akihiro Kagura nodded and continued. It is said that she is the current person in charge of the Hidden Mist Village. She is willing to sign an unconditional surrender agreement on behalf of the Hidden Mist Village. Our war with the Hidden Mist Village can be declared over. The meeting was silent. Everyone present didn't know how to speak. Even Tsunade, who knew a little bit of the news, widened her eyes and felt as if her ears were a little hallucinating. The war was declared in the afternoon, right? The war mobilization meeting hasn't ended yet. The war between Konoha and one of the villages is over? Akihiro Kagura also captured the current leader of the Kirigakure village? Are you kidding me? A Jonin looked at Akihiro Kagura with his eyes wide open, not daring to believe the truth of this matter. Lord Kagura, Kirigakure is separated from us by the sea. Maybe the news of the declaration of war has not yet reached Kirigakure. I personally sent the news of the declaration of war. Akihiro Kagura glanced at the Jonin, and then looked at Madarumi beside her. When he came back, he also brought back the news of Kirigakure's surrender. This should be true, right? I remember that the envoy sent by Kirigakure mentioned that it was a person named Madarumi who sent them. Narashikoku hesitated, and felt that his brain was a little confused. He always knew that Akihiro Kagura was powerful, but this kind of thing was a bit strange. After all, the war ended a little too quickly. The two villages didn't even start intelligence reconnaissance, and the war was over. It must be true. Hatake Kakashi believed in Akihiro Kagura very much. Hatake Kakashi had met Madarumi before and knew that Madarumi's status in the Hidden Mist Village was indeed very high. She should be the representative of the Hidden Mist Village. Let's send someone to investigate first. Tsunade frowned. War was not a joke. The Hidden Mist Village agreed to surrender to Konoha unconditionally. Madarumi stared at Tsunade, looking at this female ninja who also held a high position but was highly respected here. Before I came to Konoha, I had ordered the people in the village to announce in the ninja world that the Hidden Mist Village would surrender to Konoha unconditionally. All the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village are waiting for the Hokage to deal with them and wait for the Hokage to decide whether to spare their lives. According to Akihiro Kagura, the 5th Hokage might give an order to kill all the Hidden Mist ninjas. Tsunade frowned. She looked at the blood at the corner of Madarumi's mouth and her face, and immediately judged Madarumi's condition. She was seriously injured. Treat her injuries first, and other things will be discussed after we receive specific information. Then, Lady Tsunade, Narashikoku took the initiative to ask. He glanced at Akihiro Kagura with a slightly strange expression. Do we need to continue discussing the war strategy against the Hidden Mist Village? Continue discussing. Tsunade rubbed her eyebrows, waved her hands and said, take the person away for treatment, and the Anbu will immediately send someone to the water country to verify the news brought by Kagura. I don't need treatment. Madarumi didn't want to be dragged down for treatment. There was no charm in her expression. She just pleaded firmly, I just want to ask the 5th Hokage of Konoha here to spare the lives of innocent people in the Hidden Mist Village. I can die here in the place. Tsunade's brows were getting more and more furrowed, and she didn't quite understand what Madarumi meant. Konoha is only punishing the Hidden Mist Village for colluding with Orochimaru to start a riot. Kagura Hatake Kakashi thought of a possibility, and his forehead couldn't help sweating. You won't kill all the people in the Hidden Mist Village, right? Not yet. Akihiro Kagura shook her head and continued to her own mind. If Lady Tsunade needs me to kill them, I will go back again. The people of the Hidden Mist Village are sustainable resources. Before the 10 tails in her body is resurrected, Akihiro Kagura will not want to cut off the leeks at the root when cutting them. No need to be so extreme. Tsunade was shocked by this sentence and quickly stopped Akihiro Kagura. Madarumi's mood immediately relaxed. As long as this Hokage does not want to kill everyone in the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Mist Village can agree to any conditions proposed by Konoha. Then I will go to the Sand Village right now. Akihiro Kagura glanced at Tsunade and asked, Tsunade-sama, do we need to kill all the people in the Sand Village? If necessary. No need to be so extreme. Tsunade rubbed her brows and suggested, I'll go with you to the Sand Village. I also want to see what happened. This way of war seems a little bit novel. Second update. There will be another update in the evening. Chapter 234 Tsunade. Now I declare that the war is over. Land of Wind, outside the Sand Village. Akihara Kagura came here with Tsunade. They were a little slower. When they arrived at the Sand Village, it was already late. Compared with the Mist Village, the Sand Village is more heavily guarded. Due to long-term erosion by wind and sand, the Sand Village has built a high anti-sand position outside the village, which is responsible for defending against wind and sand and defending against the enemy. Moreover, the Sand Village received the news very quickly. Their spy ninja heard about Konoha's declaration of war on the Sand Village in the afternoon, and immediately used the communication eagle to transmit information to the village. The Sand Village just received the news of Konoha's declaration of war. The entire Sand Village immediately became busy. The retired elder Chihayo stood up and immediately called the senior ninjas to a meeting, gathering all the ninjas in the village to prepare for the war from Konoha. Tsunade, that little girl Granny Chihayo sat in the meeting room. Her old face was very ugly. She dared to start a war against Sand Village and Mist Village on the first day of her appointment as Hokage. Although Granny Chihayo was very dissatisfied with Tsunade, she knew that the current Sand Village was not Konoha's opponent, and even the Sand Village in the past was not Konoha's opponent. The Jinan of Sand Village knew that Sand Village could not defeat Konoha. Every time there was a ninja war, Sand Village would choose to attack the Land of Fire, and then be beaten up by Konoha ninjas, and had to immediately ask for peace. There were too many such things. The lower class of the entire Sand Village had no confidence, and the upper class of Sand Village had no confidence either, but they were also limited by the environment of Sand Village and had to find a way to attack Konoha. Granny Chihayo sighed. She knew the situation of Sand Village very well, and knew that Sand Village could not be Konoha's opponent, so she could only give an order: the village must actively prepare for war, but also send people to contact Mist Village, and we will jointly launch an attack on the Land of Fire. Fortunately, Tsunade, the opponent, was not rational enough and actually declared war on two villages at the same time. The Sand Village was not without a chance in this war. At this time, Chihayo couldn't know the news of the surrender of the Kirigakure village. Even if she knew the news, she might not believe it. What a joke. How could they declare war in the afternoon and surrender in the evening? Of course. Chihayo didn't know that Akihara Kagura and Tsunade had already arrived outside the Sand Village. A ninja stationed outside the village hurried to the meeting room and reported to all the participants in a panic: Master Chihayo, two Konoha ninjas rushed into the village. One of them is a wood-release ninja. What? Chihayo's face suddenly changed. The faces of the other people present also suddenly became ugly. They all remembered the man who had been ravaging Shukaku outside the village. Just when Chihayo was about to say something, she felt the ground tremble, and her face was faintly uneasy. What was going on with this movement? Outside the Sand Village. The tall defensive position outside the Sand Village had already cracked. A tall wooden man smashed the position with just 3 or 2 punches. A group of Sand Village ninjas stationed there had already been tied up by vines and could only watch the wooden man step into the village. Despair was on the face of each Sand Village ninja. Akihara Kagura and Tsunade stood on top of the wooden man, easily crossed the defense line of the Sand Village, and controlled the wooden man to step into the Sand Village. This is it. Tsunade's eyes were still shocked. The 5th generation Hokage finally understood why everyone he met when he returned to the village would emphasize the power of Akihara Kagura to her and ask about the existence of Akihara Kagura. Because this power is indeed too amazing. Is this the wood-release ninja? Chihayo stood outside the meeting room, staring in disbelief, looking at the tall wooden man entering the village with a look of fear and uneasiness. Yes, a Sand Village ninja's throat was a little dry, and he answered in a hoarse voice, "The person standing on the head of the wooden man is the wood-style ninja named Akihara Kagura, and the other person that's Tsunade." Chihayo's eyes narrowed instantly, and he said in a deep voice, "No wonder this little girl dared to attack the Sand Village." It turned out that she relied on the powerful strength of one person to immediately let the garrison troops in the village attack, and absolutely did not allow them to move forward. The Sand Village was equipped with powerful bed crossbows. This bed crossbow looked a little backward, but it was the only large weapon that could be used, but it could not exert any power at this time. The villagers of the Sand Village fled everywhere in panic, fearing that they would be trampled and injured by the wooden man. In order to protect their village, the Sand Village ninjas bravely rushed up to fight with the wooden man, and did not hesitate to protect their homes with their own lives. But it was useless. Any attack was futile for the wooden man. A wooden dragon emerged from the wooden man's body and swam quickly in the sand village. All the areas it passed through grew huge trees. The villagers of Sand Village have always longed for forests and trees to grow around the village so that they can store water, but they have never hated trees as much as they do now. These huge trees stretched out branches and vines, tied the fleeing Sand Village ninjas to the trees, and absorbed their chakra. The top of the tall wooden man. The caster was watching all this leisurely. It seems that I have seen someone who can make the decision. Akihiro Kagura's eyes noticed Chiyo on a building, controlling the wooden man to walk over step by step, and the entire Sand Village was shaking. This guy Chiyo looked at the wooden man walking over, her heart was shaking constantly, but she still stubbornly wanted to muster up the courage to fight, and suddenly took out her puppet scroll. Do you still want to fight? Akihiro Kagura looked at Chiyo with interest and took the initiative to remind her, as long as Lady Tsunade gives the order, all the people in the Sand Village will be buried here. If you are the only one left alive, you may not have enough time in the rest of your life to bury them. Tsunade's eyes jumped. Hearing what Akihiro Kagura said, Tsunade always felt like a big villain, but she really couldn't find any fault with her. Tsunade. Chiyo immediately ignored Akihiro Kagura, and looked at Tsunade calmly, not wanting to lose her backbone. What does Konoha want to do? We have agreed to negotiate with Konoha. No negotiation. Akihiro Kagura secretly absorbed chakra and answered on behalf of his superior. What the Sand Village has to do is to surrender unconditionally and wait for Konoha's decision. Don't go too far. Chiyo stubbornly bit her few remaining teeth. Mr. Chiyo. Akihiro Kagura frowned and looked at Chiyo with some doubt. Are you too old and don't have much time left to live? You want to take the entire Sand Village with you? Tsunade's eyes went dark. Akihiro Kagura's attitude towards the outside world was a bit too tough. However, Chiyo had to accept this toughness. The old woman looked at the Sand Village with reluctance. All the ninjas were tied to trees and had no ability to resist. We agree. Chiyo could only close her eyes. Everyone in the Sand Village is under the control of the enemy. What qualifications does she have to negotiate with the other party? She is already very old and it is just a humiliation. I can commit suicide to make amends to Konoha. Chiyo took a deep breath and looked at all the Sand Village ninjas around her. I just hope you can let these young children go. This is not up to you. Akihiro Kagura interrupted Chiyo and said, Sir Chiyo, now let the Sand Village immediately announce in the ninja world to surrender to Konoha. As for you, immediately come back to Konoha with us to sign an unconditional surrender agreement, and everything will be discussed later. Konoha will not kill too many people. Tsunade wanted to appease Chiyo, the old rival. Little girl, this time. Chiyo stared at Tsunade above the wooden man's head, feeling a little aggrieved. Do I need to remind you? Akihiro Kagura immediately interrupted Chiyo's disrespectful address and reminded in a cold voice, the person standing in front of you is Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Show some respect to me, otherwise I will kill everyone in the Sand Village immediately. Tsunade sighed faintly. The expression of the new Hokage became slightly strange. At this time, she seemed to understand why her teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen always valued Shimura Danzo and the root. The existence of this department is too friendly to the Hokage. There is no need for her, the Hokage, to argue and reason with others, because the people of the root will take the initiative to maintain the dignity of a Hokage and take the initiative to help the Hokage solve some inconvenient things. Except that it is a bit extreme sometimes. However, compared with what this department has done, this little bit of extreme is nothing. No wonder Sarutobi teacher and Shimura Danzo have been arguing, but still insisted on letting Shimura Danzo serve as the assistant of the Hokage. The root is really a sharp blade in foreign politics. Okay. Tsunade patted Akihiro Kagura's shoulder, and her eyes became gentle when she looked at Chiyo. The winner was already standing on a high ground, and there was no need to force her with words. Mr. Chiyo. Tsunade looked at Chiyo's somewhat uneasy expression, and took the initiative to say, Indeed, you need to go back with us, because the ninjas of Konoha are still waiting for us to bring back representatives of Sand Village to discuss what will happen after Sand Village surrenders. This is pure nonsense. In the meeting room of Konoha Village, they were clearly still discussing the war. However, Tsunade is a person who knows a little about politics. She is not an innocent little girl. She doesn't care about lying, and she doesn't care about her face in front of her subordinates. Akihiro Kagura looked at Tsunade with a slightly weird look. This 5th generation Hokage is also a master. By the way, the ninjas of Kirigakure have surrendered. Tsunade looked at Chihiro's face full of shock, and said casually to scare her old rival again, "The representative of Kirigakure who surrendered happens to be in Konoha as well. That Kirigakure representative is also a woman. We can discuss the post-war affairs." "Is that so?" Chihiro felt like she was a few years older. If Konoha and Kirigakure were still at war, Chihiro was still thinking whether she should remind Sand Village that they could become Konoha's ally and jointly attack Kirigakure during the discussion. But now it seems that Konoha has already prepared everything. In Konoha Village, Konoha actually hadn't prepared anything. Even the people in the conference room were still waiting for Tsunade to go back, waiting for the new Hokage to discuss with him how the war should be fought. The ninja summons had not been issued, the weapons and equipment were not even ready, and there was no sign of organizing the ninja army. The village's think tank, Shikoku Nara, had not even had time to make a plan, but the plan seemed to have been disrupted. The Konoha think tank was a little confused. Perhaps the only thing they could do was to tell everyone in the village that Konoha was going to war. While the group of people in the conference room were still waiting, 3 figures appeared in the conference room. Akihiro Kagura used Flying Thunder God to bring Tsunade and Chihiro back. This is Nara Shikoku saw Grandma Chihiro brought back by Akihiro Kagura and Tsunade, and looked at the old woman in shock. "Is it really Lord Chihiro of the Sand Village?" "Yes." Tsunade returned to the village and took a special look at the time in the meeting room. "At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I announced the war against the Sand Village and the Mist Village at the succession ceremony. It is 3 o'clock in the morning. I declare that Konoha's war against the Sand Village and the Mist Village is over. The Sand Village and the Mist Village have all surrendered to Konoha, and the representatives who came to sign the surrender have already arrived in Konoha. In short, everyone, the war is over." Everyone present was caught off guard. Puff, a senior ninja who was drinking tea, sprayed it out, feeling that this world was a little absurd. "In less than 12 hours, the war is over? Did Lady Tsunade really declare war? Isn't this really a joke?" Because Tsunade declared war on Sand Village and Mist Village at the succession ceremony in the afternoon, many people in the village were dissatisfied with the new 5th Hokage. As a result, in less than 12 hours, Sand Village and Mist Village announced unconditional surrender. It seems nothing happened. Hatake Kakashi looked at the ceiling of the conference room with a little doubt about life. The 3rd update. Today's daily 10,000 is over. I am really a fan of Tsunade. Chapter 235. This condition is too mild. Can't the Hokage take on the positions of both the Wind Cage and the Mizukage? It wasn't just Hatake Kakashi. The other Jonins also began to doubt their lives after hearing the news. The war started too suddenly, catching everyone off guard, and ended too abruptly, leaving everyone with no sense of participation. Although the war in our memory was cruel, what happened today? There's no joy of victory at all. Hey, that's too much? That's not what I meant. I just feel like I didn't do anything. Because we really didn't do anything. The other Jonins were also a little overwhelmed. They were a little doubtful about what they were doing and why everyone had to attend this kind of combat meeting. Did this combat meeting really serve any purpose? No. It was still useful. At least everyone could sit together and complain. Before attending the meeting, I discussed the cruelty of war with my subordinates. I hope that my lovely subordinates will work hard to train and strive to survive the war before the war becomes intense. We have to tell them tomorrow that the war that just scared them is over. I feel that I will lose the trust of my subordinates. They will probably ask if there is a war really. Lady Tsunade declared war on the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village on her first day in office, but quickly put down the war within 12 hours. The news will spread throughout the ninja world. Will the enemy country think that this is fake news? During the succession ceremony, I also told Shikamaru very seriously that war is a terrible thing, and many comrades may die around them. Nara Shikoku shrugged, chuckled and said, "I'm going to tell him when I get home that the war has ended within 12 hours. Forget it, but this is also good. At least we don't need to sacrifice too many comrades on the battlefield." Lady Tsunade. Hatake Kakashi sat on the chair and suddenly turned his head to look at Tsunade. The war ended within 12 hours. Was it Kagura's credit? Yes. Tsunade immediately reacted, nodded quickly, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone should not take it lightly. This is because Kagura single-handedly captured the Sand Village and the Mist Village, bringing this victory to Konoha, so that we don't have to sacrifice too many companions." Because this war seemed too short and childish, Tsunade forgot how cruel this war would be if it really broke out. It was Akihara Kagura's credit that it could end so quickly. But she seemed unable to promote Akihara Kagura. Just the credit of capturing 2 ninja villages and ending the war quickly. It was reasonable for Akihara Kagura to serve as Hokage, but Tsunade only succeeded to the position of Hokage on the first day, but resigned on the second day. Isn't it a bit wrong? Let's adjourn first. Tsunade waved her hand to signal the end of this combat meeting, and continued, everyone go back and rest early, and inform everyone in the village tomorrow that the war is over. The next day, the villagers of Konoha were still immersed in their worries about the war. As a result, they received the news that the war was over, and the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sands Village had announced their unconditional surrender to Konoha last night. The atmosphere in the whole Konoha became strange. Did you not sleep well? Did I not fall asleep last night, but fainted directly, and slept until the end of the war? All the villagers doubted their ears. However, no matter what, the end of the war was a good thing for them. The only question was whether they should celebrate after the victory of the war, because this war did not bring any suffering. Even everyone did not have time to worry about what problems the war would cause. Before going to bed last night, they were still worried about the end of the war. The joy that was within reach made people wonder whether they should cherish it. Of course. They were lucky. At least they received the news in the right order. In the Hidden Cloud Village, the 4th Raikage looked at the 2 intelligence on the table. These 2 intelligences were the latest intelligence collected by the people of the Hidden Cloud Village. One was the intelligence that the Hidden Sands Village surrendered to Konoha unconditionally, and the other was the intelligence that the Hidden Mist Village surrendered to Konoha. These 2 intelligences were simply confusing. When did the war start? The 4th Raikage looked unhappy, thinking to himself, is it because of the death of the old 3rd Hokage? Last time, the Hidden Cloud Village sent news of the riots in the joint Chunin exam of Konoha Village and the death of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hirozen. The 4th Raikage had been waiting for the news of the outbreak of the war, but instead received news of the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sands Village constantly seeking peace. For this reason, the 4th Raikage even sent people to kill the envoys of the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village, wanting to provoke a fight between the 3 ninja villages, which would also help weaken the enemy country. On the other hand, the 4th Raikage was also waiting for an opportunity. In order to revitalize the Hidden Cloud Village, the 4th Raikage has been constantly seeking the secrets and blood limit of various villages in the ninja world, waiting for the opportunity for the Hidden Cloud Village to rise. To put it bluntly, the 4th Raikage believed that the Hidden Cloud Village under his rule was already the strongest among all countries, but it had never had a suitable opportunity to rise to become the overlord of the ninja world. Now, it seems that there is an opportunity? It seems that there is no opportunity. Lord Raikage. A dark-skinned female secretary walked in and hurriedly put down a document. The news from the Land of Fire is that Konoha's new 5th Hokage Tsunade has issued a war notice against the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sands Village. A new ninja world war Mabu. The war is over. The 4th Raikage looked at the document with an unhappy face and tore it up angrily. I haven't received any news of the war, but I have already received information that the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sands Village have declared unconditional surrender to Konoha. Hurry up and ask the people in the intelligence department what they are doing, and let them quickly find out the details. Why did the Hidden Sands Village and the Hidden Mist Village surrender unconditionally to Konoha? Yes, the Hidden Cloud Ninja could only rush to the intelligence department. Compared with the ridiculous intelligence department of the Hidden Cloud Village, the 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki attached great importance to intelligence, and the order of the intelligence he received was quite correct. Did that little girl Tsunade take over the position of the 5th Hokage? After lamenting the departure of his old friend and the rise of the newcomer, the 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki saw the news that Tsunade had declared war on 2 ninja villages. Is a new ninja world war about to begin? The 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki remembered the rare peace in recent years. While planning to train the army, he also planned to hire people from the Akatsuki organization to provoke a war between Konoha and the Sand Village and the Mist Village, trying to make the 3 ninja villages bleed more and win time for the Iwagakure village to train the ninja army. Result: the Iwagakure village paid the Akatsuki organization's employment deposit. The surrender notices of the Mist Village and the Sand Village also appeared on the desk of the 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki, making the 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki furious. He spent a lot of money here in vain, and the war over there was already over? Cancel the commission. The 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki had no choice but to cancel the commission. As for the deposit, it could only be given to the Akatsuki organization. All along, The relationship between Iwagakure and Akatsuki has been maintained quite well. Relying on Akatsuki's powerful fighting power, Iwagakure does not need to maintain a strong army, and can also ensure the status of Iwagakure in the surrounding small countries. Rain Country. Akatsuki's base. Akatsuki receives the latest news. Because Akatsuki has the fastest intelligence officer in the ninja world, Zetsu, who can use the white Zetsu clone to collect explosive news from all over the ninja world at the fastest speed. Because the matter involves Akihara Kagura, many news cannot be known by ordinary members of Akatsuki, and only core members such as Nagato are discussing this matter. Konoha's new Hokage Tsunade started the war when white Zetsu mentioned this information. He felt a little dazed in his heart. Konoha's wood-released ninja Akihara Kagura defeated Sands Village and Mist Village by himself. Just like the original ninja god Senju Hashirama, Black Zetsu remembered the history he had experienced, and glanced at Nagato Samsara Eye strangely, still thinking about the lingering thought in his heart. Let Akihara Kagura revive Uchiha Madara, and then let Uchiha Madara control Nagato to use the Samsara Eye's Samsara natural technique to completely revive Uchiha Madara. Once Uchiha Madara is resurrected, the progress of the plan can be accelerated. The only problem is that Akihara Kagura pointed out that he cannot let the resurrected Uchiha Madara return to his prime. Of course. If possible, Black Zetsu still intends to continue according to the original plan. Although the time may be later, it is also possible to revive an old and incapable Uchiha Madara at that time, which is more beneficial to its plan. Or in fact, it is also possible not to revive Uchiha Madara, because Akihara Kagura can also use wood release. As long as the Samsara Eye is transplanted, it can also assist in the Moon Eye project. Black Zetsu's heart is a little excited. Because of the appearance of Akihara Kagura, the Moon Eye project has too many backup plans. Humph, even if I get the power of Hashirama Senju, what can I do? Uchiha Obito remembered that Akihara Kagura had vowed to become the Hokage, and sneered, didn't that kid not become the 5th Hokage of Konoha? Uchiha Obito really wanted to see what the expression of that kid named Akihara Kagura was now. However, Kagura also holds some power. Black Zetsu glanced at Uchiha Obito before continuing. It was thanks to his help last time that Kisame and Uchiha Itachi were able to escape from Konoha. Nagato controlled Pain and nodded, and agreed with Black Zetsu's opinion. It is indeed a good thing for us to have such an insider, let alone. Akihara Kagura helped get rid of Shimura Danzo. This was enough to make Nagato and Konan feel good about him. Okay. Pain looked at Black Zetsu and asked softly, now that Kagura is a member of the Akatsuki organization, the power we can mobilize is definitely enough to capture all the tailed beasts. When will the plan start? In order to avoid the vigilance of these big countries, we must at least wait for the rebirth of the three-tailed beast. Black Zetsu reminded in a hoarse voice, and continued, but don't worry, after the strange war is over, the Sand Village and the Mist Village should be completely dependent on Konoha. Kagura is the assistant of Konoha's Hokage, and perhaps she can also help us when we capture the tailed beasts of those two villages. In Konoha Village, the problems of the Sand Village and the Mist Village are quite troublesome. This kind of thing must not be discussed in the village, and can only be decided by the Konoha high level. Once it involves major events, Konoha's successive Hokage must be invited. In the Hokage building, a group of Hokage quarreled. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had no interest in how to deal with the two villages, and he put forward his own opinions indifferently. There is no need to deal with them, right? Anyway, they are just small troubles that can be solved at any time. The second Hokage, Senju Tobiramas, forejumped. This elder brother thought that his strength was strong enough, and he relied on his strength to suppress the ninja world so that there was no war. After he died and resurrected, didn't he feel the lesson? In fact, Akihara Kagura said one thing correctly. It was because her elder brother acted too casually and did not choose to rule the entire ninja world that the war broke out. If we don't handle it properly, there will be problems in the future. Senju Tobirama looked at Akihara Kagura, as if Akihara Kagura was the one in charge. The suggestion he put forward was very bloody. Kill the top leaders of the two villages, force the two villages to disband their arms, and annex the lands of the Water Kingdom and the Wind Kingdom. Their lands are not as rich as the Fire Kingdom. The third Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen carefully put forward his opinion. From a diplomatic point of view, if the two villages of Sand Village and Mist Village still exist and choose to be affiliated with Konoha, they can still suppress the two enemy countries of Iwagakure and Kumagakure. I agree. The fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato nodded immediately and mentioned his past thoughts. AI of the Kumagakure village and Killer Bee are a very powerful pair of opponents. Indeed, the fifth Hokage Tsunade remembered that she had met the fourth Raikage AI of the Kumagakure village, but remembered Akihara Kagura's performance. That arrogant guy AI is okay. I'm only responsible for carrying out a mission. Akihara Kagura sat in her seat and drank tea, as if she had no opinion on how to deal with the two ninja villages. In fact, she hoped that the two villages would rebel against Konoha after they recovered, so that she would have an excuse to go and deal with them. In this case, she would be more strict with them. By the way, she could also take this opportunity to learn some new knowledge. Akihara Kagura quietly raised her finger and controlled the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze to let Minato Namikaze speak on her behalf and put forward her own ideas. Let the two villages hand over all the ninjutsu and forbidden jutsu scrolls, and I will let the fourth Hokage meet Naruto. Minato Namikaze felt that this deal was quite suitable, and took the initiative to propose. Since they surrender unconditionally, let the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Sand Village hand over all the ninjutsu and forbidden jutsu first. Everyone present nodded with satisfaction. This matter is definitely the most beneficial to Konoha. There is no need to mention compensation. If these ninjutsu scrolls appear in Konoha, they can also cultivate ninjas in the village. After a consensus emerged in the entire meeting, more consensus soon emerged, and finally a complete agreement appeared on the table. First, the Sand Village and the Mist Village handed over all the ninjutsu and forbidden scrolls in the village, including the top secret puppetry in the Sand Village. Second, the Wind Shadow of the Sand Village and the Water Shadow of the Mist Village must be designated and allowed by Konoha before they can succeed the position of the Shadow of the Village, and must always obey Konoha's orders. Third, once the Sand Village and the Mist Village have a mission that conflicts with Konoha, they must automatically give up the mission, and everything is based on the interests of Konoha. Fourth, the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Water are fully open to Konoha, and Konoha ninjas can freely perform missions in the two countries. Fifth, the Sand Village and the Mist Village are not allowed to conclude other alliances, and all the tasks of other small countries controlled by them, such as the Kingdom of Birds and the Kingdom of the Sea, are transferred to Konoha. Sixth, the Sand Village and the Mist Village must pay a certain amount of war reparations to Konoha. These conditions. Tsunade read through all the armistice agreements that were drawn up, and immediately felt that if someone dared to put such conditions in front of her, she would fight to the death with the other party. They may not have any objections to the other conditions, but they feel that the second condition proposed by Konoha almost made the two villages completely give up their autonomy, and even the Kage of a village could not make the decision. Isn't the second condition too mild? Akihara Kagura glanced at the armistice agreement, nodded slowly and said, "Can the second clause be changed? Isn't Lady Tsunade the fifth Hokage? It just so happens that both the Mist Village and the Sand Village have been passed down to the fifth generation. Can it be changed so that Lady Tsunade serves as the fifth Mizukage and the fifth Kazukage?" First update. A little slow today. I'm trying to catch up. Chapter 236, All Hokage are like this. No wonder Danzo always quarrels with a Hokage. Tsunade started to cough violently. The ideas proposed by Akihara Kagura were really outrageous. All the Hokage present firmly opposed this proposal, because the Hokage was the dream that Konoha ninjas yearn for the most, and the positions of Mizukage and Kazukage had no appeal to Konoha. Once Tsunade succeeded the positions of Mizukage and Kazukage, Konoha ninjas would gradually realize that the Hokage would not be a dream, but a position that combined the positions of Kazukage and Mizukage. This would be a fatal blow to the future development of Konoha. If the Hokage becomes a political position instead of the goal that the ninjas in the village strive for, the ninjas in the village will lose their trust in the Hokage. The existence of the Hokage is the origin of Konoha. Konoha must not allow other labels to appear on the position of the Hokage. And the ninjas of Sand Village and Mist Village would not agree. To be honest. In comparison, it would be better to kill the people of the two ninja villages. Wait, Tsunade narrowed her eyes, as if she remembered something. Although we don't have this idea, Kagura's idea can make them more acceptable when signing the agreement. Tsunade has a bit of political sense. Akihara Kagura's outrageous idea was too extreme, but it made other ideas acceptable. At least everyone was willing to accept another more moderate condition. Chihayo and Terumi were quite angry and dissatisfied when they signed the agreement, but they had no choice but to accept it. The hatred and anger in their eyes were almost uncontrollable. However, Tsunade's words made them feel relieved. Tsunade saw their anger and dissatisfaction, and persuaded and comforted them. In fact, when our top leaders discussed how to deal with the Sand Village and the Mist Village, Kagura suggested that I take on the positions of the 5th Kazekage of the Sand Village and the 5th Mizukage of the Mist Village. Chiyo and Terumi felt nervous. Tsunade looked at their nervous expressions and continued with a forced solemn look. But I think that Kazekage is the dream of the Sand Village ninja, and Mizukage is also the dream of the Mist Village ninja. In order to respect the future of the ninjas of the two villages, I did not agree to Kagura, but modified his proposal to this one, and Konoha will designate the positions of Kazekage and Mizukage. Thank you very much. Chiyo and Terumi breathed a sigh of relief. Interesting. Kagura hugged her arms and tapped her right arm lightly with her left fingers. This new boss actually learned to let him take the blame. Tsunade really thought that she and the Root were helping to take the blame. Kagura's eyes were slightly cold, staring at Chiyo and Terumi. I will not change this idea. Even if Lady Tsunade does not agree with this point of view for the time being, the future Hokage must also serve as the positions of Kazekage and Mizukage. Chiyo and Terumi's faces changed at the same time. Because Kagura is a Hokage assistant with strength, power, and is definitely a young and powerful faction in Konoha, what he said cannot be regarded as a joke by them. Kagura. Tsunade hurriedly stopped Kagura and said in a deep voice, "We have discussed this matter. It should not be up to you to make the decision. I am the Hokage. This guy is too tough. If this goes on, once the Sand Village and the Mist Village have power, they will still be hostile to Konoha, and the hatred will continue to spread. You will regret it, Tsunade-sama." Kagura turned and left the meeting room, and seemed to close the door of the meeting room angrily. The huge movement of closing the door made everyone present a little uneasy. I will persuade him to give up this idea, Tsunade sighed, and continue to appease the future allies. I hope that after you go back, you will submit the candidates for the 5th generation Kazekage and the 5th generation Mizukage as soon as possible. Yes, Chiyo and Terumi are still a little uneasy. On the other side, Kagura came to the Konoha prison. This prison holds the captives from the Sand Village and the Mist Village who caused a riot in Konoha. Both Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village are among them. The brothers Hazuki and Manzuki were taken directly back to the Root base by Kagura, and the Konoha ninjas in charge of guarding them did not dare to stop them. Inside the Root base, Kagura looked at the seriously ill Manzuki with interest. "What do you want to do, you bastard?" Hazuki hurriedly wanted to protect his brother, fearing that Kagura would harm him. He knew that his brother had no power to resist now. Of course. He hadn't done it in the past. "Sujetsu, get out of the way." Manzuki asked his brother to step back. "Mr. Kagura, do you want me to do something?" Manzuki was not uneasy in his heart, because he knew his situation. The disease had been tormenting his body, and his life had already entered the countdown. "Take this kid out first." Kagura at first asked people to take Hazuki Sujetsu away, leaving Hazuki Mainjutsu alone. "You're dying." Kagura looked at Hazuki Mainjutsu and asked calmly, "I can give you a chance, but I can let your brother survive. What do you need me to do?" Hazuki Mainjutsu showed a mouthful of shark teeth, but there was more spirit. "Anyway, he has a terminal illness and is about to die. If it can be exchanged for Sujetsu to survive, this business is not a loss. I heard that you are very talented in psychic techniques." Kagura raised her finger and whispered, "If you die, I can use a technique to imprison your soul in your body. In the future, I will make you into a human puppet, and of course your soul will also be in the puppet." Hazuki Mainjutsu is an excellent candidate for the second animal puppet. Because animal puppets must be good at psychic techniques, the more proficient the ninja is in psychic techniques, the stronger they will be after being made into animal puppets. Mainjutsu Hazuki's body began to tremble. Most people in the ninja world believe that the soul can ascend to heaven, even the ninjas are no exception. They believe that those who have died will live in the Pure Land, and it is cruel to prevent the soul from going to the Pure Land. Do you want to agree? Kagura looked at Mainjutsu Hazuki, as if waiting for his answer. Is it possible for me to refuse? Mainjutsu Hazuki may have figured it out, with a mouthful of shark teeth at the corners of his mouth, as if he had been relieved. At least the idiot Sujetsu can still live. That's great. Kagura nodded, signaled the Root ninja to take Mainjutsu Hazuki away, and brought Sujetsu Hazuki to his office. Where's my brother? Sujetsu Hazuki looked for his brother. He's dying. Kagura stared at the little guy. I know that. Just die. Hazuki grumbled in dissatisfaction, and asked repeatedly, at least I have to be by his side before he dies, right? This Hazuki, who has a bit of potential for being funny, has this side. I have a technique. Akihiro Kagura looked at Hazuki and continued softly, even if he dies, I can still pull him back to the world in the future, and you still have a chance to see him, as long as you are willing to help me perform a mission. What mission? Hazuki frowned, not thinking that Akihiro Kagura would do anything for him to do. Is there anything you can do? Don't get me wrong, I'm just curious about what the mission is. I'm not very interested in him coming back alive. Go undercover at Orochimaru. Akihiro Kagura's fingers tapped the table lightly. Hazuki was so scared that he was sweating profusely. What a joke. Do you want him to die there? I'll arrange a companion for you. Akihiro Kagura looked at Hazuki and continued softly, and there will be someone there to protect you and won't let you die there. That's fine. Hazuki nodded carelessly and continued, can I go see my brother now? I'm not interested in him coming back after he dies, but I'm just worried about when he will die now. He's already dead. Akihiro Kagura frowned and said softly, after you go back, defect from the Kurigakure to join Orochimaru to avoid Orochimaru's suspicion. I understand. Hazuki grinned unhappily, revealing the same shark teeth as his brother, just use that guy as a hostage to threaten me, right? A group of root ninjas sent Hazuki back to the cell. Time passed quickly. The armistice agreement has been signed. The Sand Village and the Kurigakure sent their compensation and ritual scrolls. Chihao took away the Sand Ninja prisoners, and Terumi Mei took away the Kurigakure prisoners. Before everyone left, there was a small incident. The current leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist Village, Maingetsu Hazuki, was ill. Terumi hoped that Tsunade could help treat him, but she couldn't find Maingetsu Hazuki. Hokage, Maingetsu Hazuki of the 7 ninja swordsmen of our village. Terumi asked Tsunade about Maingetsu Hazuki's disappearance. This Tsunade didn't really know much about this. He's dead. Akihiro Kagura responded nonchalantly. Where's his body? Terumi looked at Akihiro Kagura and reminded her emphatically, Maingetsu has a ninja sword on him, which is a treasure of the Hidden Mist Village. Dead is dead. Terumi muttered nonchalantly beside Terumi, since he's dead, why are you asking so many questions? Anyway, he has done a lot for the Hidden Mist Village. It's normal for you high-level people to kill him here. The faces of the people present changed one after another. Hokage, let's go back first. Terumi didn't want to quarrel with this brat here. In the future, she could continue to come to Konoha to ask for the lost ninja sword to be retrieved. It would be too embarrassing for her to let Konoha watch the joke of the Hidden Mist Village here. Tsunade watched a group of Hidden Mist ninjas leave Konoha, rubbed her forehead, and asked Akihiro Kagura, is Maingetsu really dead? What's wrong? Akihiro Kagura looked at Tsunade, as if she didn't hear it, and curiously repeated the question, don't you believe me, Tsunade-sama? That's not the case. Tsunade frowned and looked at Akihiro Kagura's expression. The Hokage assistant seemed to have some curiosity on his face, as if he thought this matter was very strange. What's so strange about this? This is just a trivial matter, right? No. Impure world reincarnation technique. Tsunade suddenly remembered that Akihiro Kagura was good at impure world reincarnation technique. Maybe Maingetsu was already dead, and Akihiro Kagura used the impure world reincarnation technique to revive people and use them? This made Tsunade hesitate. Jiraiya had reminded himself many times not to let Akihiro Kagura get lost in the evil forbidden techniques such as the impure world reincarnation technique, but after resurrecting the successive Hokage, it seems that this little guy has already fallen into it. It seems a bit unfair to Jiraiya to say so. Now that the war and diplomacy of Konoha village have been resolved, he needs to find time to have a good chat with Akihiro Kagura about the impure world reincarnation technique. I'll be busy first. Akihiro Kagura turned around and planned to go back to the route to rest, and by the way, learn the ninjutsu scrolls sent by the Sand Village and the Mist Village. Wait a minute, Tsunade called out to Akihiro Kagura, and said seriously, Kagura, I have something I want to talk to you about. Did you violate the rules by using the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation? Lady Tsunade. Akihiro Kagura looked at Tsunade in surprise, as if she didn't quite understand what she was thinking. When this technique was created, wasn't it a technique that violated the rules? But, Akihiro Kagura looked at Tsunade and continued, in order to protect Konoha, it's not impossible to use any means, right? Just like we resurrected the successive Hokage. That's because we're worried that Orochimaru will use the successive Hokage. Tsunade immediately argued, sighed, and said, for the Konoha ninjas, they are willing to sacrifice their lives to protect Konoha, but protect Konoha at all costs. There is certainly nothing wrong with this sentence. But it would be bad to keep using this sentence to violate the rules, right? Tsunade thought of the little red-haired girl under Akihara Kagura's command, who also liked to shout slogans for Konoha. She was a little worried that the little girl would be led astray by Akihara Kagura. By the way, Tsunade remembered a decision she had made in her heart when she met Karin before she took over, and said, I have met Karin at the root, and I plan to transfer that girl to my side. Akihara Kagura's eyes narrowed. Akihara Kagura felt that this scene was a little familiar. He vaguely understood how Danzo felt when the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen transferred him to the Anbu. Hokage are all this kind of people. It's no wonder that Danzo always quarrels with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Do you have any other ideas? Tsunade looked at Akihara Kagura in surprise, and asked, other people have mentioned to me that Karin has been serving as your assistant in the root, but her talent is very strong, and staying in the root is really a waste of her talent. History seems to always repeat itself. Akihara Kagura sighed quietly, and her eyes became slightly colder. Perhaps what consultant Murokato said is right. Because of the war, Konoha can ease internal conflicts. When the war is over, internal conflicts surfaced. Tsunade was shocked. The newly appointed Hokage seemed to see the shadow of Shimura Danzo in Akihara Kagura's eyes. Second update. I'm going to eat first. This war transition is over. Start to deal with your good boss and take revenge on Uchiha Obito. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237. I don't know how to govern Konoha, but you do. Hokage and Hokage assistant have never been complementary. The two are not the same person, and there will inevitably be some conflicts between them. Even the brothers Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama are no exception. Tsunade had anticipated that there might be conflicts between herself and Akihara Kagura, and even thought about how to resolve the conflict between the two sides and persuade Akihara Kagura to listen to her opinions. Jiraiya mentioned that Akihara Kagura is a person who listens to advice. Tsunade realized this. Most of the time, as long as she persuaded a few words, Akihara Kagura would obey her proposal. Even if she disagreed with her ideas, she would just slam the door and leave, but it would not cause too much trouble, and she would even obey her orders. But this time was obviously an exception. Akihara Kagura had never shown this expression before, and even looked like she was going to declare war on her, the Hokage, which obviously made Tsunade a little uncomfortable. Tsunade observed the cold look on Akihara Kagura's face and explained in a deep voice, I just think that the little girl named Karin is more suitable to be my subordinate. I want to transfer her to my command. The route is too dark for her. It is more appropriate for her to be my disciple. Staying with you will make her extreme. This is a normal personnel transfer. Tsunade frowned, thinking that Akihara Kagura was making a fuss. Just obey the orders of the Hokage. But Akihara Kagura's eyes were a little cold, as if she didn't understand. Lord Tsunade, isn't the darkness of the route to serve the Hokage? Teacher Jiraiya chose you, and the two Hokage advisors chose you. For the peace of Konoha, I respect everyone's opinions and support the work of Lord Hokage. In the end, you want to transfer my assistant away. What did I do to make you disrespect me so much? Lord Tsunade. Akihara Kagura stared at Tsunade and continued in a cold voice, on the first day you took office, you brought war to Konoha. It was me who helped Konoha resolve this war that might have brought huge sacrifices to the village, allowing you to sit firmly in the position of Hokage, and also gain great prestige. Now, you want to transfer my assistant away from me. Next, are you going to transfer all the people in the route to the Anbu? If you continue, you should deprive me of my position as assistant Hokage and remove me from all my duties. Akihara Kagura showed a strange smile at the corner of her mouth, which made people look a little scared, because Lady Tsunade has firmly sat in the position of Hokage, resolved the war, and resolved Konoha's crisis. You have to start cleaning up the disobedient assistant Hokage. Is that right? Akihara Kagura, don't speculate like this. It's just a normal personnel transfer. Your subordinates are also ninjas in the village. Tsunade was frightened by what Akihara Kagura said. Even if Tsunade's character is arrogant, she will not be so stupid as to ignore the powerful fighting power of Akihara Kagura, nor will she ignore Akihara Kagura's influence in Konoha. Tsunade didn't think about it. She just wanted to transfer a little girl from the root to prevent the little girl's life from being too dark. But this incident seems to have triggered a crisis of trust between her and the Hokage's assistant. How did her teacher Sarutobi Hirozen and Shimura Danzo solve the quarrel? Should I say that I am the Hokage? It must be inappropriate at this time, right? A drop of sweat of worry appeared on Tsunade's forehead. She was still trying hard to think about how she should solve this matter. Should she let go of her dignity as a Hokage? You will regret it, Lady Tsunade. Akihara Kagura seemed to be able to guess Tsunade's thoughts, and continued coldly, I don't want to lose my subordinates. The fight between us has begun. After that, Akihara Kagura immediately turned around and left, planning to go back to the root base to stir up trouble and see if the Hokage superiors could issue a mission. He wanted to take this opportunity to try whether there would be a mission in this disturbance. I have no intention of dismissing you, Akihara Kagura. I hope we can cooperate happily and protect Konoha together. Tsunade stared at Akihara Kagura and explained, I just think that it will be more beneficial for the little girl named Korin to stay with me for her future, and I am the Hokage. Akihara Kagura stopped but did not say that sentence. She turned back and asked, if Korin stays with me, Tsunade-sama can't teach her, right? Of course Tsunade felt that something was wrong. If she accepted Korin as her disciple, Korin would be her student, shouldn't she stay with her as the Hokage? But something seemed to be wrong. However, when Tsunade realized that Akihara Kagura meant that she, as the Hokage, would not teach Korin because she was his subordinate, Akihara Kagura had already left. Root base. Akihara Kagura immediately called Korin and asked her opinion. Lady Tsunade wants you to leave the root, probably to take you as a disciple. Lady Kagura, do you need me to monitor her? Korin's first thought was a bit rebellious. It's not the time yet. Akihara Kagura shook her head and said softly, go and gather everyone. The fifth Hokage has extended a hand that should not be extended in Konoha village. A rumor suddenly appeared in the village. It was said that the new fifth Hokage Tsunade wanted to remove all the duties of the Hokage who assisted Akihara Kagura. Why is that? It seems that Lady Kagura did nothing wrong. But Lady Tsunade is the Hokage, she must have her reasons for doing this, right? But Lady Tsunade started a dangerous war on the first day of her appointment, and it was all because of Lady Kagura who single-handedly resolved the war. I heard that it was because Lady Kagura's contribution to resolving the war was so great that the Hokage has never been able to reward him. He dismissed Lady Kagura, maybe because he was worried that Lady Kagura would take away the position of Hokage. This rumor came with great force. Within 2 days, it spread throughout Konoha. Hatake Kakashi was the first to realize the harm of this rumor, and he immediately went to Akihara Kagura to ask whether these rumors were true or not. There is a rumor in the village. Hatake Kakashi hesitated for a while, but took the initiative to ask his friend, Tsunade-sama wants to deprive you of your position, is this true? I don't know. Akihara Kagura shook her head and continued, Tsunade-sama wants to transfer Korin, but I didn't agree. Hatake Kakashi fell silent. Actually Hatake Kakashi glanced at Akihara Kagura, sighed softly and said, there is too much darkness in the root. Maybe leaving is not a bad thing, but for the stability of the village, as long as she doesn't want Akihara Kagura to disband the root, even if she wants Kagura to disband, Tsunade-sama should at least give her a suitable position, such as the captain of the Anbu or something. In fact, all the senior ninjas in Konoha know that Akihara Kagura is the future of Konoha. In the Hokage building, the two Hokage advisors were also curious about this. Kaharu Utatane looked at Tsunade, who was annoyed, and persuaded her in a deep voice, Tsunade, there is no need to be so harsh on Kagura. He has made many contributions to the village. I never had such an idea. Tsunade slammed her fist on the table and declared angrily, I just want to transfer a little guy from the root to the Anbu. I never thought of depriving him of his position. It was that guy who thought too much? But the rumors in the village. Midokado En was a little uneasy and said softly, many people in the village are curious about this. Kagura is a hero in the village. He quelled the Tailed Beast rebellion started by Uchiha Itachi and resolved the war between Sans Village and Mist Village. No one in the village is allowed to spread rumors. Tsunade gave the order dissatisfiedly, because the village of Konoha was not big, and if you want to stop the spread of rumors, you only need a gag order. Because of this conflict with her subordinates, Tsunade has been depressed for 2 days, and she has not seen Akihara Kagura. Tsunade called the Anbu ninja who was protecting her and said in a deep voice, "Go and summon Akihara Kagura. Are you going to get mad at me for such a small matter? Doesn't that guy always claim that he is fighting for Konoha? Why can't he bear to let his subordinates serve under me?" Utenkaharu and Mitokado felt that something was going to go wrong again. However, the Anbu ninja who delivered the message came back soon. Lord Kagura. The Anbu ninja felt a little embarrassed and continued carefully, "Lord Kagura doesn't want to see Lady Tsunade. I hope you don't disturb him again. This is the order of the Hokage." Lord Kagura. The Anbu ninja looked at Tsunade with some fear. Lord Kagura said that Lady Tsunade should not go too far. The last person who had his subordinates taken away, Lord Ganzo, is a lesson for us. Boom. A thunderclap shocked Tsunade. Is this a joke? It can't be like this, right? Utenkaharu and Mitokado looked at Tsunade in a panic. They never expected that Tsunade, the Hokage, would force the strongest fighter in the village to defect. Did they choose the wrong Hokage? If this really happened, Konoha would really make a big joke in the ninja world. Even the peace treaty just signed with the Sands village and the Mist village might be invalidated. Once Akihara Kagura defected and left Konoha, who knows how many Konoha ninjas would be alienated from the Konoha high level because of this matter. Will anyone dare to fight for the village in the future? What on earth did you two say? Utenkaharu stood in front of Tsunade trembling a little, and said in a deep voice, "Tsunade, if Akihara Kagura was forced by you to leave Konoha, do you know how serious the consequences will be? The village will fall into chaos." Mirokado's arms were also shaking a little. He recalled the fighting power of Akihara Kagura. Once Akihara Kagura defected and endangered Konoha, no one could stop him unless he was the first Hokage. Tsunade. Jiraiya appeared in the Hokage's office and persuaded his good friend, "Didn't I tell you that Kagura's personality is very extreme? That kid has always wanted to be the leader of the route. You talk to him nicely and he will listen." "I don't want to do that." Tsunade smashed her desk to pieces with a punch, and angrily went to the root base to settle accounts. "This is a misunderstanding. I wanted to transfer someone from his command, so how come I dismissed him and forced him to defect? I didn't ask for the disbandment of his route. Konoha originally had enough Anbu. I have always tolerated the existence of the route, which is not an armed force under the Hokage, and even acquiesced to its actions. Now is not the time to discuss this." Utenkaharu sighed. She had always acquiesced to and supported the existence of the route. She shook her head and continued, "Now we have to discuss how to resolve the misunderstanding between Tsunade and Kagura, and avoid the most troublesome results. Once Kagura is forced to defect and leave Konoha by you." Mitokado felt a little uneasy. He dared not imagine that after the most troublesome result appeared, he could not think of how they, the Konoha high-level officials, should deal with this problem. Perhaps they can only commit suicide to apologize? Utenkaharu and Mitokado were shocked. For some reason, they suddenly thought of Hatake Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo. That man committed suicide to apologize because of the failure of the mission amid the rumors in Konoha. "I will go and persuade Kagura." Jiraiya rushed to the root base and wanted to meet Akihara Kagura. "If it is a misunderstanding, resolve this misunderstanding as soon as possible." Root base. Akihara Kagura feels even more aggrieved than Tsunade. Karin is proficient in all the medical ninjutsu of Konoha. Lady Tsunade should not have anything to teach her. Besides, I have already asked Lady Tsunade about this matter. Lady Tsunade told me bluntly that she just wanted to transfer my assistant from the route first. Teacher Jiraiya. You should know. This is a conflict that will happen sooner or later. I have always supported Lady Tsunade, even at the cost of bearing the infamy, but she wants more. Akihara Kagura looked at Jiraiya. Her face seemed a little calm. The conflict will break out sooner or later. It is better to draw bottom line in advance to avoid more trouble in the future. Tsunade doesn't think so. Jiraiya shook his head with a headache, and continued, Tsunade is not that kind of person. She would never want to see you leave Konoha. Akihara Kagura prepared the knife she had sharpened in advance. Teacher Jiraiya still thinks that Lady Tsunade will not let me resurrect the successive Hokage? But the first thing she did when she returned to Konoha was to allow me to resurrect the successive Hokage. The conflict will break out sooner or later. It is better to detonate it in advance to avoid more trouble in the future. Jiraiya felt a little pain on his face. Akihara Kagura shook his head and sighed. The Tsunade-sama that Jiraiya knows is one person, but the fifth Hokage-sama that Jiraiya doesn't know is actually another person. Jiraiya planned to persuade Tsunade again. Jiraiya was somewhat glad that he hadn't left Konoha yet. However, after Jiraiya left the root base, the four Hokage appeared in front of Akihara Kagura. Senju Hashirama still didn't quite understand why Akihara Kagura was in conflict with Tsunade. This is a power grab. This is to force Tsunade to give up power. Senju Tobirama was very clear about Akihara Kagura's operation. Because he had used the people's hearts to treat Uchiha Madara, but he didn't expect that the times had changed, and the situation had changed, and the descendants of the Senju clan fell into this trick. Alice Sarutobi Hirozen thought of the troubles his disciple had encountered, and couldn't help but sighed. Tsunade just accidentally took a wrong step. Didn't he also ask Danzo for Akihara Kagura at the beginning? Why didn't this happen in the village? Or was it because he was in the right, even Udatane Kaharu and Midamanen were on his side? Because this is a wrong step she will definitely take. Senju Tobirama looked at Akihara Kagura and said in a cold voice, "This little guy has always been extremely submissive to Tsunade, and has even been standing on Tsunade's side. He is willing to stand on the opposite side of us to stand by Tsunade, making Tsunade misjudge this guy's loyalty to her. And this guy has always been very respectful to Tsunade. He is willing to damage his own reputation to pave the way for Tsunade, the new Hokage, making Tsunade really believe that this guy will put the interests of Konoha first. So Tsunade also thinks that it is beneficial for Konoha to have Karin transferred to her side, and she can give this order at will without considering this guy's feelings. What's more, even if Tsunade didn't take the wrong path, it would be useless. Because that bastard Akihara Kagura used us to force Tsunade to start a war, but he is the hero who ended the war, and his prestige is even higher than Tsunade. He was already invincible before this fight began." Senju Tobirama understood the basis of these political struggles very well. He shook his head and told the truth. Even if this guy doesn't communicate with Tsunade, and just spreads rumors that Tsunade is jealous of his achievements, there will be many stupid people who believe it, but it's just a little troublesome. Okay, the root will soon start spreading rumors that I will be forced to defect by Lady Tsunade. 4 Hokage, do you want to persuade Lady Tsunade to surrender before you start? The map where Akihara Kagura hid the dagger was very short, but the dagger hidden in the map was very long, tempting the Hokage to give the task. The Hokage and the Hokage's assistants fighting for power will plunge Konoha into chaos. Won't you consider calming the situation down? How do you calm it down? Senju Tobirama looked at Akihara Kagura, extremely dissatisfied with this guy's scheming, and said in a deep voice, "Take away the power? Do you know how to govern Konoha? Actually, I don't quite understand. You should understand, right?" Akihara Kagura looked at the 4 Hokage present and said, "As long as I can protect my subordinates and prevent them from being taken away by a word, I will accept any way to calm down the situation." The third update. I have been thinking about the problem of Minato, Naruto and Obito these 2 days. Chapter 238, The Conflict Between the Hokage and the Hokage's Assistant. Why did the Hokage's advisor step down? Emotionally, it was difficult for the 4 Hokage to accept Akihara Kagura's request. Hokage is the last entity of Konoha, and they don't want to see the Hokage become a puppet. Moreover, many of the Hokage present are relatives and friends of Tsunade. The 4 Hokage hope that Akihara Kagura can live in peace with Tsunade and let Konoha transition smoothly. Kid, we all know that Tsunade is not your opponent. Senju Tobirama looked at Akihara Kagura and said in a deep voice, "You don't have to fight her in this way. Our existence has made her position as Hokage difficult enough. There is no need to encroach on her power. Because her power infringes on my power." Akihara Kagura's smile was restrained, and she seemed to be a little confused. 4 Hokage, the origin of this matter is that Tsunade-sama wanted to transfer Karin away from me, and she never even thought of changing her mind. Tsunade-sama wanted to transfer Karin away and had everything she wanted from me and the root. Why can't I fight back? Senju Tobirama and Sarutobi Hirozen looked at each other. Of course, this is because you are just an assistant to the Hokage. Isn't it natural for the Hokage to transfer someone from the Hokage's assistant? After all, the position of the Hokage's assistant only comes from the power granted by the Hokage. But the situation of Akihara Kagura is different. The reason why Akihara Kagura was granted the power of the Hokage's assistant is not only because of his strong strength, but also because of his many contributions to Konoha. The alliance between Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village all depended on Akihara Kagura. The peace that Konoha and the Hidden Iwagakure could maintain was also due to Akihara Kagura's kidnapping of the 3rd Tsuchikage. Konoha was able to calmly deal with the civil strife of the Uchiha clan, Also because of the existence of Akihara Kagura. Even to this day, Akihara Kagura is still in the position of assistant to the Hokage. He assisted Konoha in suppressing the Hidden Sands village and the Hidden Mist village, reconcluded a more stringent alliance, and even turned the two large ninja villages into vassals of Konoha. Just with this series of merits, the former Hokage assistant Danzo Shimura really can't catch up. Of course, Shimura Danzo couldn't catch up with the other things that Akihara Kagura did. At least, Shimura Danzo's harm to Konoha was far less than that of Akihara Kagura's fingers. In fact, you don't like power, do you? Senju Hashirama frowned, thinking about his thoughts when he first took control of Konoha. Should there be other pursuits? But he doesn't like others to use power to suppress him. Senju Tobirama's words revealed Akihara Kagura's thoughts, and said in a deep voice, I can help you and Tsunade resolve this conflict, and even continue to help you slowly clamp down on Tsunade's power and let her understand your bottom line, but this incident can end here, right? Tsunade is not your enemy. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, feeling a little uneasy. I think so too. Namikaze Minato nodded and followed several seniors. System prompt, new work task, Senju Hashirama, give up the political struggle with Tsunade and maintain the peace and stability of Konoha. System prompts, new work tasks, Senju Tobirama, give up the political struggle with Tsunade, and maintain the peace and stability of Konoha. System prompts, new work tasks, Sarutobi Hiruzen, give up the political struggle with Tsunade, and maintain the peace and stability of Konoha. System prompts, new work tasks, Namikaze Minato, give up the political struggle with Tsunade, and maintain the peace and stability of Konoha. Okay. Akihara Kagura's eyes flickered slightly, looking at a series of system prompts. The four Hokage who were reincarnated by him actually exploded their tasks directly. Is this method useful? Sometimes, the system may issue some tasks when the boss wants him to do something. It turns out that the system will also issue tasks when the boss doesn't want him to do something. There is one more thing. This matter is very important, and only he can do it. The boss's treasure is like water in a sponge. It will come out if you squeeze it hard. The boss's treasure is also like juice in a pear. It will come out if you squeeze it hard. How should this matter be resolved? Senju Hashirama felt a little brain burning. Rumors have already appeared in the village, and this is not easy to resolve. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the harm of rumors. Even if they were banned by power, they would only get worse, especially when Tsunade, the Hokage, did not have enough prestige. Just let someone take the blame. Akihara Kagura looked at the four Hokage and suggested casually, the two Hokage advisors in the village are old enough, and they should be allowed to spend their old age in peace. These two Hokage advisors have always been a hindrance, and have never agreed with Akihara Kagura's proposals, and from time to time they have asked Akihara Kagura to use the window opening theory to persuade them. The four Hokage present were all shocked. But Akihara Kagura's words also make sense. It's just that the Hokage and the Hokage's assistant had a conflict, and the Hokage's advisor stepped down for this matter. It feels a bit strange. It's okay to do this. By the way, I'm curious about one thing. Senju Tobirama looked at Akihara Kagura and asked, the origin of all this is because of that little girl named Karin. You helped her make a decision. Is that little girl really willing to stay in the route and doesn't want to leave this dark place? Won't she hate you? Akihara Kagura fell silent. On the other side, Tsunade is still worried about her troubles. Because Jiraiya thinks Tsunade is a bit overbearing, which makes Tsunade doubt whether she has really done something wrong. She left the Hokage building and planned to go around the village. The rumors in the village have not yet subsided. Many villagers still respect Tsunade when they see her, but they can also see their fear and uneasiness. What is the source of this conflict? Akihara Kagura thought that if he wanted to transfer Karin, he wanted to disband his route and deprive him of his power? Coincidentally, at this time, Tsunade saw a group of little guys having a party at this time. Just like the Jonins of Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy would have a party, these Jonin of the same class would also have a party, and even brought along Tenten and others who were not much different from them. Because Karin was also their classmate, and even the work of the route was actually easier than that of these Jonin who were often on missions, she would occasionally attend these parties. I really don't understand. Uzumaki Naruto held the back of his head, and was the one who didn't understand the rumors in the village the most. Although I also think that Kagura is not suitable to be the Hokage's assistant, he seems to be pretty good to everyone in the village, right? The other Jonin were a little at a loss. Because it was too early for these kids. This group of shinin quickly passed this topic and discussed some troublesome commissions they had recently carried out, and then they dispersed and planned to continue to carry out their missions. Only Karin returned to the root base with nothing to do. That little guy named Korn Tsunade called Karin and took the initiative to talk about her thoughts. I want you to be my disciple. Your talent is very suitable. Sorry, I don't want to leave the root. Karin quickly interrupted Tsunade's words and continued to say, the reason why Lady Tsunade was able to discover my talent is because Lady Kagura saved me when I was 6 years old and taught me to this day. Unless I die, I will never leave Lady Kagura. Karin has always been with Akihara Kagura. She knows almost all of Akihara Kagura's secrets and many things Akihara Kagura has done. Since the age of 6, Karin was brought to Konoha and sent to the Konoha ninja school. She was even worried that she could not keep up with the progress, so she specially found a tutor for tutoring. After graduation, Karin became Akihara Kagura's assistant and has been receiving Akihara Kagura's teachings, and even had tutoring from Kabuto and Inono. When participating in the Chunin exam, Akihara Kagura helped her find suitable teammates, worried that the little girl would not have enough food during the Chunin exam. If one day Akihara Kagura was seriously injured and on the verge of death, Karin would give him all her blood in exchange for Kagura's survival. Is that so? Tsunade thought for a while, sighed, took out a scroll and threw it to Karin. This is a gift for you. You can learn it and help me tell Kagura that I will not transfer you. I hope this storm will be settled as soon as possible. However, when Tsunade returned to the Hokage building, she saw the 4 Hokage. Grandpa, second grandpa, Sarutobi teacher, Minato. Tsunade was a little flustered when she saw them coming. This feeling of panic was as if she, the incompetent monarch, had just done something incompetent, and the previous Hokage came to collectively blame her. We are here because of the conflict between you and Kagura. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Tsunade, he saw that this disciple was still melancholy, and took the initiative to say, Tsunade, don't worry, this time it's because you want to transfer Karin who is beside him, and that little Kagura just overreacted a little bit. Okay. Senju Tobirama stopped Sarutobi Hiruzen from continuing to speak, and said in a deep voice, we have already persuaded that little Akihara Kagura, and now we are just here to provide you with a solution to the conflict. Let you detain Kaoru and Mitokado and take responsibility for this matter. They will resign for this matter, which can be regarded as an explanation to the people in the village. You detain Kaoru and Mitokado, and's expressions suddenly became a little strange. It seems that something is wrong. The Hokage and the Hokage assistant had a conflict. Why did the 2 Hokage advisors resign? Why did this trouble fall on their heads? However, the 4 Hokage were here. Yuta Kaoru and Mitokado and couldn't refute. It's impossible that the 2 Hokage advisors can't be sacrificed for the stability of Konoha. Inside Konoha village, the incident was soon settled. Because the 2 Hokage advisors, Kaoru Yuta and Mitokado, issued the wrong order under the guise of the Hokage's order, a conflict arose between the Hokage and the Hokage's assistant, and the 2 Hokage advisors had to resign. The conflict was declared over. For Tsunade and Kagura Akihara, this solution was actually excellent. Tsunade, the newly appointed Hokage, lost the constraints of the 2 Hokage advisors, and Kagura Akihara didn't have to bother dealing with the Hokage advisors. There were only 2 people left in Konoha's top management. System prompt: give up the political struggle with Tsunade and maintain the peace and stability of Konoha. The mission has been completed and the reward is Ashura Chakra, Hoshirama Senju. System prompt: Ashura Chakra has been integrated into the characteristics of the god of ninja. Kagura Akihara looked at the mission reward she received in disbelief. Is this a joke? Is this mine going to collapse? How come the chakra of Hashirama Senju's previous life was dug out during mining? Akihara Kagura frowned and pondered. He could feel that the chakra in his body was already abundant and seemed endless. Even the body of the 10 tails in his body could provide chakra. The Ashura chakra was more terrifying than the 9 tails chakra. The only problem was that he could not find a comparison object. If he was serious, the amount of chakra should have increased a lot, but it was far from the possibility of qualitative change. However, when Akihara Kagura saw the following, he knew that the mine of Hoshirama Senju could still be dug, because the mine of Tobirama Senju was really going to be dug down. System prompt: give up the political struggle with Tsunade and maintain the peace and stability of Konoha. The mission has been completed and combat experience is rewarded, Tobirama Senju. For Konoha, this boss left all the forbidden techniques he had studied and researched in Konoha, but they were all mastered by Akihara Kagura. This also means that the mind of the second generation Hokage was dug dry, so these combat experiences were dug out. The same is true for the third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a professor of ninjutsu, the third Hokage mastered many 5 esoteric techniques. After his death, Akihara Kagura was no longer constrained in learning those techniques. The third Hokage's lifelong combat experience lies in the application of 5 esoteric techniques. The only remaining mind is probably Minato Namake's. System prompt: give up the political struggle with Tsunade and maintain the peace and stability of Konoha. The mission has been completed and the Yin Nine Tails Chakra, Namake's Minato, is rewarded. System prompt: the Yin Nine Tails Chakra has been integrated into the 10 Tails shell. Akihara Kagura's eyes immediately lit up when he sensed the 10 Tails. This almost living half of the 9 Tails was put into the 10 Tails shell. The progress of the 10 Tails shell's resurrection suddenly increased by a quarter, and the progress of the entire recovery has exceeded 60%. However, the reward of half of the 9 Tails chakra has been dug out, and it seems that Minato Namake's mine is almost dug out. Konoha's mines are about to be dug out. Akihara Kagura looked at Minato Namake's, but in her heart she was thinking about the defected disciple of the 4th Hokage. We must dig out Uchiha Madara's legacy from Obito as soon as possible. The first update. Chapter 239, the truth behind the conspiracy of the Battle of the Valley of the End is revealed, the shadow of Uchiha Madara. How to deal with an Uchiha. This is a difficult problem for many ninjas in the ninja world. However, for the Konoha route, dealing with Uchiha is a tradition of the route. Whether it is the first generation leader of the route, Danzo Shimura, or the second generation leader of the route, Kagura Akihara, they are very good at dealing with Uchiha, especially the route has a master who can deal with Uchiha. The second generation Hokage of Konoha, Tobirama Senju. Route base. Kagura Akihara and the 4 Hokage discussed how to deal with the dangers hidden outside Konoha. Uchiha Obito, the man who created the Nine Tails Rebellion, is undoubtedly the biggest trouble. Of course. This has to mention the root of Uchiha Obito's rise. And a man hiding behind Uchiha Obito. White Zetsuagi drilled out of the ground. It will be the teacher of this course, teaching the 4 Hokage how to understand the origin of Uchiha Obito. This is Wei. Akihara Kagura pointed at Wei beside him and said softly, Wei and I are both Obito's subordinates. He knows Uchiha Obito very well. The 4 Hokage had complicated feelings. It feels a bit unlucky for Uchiha Obito to have 2 of you subordinates. However, Uchiha Obito endangered Konoha and caused the Nine Tails Rebellion. He is a troublesome person they must get rid of. Akihara Kagura wanted to deal with Uchiha Obito, but they didn't think there was anything wrong. That brat Uchiha Obito. Senju Tobirama had never seen Uchiha Obito, but said with some contempt, do we need to know about his past? Why not just find out his whereabouts and kill him? I suggest you get to know a little bit about it. White Zetsuagi shook his head and said with a smile, anyway, Uchiha Obito became a rebel ninja in Konoha, and Mr. Tobirama made a lot of mistakes. Senju Tobirama looked at Ai with displeasure on his face, then looked at Akihara Kagura. Are you going to criticize me again for my policy towards the Uchiha clan? No. White Zetsuagi shook his head again, and mentioned a person who made Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama tremble in their hearts. The real mistake is that you forgot to destroy the body of Lord Madara. Madara Senju Hashirama's expression was a little complicated. That guy Madara. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but frowned. Wasn't that guy killed by Big Brother as early as the Battle of the Valley of the End? The Battle of the Valley of the End was a conspiracy from the very beginning. White Zetsuagi looked at the brothers, chuckled and said, because Madara-sama knew from the beginning that Senju Tobirama would not destroy his body, but would keep his body for research, so Madara-sama arranged a transcription seal in the Sharingan in advance, and set up a ritual called Izanagi, which can turn his death into a dream. Please remember the name of this ritual. Akihara Kagura interrupted White Zetsuagi and took the initiative to say, the Izanagi ritual is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. It can sacrifice the light of a Sharingan. The Uchiha clan can last for about several minutes. It can offset the unfavorable factors in the battle into dreams, and retain the favorable factors. In other words, there is no point in killing him, right? Senju Tobirama nodded, indicating that he understood the effect of this technique, but after the technique is over, one Sharingan must be sacrificed. That's right. Akihara Kagura nodded, and continued, but Uchiha Obito obtained at least more than 100 Sharingans on the night of the genocide. The people present felt a little scalp tingling, but they quickly calmed down. But if he transplants eyes, he needs a safe operating room, right? Unsure. Akihiro Kagura shrugged. He didn't know the details. Uchiha Obito also transplanted the cells of the first Hokage. The healing speed should not be slow. Maybe it is possible to just dig out a blind eye and put it back in the four Hokage realized the real horror. Because in this way, they can't really determine when Uchiha Obito used Izanagi, when he dug out Izanagi's blind eye, and when he transplanted a new Sharingan as a sacrifice to Izanagi. Izanagi alone is difficult to deal with. What's more, Uchiha Obito also possesses the most troublesome Mangekyo Sharingan. Let's continue talking about Madara. Senju Hashirama was more concerned about Uchiha Madara. He said softly, in other words, Madara knew in advance that he would lose, so he used Izanagi to escape death. Then, why did Madara control the Nine Tails to attack Konoha? It was for a piece of your flesh and blood. White Zetsuari chuckled and showed his wood release. Big brother cells. Wood release. Senju Tobirama realized this at the first time, and quickly thought about the use of Hashirama's cells, not just wood release, right? Big brother cells should have other uses for him, allowing him to enhance the power of Sharingan. Senju Tobirama had already seen this with his own eyes. Akihiro Kagura used Hashirama's cells to cultivate a group of Uchiha with dual bloodline, which means that there is some connection between Hashirama's cells and Sharingan bloodline. Good guess. Baizetsuari nodded and continued, but the blessing of Hashirama's cells on Madara-sama's Sharingan is even more terrifying, because Madara-sama's Mangekyo Sharingan possesses eternal pupil power. After transplanting Hashirama's cells, Madara-sama's Mangekyo Sharingan was finally upgraded to Samsara Eye before he died. Even the blind Mangekyo Sharingan was upgraded. Samsara Eye. Senju Hashirama's expression was a little shocked, and he suddenly thought of something. Uchiha Madara once invited him to see the Uchiha clan's steel. It was said that it was left by the Six Paths Sage. When the positive and negative forces are combined, it can open up all things in the world. At that time, Senju Hashirama thought that it meant that the Uchiha and Senju clans would unite to bring peace to the ninja world. Unexpectedly, the steel only meant what it said. In other words, Senju Tobirama took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Madara wanted to transplant eldest brother's cells to let his Mangekyo Sharingan open the Rinnegan, so he started the Battle of the Valley of the End with eldest brother. After the battle, he had been hiding in the ninja world until he opened the Rinnegan. That's it. White Zetsuari nodded and continued to teach the four Hokage. However, time is fair to everyone. Even if Lord Madara opens the Rinnegan, he will inevitably die. For this, he needs a breeding ground for the Rinnegan and a backup plan that will allow him to be resurrected in the future. That breeding ground. Senju Tobirama wanted to destroy the Rinnegan as soon as possible. Let's skip this question. Akihiro Kagura ignored this question and continued, let's continue talking about Uchiha Obito. What we are going to discuss now is Uchiha Obito. No problem, young man. The Rinnegan is not important, because it contains Madara-sama's chakra. No one can open the true power of the Rinnegan. The most important thing is a person who guides the Rinnegan. When White Zetsuari said this, he chuckled. Uchiha Obito is the person chosen by Madara-sama. His life is simply like a tragedy. He was easily used by others and went the wrong way. Namokaze Minato frowned. Because Uchiha Obito was his disciple. White Zetsuari smiled and told the story he had witnessed with his own eyes. In the Battle of Canopy Bridge, Uchiha Obito was lucky to survive the war because Madara-sama saved him, and he became the tool chosen by Madara-sama. In order to enable him to open the Mangekyo Sharingan and make him completely despair of this world, Madara-sama controlled the hidden mist village and transplanted the three tails into the body of a ninja named Nahara-rin. He buried a talisman in Nahara-rin's body to prohibit Nahara-rin from committing suicide. Namokaze Minato couldn't help but widen his pupils. So Namokaze Minato thought of his other more pitiful disciple. At that time, Kakashi had to kill Rin. Yes, that was not the purpose. White Zetsuari nodded and continued, Madara-sama's real purpose was to let Uchiha Obito witness all of this with his own eyes, make him disappointed with this world full of war, and completely become the person who inherited Madara-sama's will. Namokaze Minato closed his eyes, recalled the mysterious masked man he had seen, and felt a touch of sadness in his heart. 3 students turned out to be tools of Uchiha Madara. Of course. White Zetsuari spread out his palms like Akihiro Kagura and continued, Obito never thought it was a mistake. He thought it was the mistake of this world. Even when Obito guessed the truth when he was controlling the 4th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, he still didn't think that Madara was wrong. Obito still thought it was the mistake of this world. In fact, he is not wrong. It is indeed the fault of this world. Akihiro Kagura nodded, but immediately changed the subject and said, but changing the world is not a good thing if it is handed over to him, let alone Uchiha Madara. It has to be handed over to you, right? Senju Tobirama glanced at Akihiro Kagura. It's not impossible. Akihiro Kagura looked back at Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama didn't want to pay attention to Akihiro Kagura, and took the initiative to say, no matter what, the most important thing now is to kill that guy named Uchiha Obito, destroy the pair of Samsara eyes, and prevent Uchiha Madara from resurrecting. But I can't participate. Akihiro Kagura rejected Senju Tobirama's proposal and took the initiative to say, the only way I can support you is to claim that the second Hokage has cracked the impure world reincarnation technique and allow you to do this. I think my boss Uchiha Obito will definitely understand my helplessness. Senju Tobirama felt a little heavy on his back. This bastard kid didn't do anything, and let himself take the blame? Don't look at me like that. Akihiro Kagura spread out his palms and reminded them, this way I can also provide you with information about Uchiha Obito. When you force Uchiha Obito into a desperate situation, maybe he will let someone bring Uchiha Madara's body to ask me to use the impure world reincarnation to resurrect Uchiha Madara and help him avoid being hunted down. Do you want to resurrect Madara? Senju Hashirama felt a little strange. After so long, will he fight Madara again? He will be resurrected anyway. Akihiro Kagura shook his head. He really needed to revive Uchiha Madara, but he just needed an opportunity. He asked again, but, aren't you curious about what Uchiha Madara is trying to do with all his efforts? A little bit. Senju Hashirama nodded. The first generation Hokage was an honest man. He was really curious about what his old friend Uchiha Madara wanted to do. I'm not curious, I just want to destroy his plan. Senju Tobirama's face was indifferent. He was not interested in Uchiha Madara. He just wanted to solve Uchiha Madara's conspiracy. Even if he is resurrected, we must kill him. I agree too. But before that, we need a little plan. For example, choose a mastermind who knows everything, otherwise it may expose that Wei and I betrayed them. Wei and I are innocent and want to live a stable life. We don't want to be involved in the fighting of your old times. The expressions of the Hokage present were weird. They all remembered Orochimaru, who was once considered the mastermind. Besides, isn't it all because of the troubles caused by you, a person from the new era, that the people of the old era are still fighting? What's the plan? Senju Tobirama was very rational. He was very concerned about the outcome of this plan. Who should be the mastermind who can compete with Madara? Should we let my eldest brother do it? Huh? Senju Hashirama was a little excited. Brother doesn't have the IQ. Senju Tobirama looked at the excited Senju Hashirama, and rejected his proposal with one sentence, no one else seems suitable. Do you want me to take the blame? What plan do you need to make? Can I make the plan? White Zetsuari looked at Akihiro Kagura excitedly. After seeing Akihiro Kagura nodded, he quickly spoke of his ideas. Hey, then let me tell a story first. Many years ago the Battle of the Valley of the End was declared over, and the first Hokage passed away. The second Hokage discovered that Madara-sama's body was missing, and he covered up the secret without making a fuss. When he secretly investigated the Uchiha clan, he discovered the secret of Izanagi. In order to prevent Madara-sama from making a comeback, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama developed the impure world reincarnation technique, wanting to resurrect his brother to stop Uchiha Madara. However, there was a small problem in the middle. The second Hokage had to sacrifice himself in the Ninja World War. In order to avoid mistakes in the future, he asked Enzo to study Hashirama's cells before his death, hoping to give birth to a person who could compete with Uchiha Madara. Wait a minute. Akihiro Kagura felt that this story was not good, and quickly stopped. White Zetsuari frowned and said, can you tell it to be more normal? This will make the second Hokage seem less evil, and Uchiha Madara will laugh at him when he's resurrected in the future. That's not necessary. Senju Tobirama's face was full of anger. Senju Tobirama felt that he didn't need to be evil at all. Only the Uchiha clan was the most evil, such as Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, who had been hiding behind the scenes. Anyway, Namikaze Minato didn't want to argue with him. He only cared about the mission he was about to perform. We are going to besiege Obito now, until Obito is forced to ask you to resurrect Uchiha Madara, right? Yes. But it's not a request, it's an order. Fourth Hokage, your disciple is not very good at taking on a leadership position. He likes to give orders when doing things. He is the worst leader I have ever seen. Akihiro Kagura nodded, and hid her other thoughts. Maybe in the middle he will order me to find a way to help him solve the hunt. In order to ensure that Obito will not suspect Wei and me, and so that we can continue to pass on his information to the 4 Hokage, your hunt for my boss may have to be suspended from time to time because he asked me for help. Second update. There will be another update in the evening. Chapter 240 Akihiro Kagura is making up the history of the ninja world. The Hokage present were somewhat silent. Akihiro Kagura had already arranged Uchiha Obito's life. This guy was indeed lacking in the ability to judge people in order to recruit a subordinate like Akihiro Kagura. Obito Namikaze Minato lamented the fate that his former student was about to suffer, and recalled the story from the past. Obito was also a child who wanted to become Hokage. Senju Tobirama rarely did not criticize. He is not suitable to be Hokage. Akihiro Kagura expressed the real thoughts on behalf of Senju Tobirama. Akihiro Kagura knew Uchiha Obito as a boss better than anyone present. A real boss would not only think about taking, but not about giving for his subordinates, right? So far, I have helped Obito solve a lot of problems, but he has not even sent me a ninjutsu scroll, let alone a birthday present, to be honest. Orochimaru is far more competent than Uchiha Obito. If the 4 Hokage agree to implement the plan, I will let Wei go to pass the message to Obito first and tell him that the 2nd Hokage has cracked the impure world reincarnation technique, and I have lost control of the impure world reincarnation. Akihiro Kagura looked at the Hokage present and added, by the way, let Wei tell Obito that the 2nd Hokage is the real mastermind, and I was fooled when I used the impure world reincarnation technique to resurrect him. Wei, just do as you say. The 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, has been on guard against Uchiha Madara. Even though Uchiha Madara died in the Valley of the End, Tobirama Senju has always been suspicious of him, and for this reason he developed the impure world reincarnation technique to avoid encountering Uchiha Madara in the future and being unable to match him. Everyone looked at Tobirama Senju. Okay. Senju Tobirama nodded slowly, admitting his identity and not denying his purpose, then force Uchiha Obito into a desperate situation, until Madara is forced to revive again, thwart Madara's conspiracy, and kill him completely this time. Senju Tobirama never dared to be careless about Uchiha Madara's threat. Although Akihiro Kagura is not a good thing, Uchiha Obito, the murderer who created the Nine Tails Rebellion in Konoha, and Uchiha Madara, the mastermind who has been hiding for decades, obviously attracted the hatred of Senju Tobirama. Ai. Akihiro Kagura immediately looked at White Zetsuori, and his expression became serious. The 2nd Hokage has agreed, let's start. Okay. White Zetsuari sank quickly into the ground. Senju Tobirama looked at the disappearing figure of White Zetsuari and asked in a deep voice, this creature doesn't look like you cultivated it. No. Akihiro Kagura shook his head and looked at Senju Hashirama. It is said that they were cultivated by Uchiha Madara using the cells of the 1st Hokage. Big Brother cells can really be used everywhere. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, extremely dissatisfied with Uchiha Madara's behavior. Well, I want to go to Nanga's shrine to have a look. After Senju Hashirama learned of Uchiha Madara's conspiracy, he never expressed his opinion. After everything was over, the 1st Hokage still put forward his own ideas and said in a deep voice, it is said that Madara saw the future of the ninja world on the stone tablet at the beginning, and he found a new path. In front of the stone tablet of Nanga's shrine, there was the last friendly meeting between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara before their death. At that time, the whole Konoha was bathed in the shade of the 1st Hokage, and they all recognized that the Hokage assisted Senju Tobirama to become the 2nd generation Hokage of Konoha. Uchiha Madara felt that he was at a loss at that time. Uchiha Madara was helpless and finally met with Senju Hashirama in front of the stone tablet of Nanga's shrine, asking whether he would choose his friend or his brother Senju Tobirama. Unfortunately, Uchiha Madara got a disappointing answer. During that meeting, Uchiha Madara claimed that he had found the way on the stone tablet, and decided not to continue to compromise in Konoha, and chose to leave Konoha directly. When they met again, it was the Battle of the Valley of the End. Senju Hashirama wanted to go to Nanga's shrine to take another look, hoping to find out the reason why Madara created the conspiracy from the stone tablet. If Uchiha Madara walked on the wrong path after resurrection, he wanted to let Uchiha Madara's best friend understand his mistake. Stone tablet. Akihiro Kagura's eyes flickered slightly. The stone tablet of Nanga's shrine was passed down from generation to generation by the Uchiha clan, and has always been regarded as an honor by the Uchiha clan. The material of the stone tablet is also very special and difficult to be destroyed. Although Konoha divided the Uchiha clan land, it did not destroy the Nanga shrine, because the Nanga shrine is still some distance away from the residential area of Konoha village. Nanga Shrine. Akihara Kagura brought 4 Hokage to the stone tablet of Nanga Shrine. They didn't have the Sharingan, so they naturally couldn't see anything, and couldn't see the content on it at all. Of course. Even if someone read it out, it would be useless. Because the stone tablet of this Nanga Shrine has been modified, the content on it has long been unrecognizable. No one can read the historical truth hidden in the Nanga Shrine stone tablet, and no one can answer the right question with the wrong answer. But Akihara Kagura is a time traveler. Even with the help of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Akihara Kagura can't see through the entire content of the stone tablet for the time being, but this is not a big deal, because Akihara Kagura knows the history of the ninja world. This history will become his greatest weapon. I can't see the content at all. Senju Hashirama stared at the stone tablet, feeling a little regretful in his heart. It would be nice if we could see the content on the stone tablet. Maybe we could analyze Madara's thoughts? Madara said that only the Sharingan can see the content on the stone tablet. It seems that we have no other choice. Kid, don't you have many Uchiha under your command? Senju Tobirama looked at Akihara Kagura and asked. The second generation Hokage studied the stone tablet directly and found that the content on the stone tablet was carved by powerful means, and the Sharingan was the password for reading. It's useless. Akihara Kagura shook her head and took the initiative to answer on behalf of her subordinates. This requires the Mangekyo Sharingan to read out some of the truth, and even requires an higher than the Mangekyo Sharingan to read out the complete truth. After saying that, Akihara Kagura suddenly looked at Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. I remember that the Senju and Uchiha were both ninja clans that have been passed down in the ninja world for thousands of years. The Uchiha clan has stone tablets, but doesn't the Senju clan have corresponding stone tablets? No. Senju Hashirama shook his head. Senju clan Senju Tobirama frowned and recalled the origin of his clan. The Senju of the Warring States period have always lived in the forest and have never seen the appearance of such a stone tablet. Will it be hidden in a tree? Akihara Kagura raised her reasonable suspicion. To be honest, Akihara Kagura should thank Senju Hashirama. If it weren't for Senju Hashirama missing the place where he and Uchiha Madara met for the last time, Akihara Kagura would not have remembered the stone tablet of Nanga Shrine. Because the things recorded on it are of no use to Akihara Kagura. But now it is useful. Akihara Kagura looked at the brothers Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, who were full of doubts but could not remember anything, and planned to find an opportunity to help the brothers interpret their doubts. Akihara Kagura's own strength grew too fast, and he could not find a suitable opportunity to join his most wanted boss Black Zetsu, because Black Zetsu would not believe that Akihara Kagura really wanted to join him, even if he believed that he would not tell the truth. But this is not important. The future boss can't tell the truth. Akihara Kagura will help it say it. The future boss can't make a decision. Akihara Kagura will help it make it. If Black Zetsu doesn't believe in himself and doesn't want to recruit himself, then he can only use some special means. Whether he believes it or not, he must choose himself. Once Uchiha Obito was surrounded by the 4 Hokage, Black Zetsu still chose not to tell him the truth, and did not let him get on the pirate ship of his 2 superiors, Uchiha Madara and Akatsuki Kaguya. Akihara Kagura could only force Black Zetsu to join his subordinate. Root base. Akihara Kagura had an idea in his mind and started to plan to forge something. Everything is relative, just like the hostility between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan has a stone tablet that was erased and forged by Black Zetsu, and the Senju clan is at least worthy of a piece of bark that was forged by Akihara Kagura. Black Zetsu used the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan to forge and deceived Uchiha Madara. He used the bark of the Senju clan to forge and deceive Senju Hashirama. Of course. Forgery is a technical job. If you talk nonsense when forging, it will be too easy to be exposed. However, you can't tell the truth when forging. Because once the truth is told, it is easy to be refuted by people who know the truth, so it is necessary to create something false so that people who know the truth can use the truth to refute it. Akihara Kagura privately went to the stone tablet of Nanga Shrine and used the Mangekyo Sharingan to read part of the style of the stone tablet. He planned to rewrite an article about the truth of the Senju clan in the forest, according to this style and content. The first point is about the source of the bark. After thinking about it, Akihara Kagura briefly explained the source of the bark of the Senju clan, and recorded that the Six-Path Sage was the ancestor of the Senju clan. This is the relic left by the Six-Path Sage to his second son Ashura, which records the history of the ninja world. This is the real truth, and naturally no one refutes it. The second point is about the reason for the existence of the bark. Akihara Kagura recalled the content recorded on the Uchiha clan's stone tablet and decided to modify it a little bit half-truthfully. The reason why the bark of the Senju clan exists is because a cruel and tragic story happened in the history of the ninja world. Thousands of years ago, the ninja world was peaceful, and chakra had not yet appeared in humans. A man named Akatsuki Haguramo appeared in the ninja world. This man planted a sacred tree in the ninja world, and thus received the blessing and power of the sacred tree. This sacred tree is the source of Akatsuki Haguramo's power, and it is also the legendary aggregation of the nine-tailed beasts, the 10 tails. The sacred tree gave Akatsuki Haguramo an energy called chakra. This is the first time that chakra has appeared in the ninja world. Akatsuki Haguramo obtained chakra from the sacred tree and found that he could give chakra to others, so he distributed the chakra he obtained from the sacred tree to the world, and gathered these people to create the ninja sect, hoping to use the energy of chakra to create a world that everyone understands. From then on, he was hailed as the Sage of the Six Paths. After the Six Path Sage Akatsuki Haguramo founded the shinobi clan, he married and gave birth to 3 children. They were the eldest son Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, who inherited the sage's eyes from Akatsuki Haguramo, the second son Ashura, the ancestor of the Senju clan, who inherited the sage's body from Akatsuki Haguramo, and the youngest daughter Kaguya Akatsuki, the ancestor of the Hyuga clan, who inherited nothing. These 3 points are actually not wrong. Akihara Kagura's thoughts were somewhat divergent. She felt that this matter could indeed be related to the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan was worthy of a toothpick that only the Byakugan could see clearly in the future. What needed to be done now was to make up this story first. Before the Six-Path Sage Akatsuki Haguramo died, in order to select the successor to the shinobi clan, he set 2 tests for his 2 sons. He wanted to select a successor from the eldest son Indra and the second son Ashura, and let them continue to rule the shinobi clan and the world. This paragraph is all true. Akihara Kagura is not a person who likes to make up history. After thinking for a long time, she added a piece of untrue historical facts. However, this action angered the youngest daughter, Kaguya Akatsuki. Because Kaguya Akatsuki was born without chakra, she was kicked out of the list of heirs by her father, Haguramo Akatsuki. The angry Kaguya went to the sacred tree, swallowed the fruit of the sacred tree, and obtained the chakra of the sacred tree. After Kaguya Akatsuki obtained the chakra of the sacred tree, he directly transformed into the 10-tailed sacred tree and launched an illusion called infinite moon reading. He tied up all the people in the ninja world with the vines of the sacred tree, trying to absorb the chakra of everyone in the ninja world, and transformed into the 10-tailed to rule the world. The Six-Path Sage Haguramo Akatsuki had to fight with his daughter, and finally regained the power of the sacred tree, completely split the 10-tailed sacred tree into 9-tailed beasts, and sealed his daughter Kaguya Akatsuki in the moon. Akihara Kagura was very satisfied with this historical story that she had slightly modified. The beginning of this story should also satisfy Black Zetsu. He hoped that Black Zetsu, who forged the Uchiha stone tablet, could understand himself who forged the bark of the Senju clan. Of course. Since you hope to gain other people's understanding, you can't miss other people's roles. After the Six-Path Sage Akatsuki Haguramo sealed his little daughter, the old man fell into a state of soul fragmentation. A part of darkness split out of Akatsuki Haguramo's will, and this part of the dark will is called Black Zetsu, the 3rd update. Today's daily update is completed. I wonder if Black Zetsu will be angry. Chapter 241 Black Zetsu is the dark will of the Six-Path Sage Akatsuki Haguramo. Akihara Kagura believes that there is nothing wrong with the history he compiled. All the characters that should appear in the history of the ninja world have appeared, even the role of the 10 Tails Divine Tree has appeared, and he even took the initiative to help Black Zetsu make up an identity that he can show off. Who is Kaguya Akatsuki? Where did this insignificant name come from? Who is the Six-Path Sage? Everyone in the ninja world knows what kind of person the Six-Path Sage is. Akihiro Kagura did her best to help Black Zetsu compile an identity that people respect. The will that was split out of the six-path sage is much stronger than that of Kaguya Akatsuki. Because everyone has heard of the name of the six-path sage, they will definitely have more respect for Black Zetsu, the will that was split out of the six-path sage, especially since Akihiro Kagura plans to whitewash it. The appearance of Black Zetsu is accidental. Since the six-path sage Akatsuki Haguramo is immortal and will eventually suffer from the torment of birth, aging, sickness and death, after seeing the infinite vitality of his youngest daughter Akatsuki Kaguya after she devoured the 10 tails, the six-path sage's compassionate heart for the world was invaded by his desire to devour the 10 tails and gain eternal life. Black Zetsu is the resurrection of the darkness in the heart of the six-path sage Akatsuki Haguramo. It is the embodiment of the deepest desires in the heart of the six-path sage Akatsuki Haguramo. It wants to obtain the power of the 10 tails for immortality and to become the master of this world. The six-path sage Akatsuki Haguramo cannot kill it and can only split it out to prevent Black Zetsu from polluting his own mind. The chakra of the 10 tails sacred tree has long been divided into the 9-tailed beasts of the ninja world and scattered all over the place. The youngest daughter Akatsuki Kaguya emerged with the body of the 10 tails and was sealed on the moon. The first purpose of Black Zetsu's birth was to find ways to gather the 10 tails and revive his youngest daughter Akatsuki Kaguya, so as to control Akatsuki Kaguya and gain the power of the 10 tails. This is the origin of Black Zetsu. Akihiro Kagura intends to make up the idea that Black Zetsu wants to revive the 10 tails into Black Zetsu's attempt to be immortal. Only in this way can it fit the aura of a mastermind. Otherwise, to say that Black Zetsu simply wants to save people? This is too inconsistent with the identity of the mastermind. Moreover, this reason can stand up to scrutiny, because Black Zetsu's purpose is indeed to collect the tailed beasts to revive the 10 tails divine tree. Akihiro Kagura just gave it a lofty reason. Although this reason is false, it is more real than the real one. Except for the identity, everything else is true. Black Zetsu's power is not strong, but he possesses the yin-yang escape left by the six-path sage, and even quietly concealed part of the power of the divine tree, which makes Black Zetsu immortal. No one can kill it, and it also allows Black Zetsu to have the power to merge with the 10 tails divine tree. This is necessary. Black Zetsu's strength is indeed not very good, but it is indeed difficult to be killed. The fabrication of Black Zetsu has been completed. The subsequent historical compilation needs to combine the true and the false to make the story reasonable. In order to prevent his dark will and Black Zetsu from reviving the 10 tails, the six-path sage Akatsuki Haguramo took the initiative to seal this period of history on a stone tablet, and passed the stone tablet to his eldest son Indra, who possessed the Sharingan, was the most gifted and extremely intelligent. Akatsuki Haguramo's eldest son Indra was born intelligent. He created hand seals that could release ninjutsu, and inherited the powerful Sharingan. Akatsuki Haguramo hoped that his eldest son Indra would take the responsibility of sealing Black Zetsu. In order to prevent others from discovering the secret of the stone tablet, Akatsuki Haguramo left a restriction on the stone tablet that only the Sharingan could see through the contents of the stone tablet, and the second son Ashura was honest by nature. Akatsuki Haguramo decided to pass the ninja sect to Ashura, hoping that Ashura could make the ninja sect stronger. However, something unexpected happened. Black Zetsu is the will split from Akatsuki Haguramo. After learning that Akatsuki Haguramo had left a stone tablet about the secret of its birth, it quietly modified the contents of the stone tablet. However, Black Zetsu himself does not have strong power, and can only claim to be the will derived from Indra's increased power, and persuade him to obtain the power of the 10-tailed tree according to the path of his younger sister Akatsuki Kaguya, thereby luring Indra to attack Ashura and Akatsuki Haguramo, and letting Indra try to capture all the tailed beasts in the ninja world and revive the 10-tailed tree. Fortunately, Akatsuki Haguramo, who is on the verge of death, gave his power to Ashura. And Ashura led the ninja clan to defeat Indra and resolve the second crisis in the ninja world. In this crisis, before Akatsuki Haguramo died, he learned that the content on the stone tablet was modified by his own will, Black Zetsu. Knowing that the immortal Black Zetsu would definitely stir up a bloody storm in the ninja world in order to revive the 10-tailed tree, and the ninja world would definitely fight in the future because of Black Zetsu's instigation, in order to change the mistakes caused by his desires and to avoid a fight between the descendants of Indra and Ashura, which would be taken advantage of by Black Zetsu, Akatsuki Hagoromo decided to write this secret history on the bark of the sacred tree and pass the bark to his second son Ashura, hoping that the descendants of the ninja world would be alert to Black Zetsu. The story ends here. Because Akihiro Kagura wrote it as the six-path sage Akatsuki Hagoromo, he added a little regret and shame for not being able to control his desires and split out Black Zetsu, a monster that can live forever, and hope that future generations would be alert and not be lost by power. Because the history that Akihiro Kagura forged was left behind by the identity of the six-path sage Akatsuki Hagoromo, naturally he could not write some stories about the fight between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, because the six-path sage Akatsuki Hagoromo had already died at that time. This history is not bad. Akihiro Kagura looked at the history that he compiled, which was not true or false, and felt that he should not add any other content to it. Of course, if you ask someone who really knows the history of the ninja world, the stories inside are all flaws. But how many people know the true history of the ninja world? And how can those who really know the existence of the history of the ninja world prove that it is the history of the ninja world? Even if Black Zetsu jumps out and says that he has lived for 1,000 years, the history on this piece of bark is all lies. It is not the will of Akatsuki Hagoromo, but the will of Akatsuki Kaguya. Akatsuki Hagoromo doesn't even know its existence, but what's the use? Isn't this a self-destruction on the spot? Because Black Zetsu has always claimed to be the will of Uchiha Madara. The will of Uchiha Madara is just a creature that was born in the last few decades. How can he know the truth of 1,000 years ago? This is definitely unreasonable, so as long as Black Zetsu refutes history, it must be the dark will of the six-path sage 1,000 years ago. However, if Black Zetsu chooses to remain silent and does not jump out to refute history, wouldn't it only make everyone acquiesce that the history recorded on the bark is true? This is the bark left by the six-path sage Akatsuki Hagoromo. Black Zetsu must be the incarnation of the dark will of the six-path sage. He must have modified the Uchiha clan's stone tablet, instigated the 1,000-year war between Indra and Ashura, and wanted to gain the power of the Ten-Tails sacred tree to rule the world. This is an unsolvable problem. Because when Black Zetsu used Uchiha Madara, he used the stone tablet that the six-path sage Akatsuki Hagoromo left in the Uchiha clan and passed it down from generation to generation, and used the name of the six-path sage. Akihiro Kagura took advantage of Black Zetsu's flaws and also took advantage of the name of the six-path sage Akatsuki Hagoromo. In the name of the six-path sage, she recorded the birth of Black Zetsu and the fact that the stone tablet was modified by Black Zetsu, and directly launched a fatal blow to Black Zetsu. In this way, no matter whether Black Zetsu will stand up to refute these truths, he will definitely be completely abandoned by everyone in the ninja world, and will be reduced to the point where everyone will shout and beat him. To be honest, the only person in the entire ninja world who has seen the entire content of the stone tablet left by the six-path sage is Uchiha Madara, but as long as Uchiha Madara sees the bark left by the so-called six-path sage, he will probably believe the content recorded on the bark more. At that time, what can the desperate Black Zetsu do? Akihiro Kagura feels that only she, a broad-minded and equally ambitious genius ninja, can choose to accept it as her superior and collude with Black Zetsu to jointly seize the power of the Ten-Tails divine tree. What else can Black Zetsu do except choose to agree? Let the four Hokage hunt down Uchiha Obito. Akihiro Kagura made his own action plan and decided to implement it step by step. Force Uchiha Obito to let me help him solve his problems step by step. After digging out all the inheritance left by Uchiha Madara, wait for Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito to force me to resurrect Uchiha Madara. At that time the bark can be thrown out. Let Senju Hashirama discover the truth recorded on the bark and tell the truth to Uchiha Madara, so that Uchiha Madara will completely abandon Black Zetsu and make Black Zetsu a monster that everyone wants to kill. Akihiro Kagura felt that there was nothing wrong with his plan, except that he might not be very friendly to Black Zetsu. After all, after the history recorded on the bark was thrown out, Black Zetsu's mentality might become a little bad. Maybe he might curse at Akatsuki Hagoromo, or he might suspect that there was another behind-the-scenes mastermind in the ninja world. Anyway, Akihiro Kagura could only wish it well in advance. Of course, Black Zetsu is in a bad mood at this time, because White Zetsu already sent him and Uchiha Obito a not-so-friendly message. In the Land of Rain, in the base of Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu were quietly listening to White Zetsu Aoi's report. There was a mistake in the boy's impure world reincarnation technique. When the Konoha high-level officials asked the boy to resurrect the successive Hokage, the boy used the successive Hokage for experiments. Originally, he resurrected the successive Hokage in their prime and made them his puppets. As a result, there was a little trouble in the middle. After the resurrection of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, he had already prepared a way to crack the impure world reincarnation technique in advance. He cracked his own impure world reincarnation and gained his freedom directly. Uchiha Obito remembered an important question and asked in a deep voice, among the successive Hokage, has the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, also been resurrected? Uchiha Obito was still concerned about his former teacher, because Namikaze Minato once made him suffer a great loss after he obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan. White Zetsuari nodded, and without looking at Uchiha Obito's ugly face, he continued, now the boy can't control the impure world reincarnation people he resurrected. This is also normal. Black Zetsu was very understanding of this matter, and said in a gloomy voice, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama is the person who created the impure world reincarnation technique. He must have a backup plan to remove the control of the impure world reincarnation technique. But White Zetsuari hesitated for a while before continuing. The purpose of Senju Tobirama creating the impure world reincarnation technique was to enable him to be resurrected. He discovered the disappearance of Madara-sama's body and wanted to use the impure world reincarnation technique to stop Madara-sama's plan. Even the transplantation experiment of Oshirima's cells was a chess game set up in advance by Senju Tobirama. He knows about Madara and our plan. Uchiha Obito frowned. I don't know yet. White Zetsuari shook his head and added a sentence that made people speechless, but no matter what Madara-sama wants to do, no matter what you want to do, or no matter what Uchiha wants to do, Senju Tobirama wants to stop it. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but want to curse in his mind. This second Hokage Senju Tobirama is really sick. Why are they targeting the Uchiha everywhere? This Senju Tobirama is hostile to the Uchiha who are well-behaved and obedient in the Konoha village. Why is that guy still hostile to the Uchiha who defected outside Konoha? This is normal. Black Zetsu is very aware of the grudges between Senju Tobirama and the Uchiha, but he is a little worried that 4 very troublesome characters will appear in the future, the 4 resurrected previous Hokage. Each of them is not easy to deal with. They will definitely stop our plan. Akihara Kagura, that brat, I've been annoyed with him for a long time. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly, venting his dissatisfaction with Akihara Kagura. I told you a long time ago to let that brat behave himself. He always wants to grasp the power that is difficult for him to grasp, and now he has caused us a lot of trouble. Just the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato is a huge trouble, not to mention the other resurrected Hokage. But White Zetsuari looked at Uchiha Obito in astonishment, as if he didn't quite understand his thinking. The boy has always wanted to revive Lord Madara in his prime, so he used the successive Hokage as test subjects for the impure world reincarnation. There is no need to revive Madara now. Uchiha Obito cursed inwardly with dissatisfaction. It is necessary now. Black Zetsu shook his head and looked at White Zetsuari. The 4 Hokage will bring great trouble to our plan. They should not let go of the murderer who caused the Nine Tails rebellion, right? Yes. White Zetsuari nodded and continued, before I came, the 4 Hokage were discussing the matter of hunting down Obito. The boy is not convenient to take action this time. He can only pass on some information, or create some trouble in Konoha to attract the attention of the 4 Hokage. First update. This history is finished. Don't think that the history made up by Akihara Kagura is too fake or something like that. Because the history made up by Akihara Kagura is fake in the first place. Chapter 242 Uchiha Sasuke meets his relatives. The pursuit of the 4 Hokage. What a huge lineup. Any of these Hokage can stir up waves in the ninja world. Even though the Akatsuki organization is known as the ninja world's heavenly group, and it is full of S-level rebel ninjas, and even has the Samsara in charge, Black Zetsu feels that the Akatsuki organization is unlikely to be the opponent of the 4 Hokage. If the 2 sides must fight a fierce battle, Black Zetsu feels that the most important thing he should do is to dig out Nagato Samsara in advance, and pin the hope of the Moon Eye project directly on Akihara Kagura. Can't the impure world reincarnation technique be lifted? White Zetsu felt that perhaps some other means could be used, and took the initiative to ask, directly lift the technique and let them return to the pure land of the netherworld. It's useless at all. White Zetsuari shook his head and said softly, the boy has tried to lift the impure world reincarnation technique privately, and it was of no use. In other words, Uchiha Obito frowned, and said impatiently, "Is it only me who can deal with the 4 Hokage and the trouble caused by that bastard kid? His own main Gekyo Sharingan ability is certainly invincible." Uchiha Obito felt that it was a bit tricky for him to face the 4 Hokage. Akihara Kagura, this subordinate, was really a big trouble. He had caused such a big mess for him. "The boy can help you provide information." Baizetsuoi glanced at Uchiha Obito and continued, "At least with the help of the boy's information, it is not a problem to avoid a pursuit." Uchiha Obito's face still had some disdain and dissatisfaction. "Even without the information of that kid, I can still deal with those troublesome guys." This guy was somewhat ungrateful. Baizetsuoi didn't know what to say to him. Since Uchiha Obito didn't want Akihara Kagura to provide him with information about the 4 Hokage, then let the boy provide the 4 Hokage with some detailed information about Uchiha Obito. Konoha Village. In the Hokage building. Since the 2 Hokage advisors were forced to step down, the Konoha high-level officials were only Tsunade and Akihara Kagura, and the 4 Hokage who were reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation. This is the current decision-making level of the entire Konoha. As a matter of course, the status of the 5 Hokages were similar. The 5th Hokage Tsunade could only sit at the end and spoke in a deep voice about the 2 troubles that Konoha had to solve. Now Konoha has 3 most important enemies, 2 of which are Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi. These 2 are hiding in the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Obito created the Nine Tails Rebellion and killed the 4th Hokage and Kushina, and Uchiha Itachi slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. The 4 reincarnated Hokage looked at Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura stared at the teacup in front of her. "There is another one." That's Orochimaru. Tsunade's expression became serious when she mentioned her former teammates. When Orochimaru was in Konoha, he always liked to study forbidden techniques, and his ultimate goal was to master all the techniques in the ninja world. Now he must be digging up the corpses of strong people in the ninja world, using the impure world reincarnation technique to resurrect the dead and make them puppets under his control. Orochimaru is obviously the most troublesome guy, and the threat to Konoha is greater. Akihara Kagura stared at the teacup in front of her. The 4 reincarnated Hokage looked at Akihara Kagura again. "The 3 most troublesome enemies of Konoha are in collusion with this guy who slacked off during work, right? Why are you looking at me?" Akihara Kagura looked at the 4 Hokage in surprise and put down the teacup in his hand. "I think we should go after Orochimaru first. Let's go after Uchiha Obito." Senju Tobirama interrupted Akihara Kagura's words. He was too lazy to argue with Akihara Kagura. How could this guy let them go after Orochimaru's ally? The purpose of today's meeting is to confirm that the 4 reincarnated Hokage will go out to encircle Uchiha Obito. This is also what they have agreed on long ago. The meeting can be held today purely to take care of Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. The 4 Hokage present past the matter of hunting down Uchiha Obito with an overwhelming advantage. Tsunade and Akihara Kagura, 2 living people who want to fight against a 4 Hokage, seem a little weak. We can't just leave Orochimaru alone. Tsunade frowned, not very satisfied with the result. At least we have to find out where Orochimaru is going first. Akihara Kagura proposed her own idea and took the initiative to say, "Orochimaru once showed his intention to seize Uchiha Sasuke, the orphan of the Uchiha clan, in the Chunin exam. Why not try to let Uchiha Sasuke become our undercover agent next to Orochimaru? Isn't this action too dangerous?" Tsunade did not agree to sacrifice an innocent child, and shook her head and said, "Uchiha Sasuke has just graduated not long ago. If he goes undercover you can teach him the Flying Thunder God technique." Akihara Kagura tilted her head and slowly spoke of her plan. "If Uchiha Sasuke feels dangerous, he can use the Flying Thunder God technique to quickly escape." When Akihara Kagura said this, he continued to add, "I also threatened a kid named Sujetsu Kazuki from the Hidden Mist Village before, and asked him to defect from the Hidden Mist Village and become an undercover agent next to Orochimaru. If something happens, the 2 little guys can take care of each other." Tsunade remembered a piece of news that Kirigakure reported to Konoha. The candidate for Mizukaja and the 7 ninja swordsmen that Kirigakure wanted to support, Hozuki, defected with a beheading sword. "Did you arrange that?" Tsunade felt a headache and could only hope that this matter would not be exposed in the future. "Not bad." Akihara Kagura nodded. Senju Tobirama had no idea about Akihara Kagura's arrangement. He remembered Uchiha Sasuke whom he had met, and could not help but snorted coldly. "Can the kid from the Uchiha clan learn my Flying Thunder God technique?" Senju Tobirama was a little dissatisfied. Uchiha Sasuke's face made him feel particularly disgusted. And Senju Tobirama couldn't imagine that Uchiha Sasuke, that kid, had the same face as his nemesis Uchiha Izuna, but used the Flying Thunder God technique that he had researched. Could anyone from the Uchiha clan learn his technique? Give it a try. Akihara Kagura still has some confidence in Uchiha Sasuke. He believes in Uchiha Sasuke's talent for time and space. That little guy is Kakashi's favorite student. In the future, Kakashi will have a successor. Tsunade pondered for a while and said softly, if Uchiha Sasuke can learn the Flying Thunder God technique, I will agree to let him go undercover with Orochimaru. Late at night. Root Base. This is the first time Uchiha Sasuke has stepped into here. Karin is Uchiha Sasuke's classmate, so she is naturally responsible for picking him up. Karin is a little uneasy about Akihara Kagura introducing Uchiha Sasuke to the Root. After all, the Root is a group of Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke seems to be more suitable to be the future leader of the Root than her. Sasuke. Karin led Uchiha Sasuke down the deep well and into the base deep underground, and said, although it was Lord Kagura who invited you here, I am Lord Kagura's most trusted assistant. Don't try to snatch the position of the future leader of the Root from me. I don't care about that. Uchiha Sasuke sneered. He didn't care about the position of the leader of the Root at all. His only idea was to take revenge on the murderer Uchiha Itachi. Then I assume you won't change your mind. Karin nodded slowly, leading Uchiha Sasuke to the depths of the Root base, and said, Lord Kagura thinks highly of you and has prepared a surprise for you. What surprise? For Uchiha Sasuke, meeting Akihara Kagura was enough of a surprise. Because Uchiha Sasuke believed that Akihara Kagura summoned him this time to give him a task that could train him, or to teach him a new technique. In any case, this is a surprise. Uchiha Sasuke needs Akihara Kagura to help hone himself. However, when Uchiha Sasuke followed Karin step by step into the Root base, he saw that something was not right. He finally saw the surprise that Akihara Kagura had prepared. A group of people wearing traditional Uchiha costumes stood in the corridor of the Root base. They all showed a pair of scarlet Sharingan. Many of them looked very familiar to him. Are these the long-dead clan members in his memory? Many people even watched him grow up. Sasuke one by one, the Uchiha watched Uchiha Sasuke walk over. Everyone greeted Uchiha Sasuke and looked at the only Uchiha orphan who could stand in the light. What the hell is going on? Uchiha Sasuke was a little excited and even speechless. What the hell is going on? Everyone. Lord Kagura saved them. Karin stood beside Uchiha Sasuke and explained calmly, on the night of the genocide, Lord Kagura saved many people. Uchiha Itachi thought he had killed all the Uchiha with the tailed beast ball. But these people can't be discovered by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. They are not talented enough and still can't open the main Gekyo Sharingan. They are not the opponents of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. They may be assassinated by the two rebel ninjas at any time, so they can only hide in the Root. Lord Kagura has been protecting them. They have also adapted to life in the Root and don't want to leave here. Okay. After Karin finished explaining to Uchiha Sasuke casually, she waved to these Uchiha people, disperse, you are lucky to see your clansmen. Go and carry out Lord Kagura's mission. Staying alive is the most important thing. Yes. This group of Uchiha were extremely agile and immediately scattered away. Karin looked at their backs as they left and continued, now they are all ninjas of the Root. While avoiding the pursuit of the rebel ninjas, they also shoulder the responsibility of protecting Konoha in the dark. This is why Lady Kagura has always wanted you to become a member of the Root. No wonder, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly realized. No wonder Akihara Kagura has always wanted to let himself enter the Root. This is because his clansmen are in the Root. Why didn't you tell me? The excitement in Uchiha Sasuke's chest has not yet dissipated. Finding his living clansmen again made him suddenly feel that his life is not lonely. He is no longer alone. The Uchiha clan is still there, and he is not the only one left in the Uchiha clan. Because Karin stared at Uchiha Sasuke and continued calmly, are you sure you won't leak this information, expose their whereabouts, and attract the attention of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito? Are you sure you won't always want to come to the Root base? Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath. At this moment, an idea suddenly came to Uchiha Sasuke's mind. Should he compete with Karin for the future leader of the Root and revitalize the Uchiha clan? The moment this idea appeared, it was simply lingering. Of course. If you want to compete with Karin to become the future leader of the Root, you must first kill Uchiha Itachi, the devil-like man. Only by killing Uchiha Itachi can they appear in the sun. A pair of scarlet Sharingan appeared in Uchiha Sasuke's eye sockets. At this moment, His Sharingan turned into a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan was first opened on the night of the genocide, and the second time it was advanced was when he fought against Zabuza Mamachi in the Land of Waves. Unexpectedly, he was allowed to advance again at this time. 3 Magatama Sharingan. Karin frowned, and seeing Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan advanced in front of her, she said in a deep voice, "Lord Kagura has always believed that you are very talented, and even believes that you have the possibility of opening the main Gekyo Sharingan and have the hope of killing Uchiha Itachi. I will definitely kill that man." Uchiha Sasuke's face immediately showed a resolute killing intent, but his eyes were no longer so cold and ruthless, but a little excited. "I will kill that man, become the leader of the root, and lead everyone to revitalize Uchiha." This guy immediately forgot his promise to Karin. Although Uchiha Sasuke was only interested in killing Uchiha Itachi, he had never thought about what to do after killing Uchiha Itachi. This time, Uchiha Sasuke thought about what he should do after killing Uchiha Itachi. Karin adjusted her glasses and said in a cold voice, "Didn't you just say that you would not compete with me for the position of the future leader of the root?" I am not." Uchiha Sasuke's expression became a little embarrassed. If he hadn't met these tribesmen, he certainly wouldn't want to be the leader of the root. But these tribesmen are in the root, and Akihara Kagura, the leader of the root, has also accepted him. If Uchiha Sasuke didn't have any ideas, how could it be possible? "Let's go." Karin took Uchiha Sasuke into the depths of the root base and said in a cold voice, "Lord Kagura has found a teacher for you. This teacher will teach you a powerful technique. As long as you learn this technique, you can perform the tasks of the root." Second update. I am really a fan of Sasuke. Now everyone believes it. Chapter 243. Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto's father is the 4th Hokage? Exclamation mark. Root base. Uchiha Sasuke saw a group of people. When Uchiha Sasuke saw this group of people, he felt even more shocked than the clan members he had just met. His heart almost jumped out. These people turned out to be the successive Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke never thought that he would see the 4 deceased Hokage. Those heroes who had long sacrificed their lives on the Hokage Rock actually appeared in the root base. First, second, and third Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke widened his eyes and his gaze fell on the only 3rd Hokage he knew, Sarutobi Hiruzen. "I'm here too." When Namikaze Minato saw Uchiha Sasuke, he smiled and stretched out his hand to him. "I am Naruto's father. When I was resurrected, I secretly saw you. Thank you for taking care of him while on missions." Naruto's father. The 4th Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke's pupils dilated instantly. Uchiha Sasuke thought of his last place companion, who had been rejected by the people in the village since he was a child. Everyone knew that he was an orphan. But no one expected that Uzumaki Naruto's father was actually the 4th Hokage of Konoha. He always thought that his last place companion who was rejected by the people in the village, his father was actually the 4th Hokage, the hero of the village. But weren't these Hokage already? Just when Uchiha Sasuke was puzzled, Karin answered his doubts beside him. "This is the successive Hokage resurrected by Lady Kagura using the impure world reincarnation technique." Because Lady Kagura has always been worried that Orochimaru would resurrect the successive Hokage and become the enemy of Konoha, she took the lead in resurrecting the successive Hokage. The successive Hokage responded to Lady Kagura's call. Even though they are dead, they are still willing to persevere in protecting Konoha. The expressions of the 4 Hokage present were a little subtle. Karin is really good at talking nonsense. But Uchiha Sasuke actually believed it. Karin stretched out her palm and whispered, "Now you have to learn the Flying Thunder God technique here. As long as you learn the Flying Thunder God technique, Lord Kagura will arrange for you to perform an S-level mission. This technique can ensure your safety when performing the mission. Is the 4th Hokage my future teacher?" Uchiha Sasuke actually felt a wonderful sense of fate. Because his guiding Jonin is Hatake Kakashi. And he also knows that Hatake Kakashi, this teacher, has learned the not-so-normal Flying Thunder God technique. Hatake Kakashi occasionally mentions the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. The Flying Thunder God technique was once the signature technique of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. No. Karin shook her head and gestured to Tobirama Senju next to her. "The 2nd Hokage is the developer of the Flying Thunder God technique. He is your future teacher." Uchiha Sasuke's face immediately fell. Because he had met Senju Tobirama in the Land of Waves before, and they had a little unpleasant encounter that time, Uchiha Sasuke did not have a very good impression of Senju Tobirama. Born evil Uchiha brat. Maybe he also has the time and space talent to learn Flying Thunder God. Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Sasuke's familiar face, and felt that fate was vaguely absurd, and felt that the dead Uchiha Izuna was polluting his spirit. Tobirama, he really looks like Izuna. Last time, Senju Hashirama did not see Uchiha Sasuke. This time when Senju Hashirama saw Uchiha Sasuke, he was inevitably a little surprised. The first generation Hokage felt a little strange, and carefully glanced at Senju Tobirama, who looked a little ugly. He knew the grudge between his younger brother Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna. The two had been enemies since childhood. Who is Izuna? Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but frown. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobirama did not shy away from his past, and said in a cold voice, in the Warring States period, an Uchiha who was killed by me was always proud of his Sharingan, but I killed him with the Flying Thunder God Slash. Uchiha Sasuke's face suddenly became uglier. Uchiha Sasuke could really feel that Senju Tobirama was full of malice towards him. This second generation Hokage really didn't get along with him. Can I change teachers? Uchiha Sasuke immediately looked at Karin. Karin looked at Uchiha Sasuke and persuaded him softly, the second generation Hokage is the most suitable person to teach you the Flying Thunder God technique. Lady Kagura does not recommend that you change teachers. The fourth generation Hokage Minato Namikaze is indeed good at the Flying Thunder God technique, but this does not mean that Minato Namikaze is good at teaching disciples. At least he did not teach Hatake Kakashi successfully. Moreover, the personality of this fourth generation Hokage is a bit off. I can also help you learn. Namikaze Minato had no sense of being unworthy of being a teacher. He patted Uchiha Sasuke on the shoulder with a smile and said, this technique is very simple. I believe you can learn it. Uchiha Sasuke nodded, and he immediately felt relieved. First, condense a distinctive Flying Thunder God seal. When Minato Namikaze taught Uchiha Sasuke, he taught the child's aesthetics at the first time, and even demonstrated with his own sort of love, I can help you give your Flying Thunder God seal a nice name. Only in this way can you feel the relationship between the Flying Thunder God seal and you fourth generation. Don't mislead the students here. Senju Tobirama glanced at the fourth generation Hokage Minato Namikaze, and felt that this somewhat out of line fourth generation Hokage was misleading the students, which made him feel unbearable. The Flying Thunder God seal is just a symbol. What is really important is to find a coordinate that can be transferred in time and space. First Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who was thoughtful, and started to curse, evil Uchiha kid, what are you still doing there? Come and learn from me how to find your own time and space coordinates. I know. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and felt a little numb. A night passed. Uchiha Sasuke finally recognized Senju Tobirama's teaching level. Although Uchiha Sasuke felt that Senju Tobirama was a bit of a conflict with him, compared to Namikaze Minato, the fourth generation Hokage who seemed trustworthy, Senju Tobirama's level was much better. At least Uchiha Sasuke just needed to be patient and felt that he could understand Senju Tobirama's teachings. As for Naruto's father, it seems that he is not very good at teaching others to learn. But Naruto's father is really good at comforting people. Whenever Uchiha Sasuke was scolded by Senju Tobirama and felt that he could not learn the Flying Thunder God technique at all, Namikaze Minato would stand up to comfort him, just like a gentle father comforting his child. The next day, in the early morning, Uchiha Sasuke has already mastered the steps of how to condense the Flying Thunder God seal. He also encountered the dilemma of Hatake Kakashi, but he has more time and space talent than his mentor Jonin, and has easily found the existence of time and space coordinates. The next step is that Uchiha Sasuke will try to transform his Flying Thunder God seal into a round fan seal of the Uchiha clan. It is the style of this seal that makes Senju Tobirama extremely dissatisfied. As expected, you are a born evil Uchiha brat. I thought you would be like that brat Kagura, at least leaving a mark that symbolizes Konoha. The second Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke didn't care about that, and was extremely dissatisfied with the attitude of Senju Tobirama towards Uchiha. Aren't Uchiha members of Konoha? Senju Tobirama was speechless. You can leave during the day. Karin came to check Uchiha Sasuke's learning progress, sent Uchiha Sasuke away from the root base, and warned him softly, the secrets of the root base must not be leaked to the outside world. I understand. Uchiha Sasuke knew very well why it was kept secret. Whether it was the four dead Hokage of the root base or the survivors of the Uchiha clan, they could not be known to outsiders, and these secrets must always be kept in their hearts. But this is really a torture. Because when Uchiha Sasuke was on a mission with Uzumaki Naruto, Hiruno Sakura and others during the day, looking at the still carefree Uzumaki Naruto, he suddenly felt a little sorry for him. This guy's parents died when he was born, Has he never seen his father? What's wrong, Sasuke? Uzumaki Naruto noticed Sasuke's somewhat sympathetic look. No, nothing. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head. The matter of the root base cannot be leaked to anyone. Inside the root base, a group of Hokage are still discussing Uchiha Sasuke. Although Senju Tobirama is very unhappy with Uchiha Sasuke, he has to admit that Uchiha Sasuke has a great talent for learning the Flying Thunder God technique. Another summer is coming. The 13-year-old Uchiha Sasuke has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique more than his teacher Hatake Kakashi through diligent training, and was taken by Karin to meet Akihara Kagura. Your mission. Akihara Kagura glanced at Uchiha Sasuke and whispered, leave Konoha, become a rebel ninja in the village, go to Orochimaru, and help the village monitor Orochimaru's every move. Uchiha Sasuke raised his head in disbelief. Do you have any objections to the mission of the root? Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Sasuke with some confusion, as if she didn't quite understand why Uchiha Sasuke was shocked by this mission. No, Uchiha Sasuke was still a little overwhelmed. For the first time, he realized the horror of the root mission. If I become a traitor nin, the village will put you on the wanted list. Akihara Kagura casually said the result of becoming a traitor nin, but added, but don't worry, I will keep your information here. When you complete the mission and return to Konoha in the future, you will become a formal member of the root. Then I'll be in Team 7. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth. He was a little greedy for the beauty of Team 7. Because of Akihara Kagura, Uchiha Sasuke also gained powerful power in Konoha, which made Uchiha Sasuke feel that if he stayed, revenge was in sight. He was reluctant to leave this village. For a while, he was reluctant to leave Team 7. Are you reluctant to leave Team 7? Akihara Kagura looked at the young Sasuke with a tangled face with interest. No. Uchiha Sasuke quickly lowered his head and said in a deep voice, I will go on a mission, defect from the village, go to Orochimaru and monitor him. Orochimaru is my ally. When Akihara Kagura said this, he suddenly felt a strange feeling, but continued, I asked you to go to Orochimaru, on the one hand to monitor the alliance between me and him, and on the other hand to let you go to him to learn and hone your skills. Orochimaru is not. Uchiha Sasuke raised his head and looked at Akihara Kagura sitting behind the desk, as if he couldn't believe his ears. He is not a traitor in the village. Akihara Kagura shook his head and continued, you will soon be a traitor in the village, and there are differences between traitors and traitors. And, this is the darkness of the root. Yes, I understand. Uchiha Sasuke lowered his head again. Although Uchiha Sasuke didn't know what the traitor Orochimaru was, he was just leaving Konoha to carry out an S-level undercover mission. Is this the darkness of the root? The members of the root are always buried deep underground and never see the sun. If it weren't for chance, I would never know what kind of people the root ninjas are. People always have to grow up. Akihara Kagura looked at the young Sasuke who was kneeling on one knee in front of her, as if she remembered the scene when she was a teenager. Everyone has his own path to take, relying on the darkness of the root, and drawing strength from the darkness to kill Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke, are you sure you want to take this path? Yes. Then go. Akihara Kagura waved her hand and said softly, I'll let someone pass the message to Orochimaru. Orochimaru has always been very interested in your body. Someone will come to pick you up soon. Study hard from him. He will teach you how to kill Uchiha Itachi. Yes. Uchiha Sasuke lowered his head heavily, and seemed to hesitate to ask, I will take care of the affairs of Team 7 during this time, but the reason for defecting for power. Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Sasuke and found a reason for him in advance. Kakashi has been worried that you would be obsessed with getting more power for revenge, so just think of it as defecting to Konoha for the power given to you by Orochimaru. Yes. Uchiha Sasuke lowered his head, clenched his teeth, and suppressed his emotions. I will say goodbye to them when I go back. Don't reveal the secrets of the root. Akihara Kagura looked at the trembling Uchiha Sasuke, sighed and said, Sasuke, you who went to perform the root mission for the first time have surpassed Uchiha Itachi who performed the root mission for the first time, because you have more precious humanity than him. The third update. Today's daily 10,000 are completed. Good night everyone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto, Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke. The Land of Grass. A base buried deep underground. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi have been hiding here to conduct experiments. Orochimaru received the news that Uchiha Sasuke had learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Even though Orochimaru was reincarnated in the body of a white Zetsu, this body fits him very well and there is no need for reincarnation for the time being, but Orochimaru is still a little greedy. The Sharingan and Flying Thunder God made Orochimaru unable to suppress his greed for Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru has always known that Uchiha Sasuke is a genius, but at this moment he has decided that he is still a little short-sighted. He didn't realize that Uchiha Sasuke could also learn the Flying Thunder God technique. This talent is enough to make Orochimaru tempted. Because those who have really come into contact with the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze know how important the Flying Thunder God technique is. Uchiha Sasuke has learned the Flying Thunder God technique, which makes Orochimaru eager to get Uchiha Sasuke's body. Although it will take some time for the reincarnation to cool down, this white Zetsu's body is also very beneficial to Orochimaru. But who would complain about getting too much knowledge? Orochimaru has always dreamed of mastering all the techniques in the ninja world, and the Flying Thunder God technique is also one of the techniques he wants to learn very much. In the future, he can use the reincarnation to plunder Uchiha Sasuke's body, seize the knowledge of the Flying Thunder God technique and the bloodline of the Sharingan. Kagura won't stop me from getting Uchiha Sasuke, right? Orochimaru directly told Kabuto Yakushi about his needs. Of course not. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and chuckled. If Lord Orochimaru needs Uchiha Sasuke, he can just lure Uchiha Sasuke to defect here. I'll send the 4 Oto Haikyuu to bring him here. Orochimaru nodded and had his own ideas in his mind. It just so happens that I left a curse mark on Uchiha Sasuke's body, and that kid is a candidate I've been eyeing for a long time. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he remembered that Uchiha Sasuke had learned the Flying Thunder God technique, and felt a little headache. If that kid refuses to come, the 4 Oto Haikyuu may not be his opponent, and he might even run away and cause trouble. If not, Orochimaru felt that the 4 Oto Haikyuu might not be able to bring Uchiha Sasuke back, so he planned to go to Konoha again and bring Uchiha Sasuke back in person. I'll go there myself. The 4 Oto Haikyuu had a bit of a foul mouth. Orochimaru didn't think that his subordinates could lure Uchiha Sasuke to defect, and only he could lure Uchiha Sasuke to leave Konoha. That's just right. Kabuto Yakushi immediately planned to go with the flow and chuckled, when Lord Orochimaru is away, I will send a message to Kagura and let Kagura lead the root ninjas to raid the Hidden Sound Village. This way, we can give Konoha an explanation, and Kagura will not have to hunt you down when Lord Orochimaru sneaks into Konoha. After all, theoretically, Lord Orochimaru can't escape Kagura's pursuit. Okay. Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue, and nodded with a smile, saying, when Kagura led the root ninjas to raid the Hidden Sound Village, I happened to lure Uchiha Sasuke to defect in Konoha. In this way, he won't arouse Konoha's suspicion. This arrangement is also good. Kagura's positive identity is the assistant of Konoha's Hokage. If Akihara Kagura stayed in Konoha, he would inevitably get into trouble. They were all allies with ulterior motives, and Orochimaru was also worried that Akihara Kagura would turn against him. By the way, there is one more piece of information. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Orochimaru and smiled as he continued to provide a piece of information. Kagura's teacher Jiraiya is still in Konoha. Lord Orochimaru should be careful. Small problem. Orochimaru remembered the scene when Uzumaki Naruto summoned Gamabuncha to suppress the one-tailed Shukaku during the Konoha collapse plan, and a hint of amusement appeared on his face. I heard that Uchiha Sasuke's companion Uzumaki Naruto is Jiraiya's new disciple. It seems that after the old man died, the windmill of fate has begun to turn. Is fate a windmill? Kabuto Yakushi narrowed his eyes and lowered his head to think, is it a cyclical and inescapable cycle of fate? Root base. Akihara Kagura fully agreed with Kabuto Yakushi's plan. Another high-level meeting was held in the Hokage building. The 4 previous Hokage began to go to the Rain Country to track down Uchiha Obito, and Akihara Kagura led his team to hunt down Orochimaru. This time, Konoha looked like it was going to catch the enemy in one fell swoop. Since the members who went out this time were all from the root, Konoha did not seem to have changed much, and many people did not even know that the village was in turmoil. The ninjas in the village were unaware of it. The ninjas were still working hard to carry out their tasks, and went to the training ground from time to time to practice hard. In Konoha village, the atmosphere of Team 7 gradually became weird. Uchiha Sasuke began to become more and more irritable. Uzumaki Naruto and Hiruno Sakurai of Team 7 were still trying to correct his mentality. Hatake Kakashi was very troubled by the student who was eager for revenge, but he could do nothing about this situation. He could understand Uchiha Sasuke's madness. Team 7 gradually began to crack. During the day, Uchiha Sasuke quarreled with Uzumaki Naruto, thinking that this bastard did not understand him. Late at night, Uchiha Sasuke would stay at home alone, curled up in bed, like a beast licking its wounds. He was finally going to carry out his first route mission, but he had to defect from Konoha for this mission. Team 7 during this period would be the only warmth he could covet in the future. But he had to leave Team 7. Akihara Kagura asked him to monitor Orochimaru, and by the way, he could also learn from Orochimaru. Only by defeating Orochimaru in the future could he kill Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, there was a group of Uchiha clansmen in the route, and he could not continue to sink here. He still had a blood feud, and staying in Team 7 would only be a waste of time. Outside Konoha village, Akihara Kagura had just left with a root ninja. Orochimaru rushed to Konoha with the 4 sound ninjas. Go test Sasuke's strength? Orochimaru waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to sneak into Konoha. I left the Heaven's Curse seal on him. I want to see how much the little guy has grown. If his strength is not good, just bring him out. Yes. The 4 sound ninjas instantly sneaked into Konoha village. As experimental subjects given the curse seal by Orochimaru, the 4 sound ninjas have always believed that they are powerful. When the 4 of them join forces, they can easily kill the Jonin. This time, the 4 sound ninjas hide a wall. Uchiha Sasuke had a quarrel with Uzumaki Naruto, and was in a bad mood. When he saw the sound 4, he thought they were here to welcome him to defect from Konoha, and he suppressed his anger. Are you Orochimaru's men? Are you here to take me away from Konoha? No, I need to see your strength first. Sakon and Yukin grinned and twisted their palms, as if they were a little unconvinced. Let me see why you, a little brat, were given the Heaven's Curse seal by Lord Orochimaru. Beat him up first. Kidamaru looked down at Uchiha Sasuke and chuckled. Let him be honest. The only 2 remaining members of the Sound 4, Jiraiya and Tayuya, saw that their companions wanted to ravage Uchiha Sasuke, and the 2 did not choose to stop them, and they might even help. Their mission was to test Uchiha Sasuke's strength. A bunch of bastards. When Uchiha Sasuke was most unhappy, he looked at this group of ninjas with strange looks, and he could no longer bear the anger that had been suppressed. A kunai appeared in Uchiha Sasuke's hand. On the kunai was engraved a flying thunder god mark in the shape of a round fan. He raised his hand and shot the kunai at Sakon and Yukin. Is that all you can do? Sakon and Yukin turned their heads with disdain to avoid the kunai. However, the next moment, Sakon and Yukin's expressions changed. Because when Sakon and Yukin just turned their heads to avoid the kunai, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly disappeared from his sight, and the eyes of the other members of the Sound 4 also changed. Be careful. The companion's reminder was a step late. Uchiha Sasuke's figure teleported to Sakon and Yukin's side, holding the kunai with the flying thunder god mark in his hand, and pressed it directly on Sakon and Yukin's throat. This is a unique skill taught to him by 2 Hokage who are good at the flying thunder god technique. Compared with other flying thunder god technique users, Uchiha Sasuke may be the most suitable person for flying thunder god. Because Uchiha Sasuke has the Sharingan, his perfect dynamic vision allows him to still have no mistakes in vision and movement after teleporting. What a joke. Kidamaru looked at Sakon and Yukin being subdued, and deeply felt the difficulty of this mission. I didn't catch this guy's movements at all. I haven't lost yet. Sakon and Yukin narrowed their eyes. This guy has 2 heads, and even 2 thoughts? Strictly speaking, Sakon and Yukin are actually 2 people. One head is named Sakon, and the other sleeping head is called Yukin, that is, a twin alien. When fighting, Sakon and Yukin's 2 heads will be fully awake, cooperate to fight together, and even burst out more magical power. Uchiha Sasuke, it seems that I underestimated you. Sakon's arm twisted his body, not caring that his throat was pressed against the kunai, and the other head Yukin also woke up. Let's go together. Jiraiya of the Sound 4 felt that the situation was not that simple, and was a little worried that their mission would go wrong. I feel that his teleportation just now is not that simple. The next moment, the Sound 4 used their own methods to rush forward. However, Uchiha Sasuke's movements were so fast that they could not see any trace at all. With just a flying thunder god kunai and lightning released Chidori, he killed the Sound 4 in a complete defeat. If you are serious, Uchiha Sasuke's current combat power is even better than the 12-year-old Hatake Kakashi. He can perfectly combine Chidori and Flying Thunder God. Is this the only skill that Orochimaru taught? Uchiha Sasuke looked at the Sound Four who were lying on the ground. Each of them had a terrible wound on their body, and looked at Uchiha Sasuke with horror. Because they are the worst batch. A long snake climbed on the tree and slowly opened its mouth to spit out the figure of Orochimaru. Orochimaru! Uchiha Sasuke's pupils shrank instantly. This tension was instantly suppressed by Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke had been ready to defect, but he didn't expect that Orochimaru would come to Konoha in person to lure him to defect. Sasuke, you've become even better. Orochimaru has been paying attention to everything here. When he saw Uchiha Sasuke using the Flying Thunder God technique to defeat the Sound Four, the greed and desire in his heart could hardly be suppressed. It's not that they are too weak, it's that you have become stronger. It's really the Flying Thunder God technique. Even if Uchiha Sasuke used the lightning release Chidori, it would not be a big threat to the Sound Four, but once Uchiha Sasuke used the Flying Thunder God technique, his combat effectiveness immediately changed qualitatively, and even Orochimaru himself felt it was difficult and troublesome. Sasuke. Orochimaru raised his finger, smiled and asked, now you are a fledgling with wings spread wide enough to fly to the sky. It seems that you should not curl up on a tree. Do you want to go with me to see the wider world? What can you teach me? Uchiha Sasuke frowned, and he was obviously a little disdainful of Orochimaru. If it was not for the purpose of completing the task assigned by Akihara Kagura, if it was not for the desire to hone his strength with Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke would not be willing to associate with Orochimaru. Everything. Orochimaru grinned. Then let me see it for a moment. Uchiha Sasuke stared at Orochimaru, and the Chidori in his hand sang again. After defeating the four sound ninjas, he wanted to use Orochimaru to test his strength. If he could defeat Orochimaru at this time, perhaps he could take the opportunity of defecting from Konoha to seek revenge on Uchiha Itachi. How naive! Orochimaru smiled, looking at Uchiha Sasuke who wanted to fight. He actually had a touch of appreciation. The Flying Thunder God technique only changes your fighting style, but it won't change the actual power gap. In the evening, Ichiriko Ramen Noodle Shop. Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya were still chattering about how their good friend Uchiha Sasuke had become abnormal recently, and the two quarreled more and more fiercely. Jiraiya looked at his disciple and just nodded with a smile. He had also experienced this stage of Uzumaki Naruto, quarreling with his teammates in the same team every day. In the future, this will be the time they miss the most. Naruto. Naruto. However, just as they were eating noodles here, Hiruno Sakura hurried over. She had some embarrassing scars on her body, and she asked for help in panic. Naruto. Orochimaru took Sasuke away from the village. Sasuke. The chopsticks in Uzumaki Naruto's hand stopped instantly. Orochimaru. Jiraiya's chopsticks were directly stuck on the table. First update. The end of the Valley Brawl is about to begin. Chapter 245, Brawl in the Valley of the End. The Valley of the End. There are two statues here. The founders of Konoha Village, Hoshirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, fought a battle here. To commemorate them, later generations erected statues of their opponents here. Orochimaru and Sasuke Uchiha rested here. Because they had fought a battle between the two of them, they had to stop and rest to recover their chakras before they could deal with the pursuers sent by Konoha. There were not many pursuers sent by Konoha to retrieve the traitor Sasuke Uchiha, only two people, but one of them was called Jiraiya and the other was called Uzumaki Naruto. You are so cold and heartless. Orochimaru smiled and looked at Uchiha Sasuke who was chewing a soldier pill with his head down, and said softly, I thought you would take that little girl named Hiruno Sakura away with you. The little girl wanted to leave Konoha with you, but you slapped her. There is no need for that. Uchiha Sasuke swallowed a soldier pill to restore his chakra, and said coldly, a useless waste, she is of no help to me at all. Then she should be killed. Orochimaru mentioned another solution, now she has reported your defection to Konoha, and Jiraiya is chasing you with his little disciples. Killing a useless waste will not make me happy. Besides, I can get rid of Naruto now. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Orochimaru indifferently, and said coldly, Orochimaru, if you can't even deal with Jiraiya, who is also one of the three ninjas, then if I follow you, won't I become worse than Naruto, who is the last one in the future? What a sharp-tongued kid! Orochimaru couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He turned his head slightly to look at the Valley of the End, then let's get rid of our respective opponents here. The Valley of the End. Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly, thinking of the legend here. Isn't this very meaningful? Orochimaru looked back at the statue of Uchiha Madara next to him, and then looked at the statue of Senju Hashirama opposite. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the two founders of Konoha, broke up here and severed their bond with each other. Orochimaru. Just as Orochimaru was telling the story, a heavy voice appeared in their ears. Sasuke. A childish voice called Uchiha Sasuke's name loudly. A tall white-haired man and a yellow-haired boy stood under the waterfall, watching Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke on the other side of the river. Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto immediately chased after them after they got the news, and the two finally caught up with each other's bond. You came so fast. Orochimaru showed a sneer of disdain at the corner of his mouth, but he ignored Jiraiya and turned his head to look at Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, are you okay? Humph, just a last-place student. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, pretending to be disdainful, and looked at Orochimaru instead, saying coldly, Orochimaru, I hope you won't let me down. Humph, just a last-place student. Orochimaru smiled contemptuously at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, fate seemed to be reincarnated. Orochimaru was the first in the ninja school, and Jiraiya was the last-place student in the class. Uchiha Sasuke was also the first in the school, and Uzumaki Naruto was also the last-place student in the class. If the chakra is not enough. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Sasuke beside him, chuckled and ordered, you can channel out the curse seal I cast on you, and the curse seal will help you provide chakra. I understand. Uchiha Sasuke stroked the back of his neck. There was a black curse seal on the back of his neck, which was left by Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Jiraiya stared at the familiar figure, a firm look appeared on his face, killing the Hokage, desecrating the dead, and luring the ninjas in the village to defect. This is the path I have chosen. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya with a smile and spread out his palms. Besides, it was not me who lured Sasuke to defect. Konoha provided him with too little power. Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke beside Orochimaru, his face full of confusion. Why did you leave the village? Why did you surrender to Orochimaru? You don't need to care about my affairs. Uchiha Sasuke raised his head and squinted his eyes to look at Uzumaki Naruto. Anyway, you will never understand what I am going to do, and I don't need you to understand it. For revenge, for power, you will never understand that anyway. And I don't need your understanding. Uchiha Sasuke stared at Uzumaki Naruto. His mind gradually became distant, as if he could see their future together in him. That idiot who always clamors to become Hokage should become Hokage in the future, right? An Avenger who is always shrouded in darkness can only become the leader of the root who supports the Hokage, right? After entering the root base, Uchiha Sasuke has been thinking about his future life soberly, but if he wants to enjoy this life, he has to wait until he gets his revenge. Before that, what he has to do is to practice hard and accumulate strength. Similarly, he must complete the root mission well in order to get more favor from Akihara Kagura and compete with Karin for the future leader of the root. Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke's complicated expression, thinking that this companion could still be saved, and said in a deep voice, wake up, you should know who Orochimaru is. That guy will only kill you. He just wants to take your body away. This idiot. Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath. Although he had already received reminders from Akihara Kagura and Karin, and even got the time when Orochimaru would perform the next reincarnation, but at this time, he exposed Orochimaru's coveting of his body, so how could he get along with Orochimaru? Naruto. A look of disdain appeared on Uchiha Sasuke's face, as if he didn't care about this kind of thing at all, and he said in a cold voice, as long as I can get strength, as long as I can kill Uchiha Itachi, nothing matters, even if I lose my life. It's just a body. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists, trying his best to recall the tragedy he experienced on the night of the genocide. His eyes were immediately filled with anger. When I was 8 years old, I was already a walking corpse. I only have this life, which can be the price of revenge. Sasuke, come back with me. Uzumaki Naruto looked at his companion with some pain. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists, his knuckles kept cracking under his strength, his voice became colder and colder. I have said it before, you can't understand me like you, no matter what happens, as long as I can get power, as long as I can get revenge. Orochimaru showed a smug smile at the corner of his mouth, as if showing off to Jiraiya. You heard it too, Jiraiya. This is not my fault. Sasuke voluntarily left with me really. Jiraiya watched the conversation between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke throughout the whole process. His eyes looking at Orochimaru gradually became cold and deep. If so, why did you appear in Konoha again? That child was bewitched by you. As long as I kill you anyway, you think everything is my fault. Orochimaru didn't care about Jiraiya's accusations at all, and continued with a smile. If you want to kill me, let me weigh your strength. This time, it's not like the last time. You have Tsunade to help you. This is almost equivalent to a declaration before the war. The Valley of the End suddenly became quiet. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were looking at each other, and Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were also looking at each other. Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto finally couldn't hold back. The most impatient little guy rushed directly towards Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke, and quickly stepped on the river water to rush to the other side. No matter what you say, I must take you back today. Naruto Jiraiya had no time to stop his disciple, so he could only rush to the other side with Uzumaki Naruto. His target was directly on Orochimaru. There was no need to say more. The pursuer and the pursued had already chosen each other's opponents in advance. Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke rushed towards their opponents almost at the same time. Orochimaru went straight to Jiraiya, and Uchiha Sasuke rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke. Naruto. Orochimaru. Jiraiya. The four people fought in a group on the lake of the Valley of the End. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. When Jiraiya saw Orochimaru, he still used Fire style ninjutsu directly. He knew that close combat with Orochimaru was not very useful. Water style, Water Array Wall. Orochimaru didn't care about Jiraiya's fire style. This was on the river, and water style had more advantages than fire style. Compared with the contest between the two Konoha Sannin, the fight between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto was obviously not up to par. The two little guys fought with fists and feet. Uchiha Sasuke's physical skills were better. He grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's clothes with one hand and smashed him on the river. Uzumaki Naruto grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's ankle and threw him down. The two Jonin immediately fought fiercely. Don't hinder me. Uchiha Sasuke took the opportunity to grab Uzumaki Naruto's throat, but he couldn't use any strength. He gritted his teeth and threw him out with one hand. I thought you wanted to kill me. After being frustrated, Uzumaki Naruto actually smiled. Sasuke, you don't want to leave us either, right? Then let me take you back. You're wrong. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes immediately turned cold, and he threw out a shuriken carelessly. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Dozens of shurikens flew in the air. The old man's technique. This move even distracted Orochimaru and Jiraiya. The two saw the technique left by their teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen here, and it was performed by a little guy, which inevitably made them feel a little emotional. Orochimaru saw the floor revealed by Jiraiya, and threw a shuriken at Jiraiya. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Orochimaru, this bastard. Jiraiya had no time to make a seal to resist, and his body instantly sank into the water, avoiding the dense flying shurikens. Uzumaki Naruto followed suit, and the chakra attached to the water surface under his feet immediately disappeared. His body also sank into the water, avoiding Uchiha Sasuke's shuriken shadow clone. The master and the apprentice looked at each other in the water. Although they couldn't talk underwater, the master and the apprentice understood each other's thoughts. Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto dived underwater towards their respective opponents at the same time. Sasuke, be careful. Orochimaru warned Sasuke. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Sasuke flew into the air and spit out a ball of flames directly at the water's surface. The flames instantly fell on the river's surface, igniting a ball of steam, and also made the water temperature scorching, forcing Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto who were hiding under the water out. It's so troublesome. Uzumaki Naruto rushed out at the first time, and his hands immediately raised their fingers and closed them. Ninjutsu, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. As he made hand seals, countless dense shadow clones appeared on the river surface and rushed towards Uchiha Sasuke. This kind of chakra is really terrifying. Orochimaru looked at the shadow clone released by Uzumaki Naruto and actually praised him. It's almost catching up with that guy Akihara Kagura, right? Are you still in the mood to judge here? Jiraiya appeared in front of Orochimaru. His hair was wet with water, and his eyes were still firm. Orochimaru, even if it's for Naruto, I won't let you go this time. As soon as the voice fell, Jiraiya opened his mouth and spit out balls of oil. This is oil condensed using chakra. It will not sink when it encounters water, nor will it be restrained by water escape. Instead, it will make water escape fuel the fire. Old tricks. Orochimaru shook his head, his face still disdainful. If it's Sage Mode, maybe I have to be afraid of it, but this trick. Fire escape, big flame bomb. Jiraiya opened his mouth and spit out more ball of flames. This ball of flame instantly burned the oil on the river. Idiot. Orochimaru sneered, not caring about the flames that were about to burn along with the flow of oil, and directly closed his palms. Jiraiya, have you forgotten that this is a river, and the flow of oil is mixed with water? Water style, water wave. The waves on the river surface suddenly rolled up and flowed towards Jiraiya, and the flames and kerosene also flowed towards Jiraiya along the water flow. Jiraiya could only fly back in embarrassment. The two ninjutsu that he had worked so hard to release were actually resolved by Orochimaru's sea-level ninjutsu, which was inevitably a bit unsuccessful. Is this bastard here to restrain him? Snakes will always restrain frogs. Orochimaru said what Jiraiya was thinking, and looked at the situation on the other side of the battlefield. Just like the Sharingan is born to restrain the tailed beasts, even if Sasuke does not have the main Gekkai Sharingan, he can still restrain the Nine Tails Jinchuriki on the other side of the battlefield. Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone was destroyed by Uchiha Sasuke using fire style. A layer of red-tailed beast coat suddenly appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's body, his face became a little wider, and his teeth seemed to grow to huge fangs like a wild beast. Nine-tailed beast. Uchiha Sasuke closed his eyes and recalled a conversation he had with the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, about the red chakra coat that always appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's body. At that time, Minato Namikaze smiled brightly, as if he had placed everything on Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, the life of a Jinchuriki cannot be like that of an ordinary person. All Jinchuriki will be discriminated against in a strange way. Naruto must have been rejected by the people in the village since he was a child. It is not easy to find a companion like you who accepts him. You idiot. Uchiha Sasuke opened his eyes again, but sighed in his heart. Is it because of this that Uzumaki Naruto doesn't want to see him leave? But it was also because of this that I chose to accept the mission of rebelling issued by the Root, just to compete with Karin for the future leader of the Root after revenge, so that I can always be the companion of this idiot in the future. Second update. Chapter 246 Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke can understand Uzumaki Naruto. A large part of this was due to the teachings of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, because Minato Namikaze was one of Uchiha Sasuke's teachers, and he told Sasuke a lot about Jinchuriki. In addition to these, there are other troublesome places. For example, the tailed beast can provide chakra for the Jinchuriki. Idiot. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the figure wearing the tailed beast's cloak, and also felt the thorny point. His chakra was almost exhausted. Because before leaving Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke first defeated the Sound Four, and then fought with Orochimaru. The chakra in his body was almost consumed at that time. Even if the chakra was slightly restored while waiting in the Valley of the End, the chakra was not enough to continue to support him to fight. But Uzumaki Naruto still has chakra in his body. Is the chakra running out? Orochimaru seemed to notice Uchiha Sasuke's predicament, and chuckled and said, "You can use the curse seal I gave you at this time to try the new power." Got it. Uchiha Sasuke frowned. Although he could use the chakra in the curse seal, he would fall into Orochimaru's trap, which others had warned him about in advance. However, if he did not use the curse seal at this time, it would inevitably arouse Orochimaru's vigilance, which would be detrimental to his undercover mission. Forget it. Sooner or later, the curse seal will be cleared anyway. Uchiha Sasuke simply stopped resisting the invasion of the curse seal and activated the power of the curse seal. The chakra in the curse seal quickly spread over his body, burning his skin like a flame, and even changing his appearance. Uchiha Sasuke also got some secret information about the power of the curse seal. Because almost all ninjas in the Root have curse seals, but their curse seals are all given by Akihara Kagura, and the tribesmen in the Root occasionally mentioned using curse seals for training. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't suppress his pain. He could feel something coming out of his body. The curse seal had completely changed his appearance. A group of flesh claws came out from his back, standing behind him like a wing, and a piece of flesh armor was attached to his face. The second form of the curse seal. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Sasuke in amazement, and a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. What a unique genius, Sasuke Rasengan. Uzumaki Naruto was wearing a scarlet-tailed beast coat, and a group of purple Rasengan appeared in his hand, which was different from what he usually used. Chidori. A group of silver electric light appeared on Uchiha Sasuke's palm, which was different from the Chidori form he usually used. Uchiha Sasuke stared at Uzumaki Naruto with his eyes, trying his best to resist the invasion of the cursed seal on his will. This was also a kind of tempering for him. Whether it was for him or for Naruto, this battle was a tempering. Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke in the cursed seal form looked at the beast-like Uzumaki Naruto, holding the lightning of Chidori in his hand, and said coldly, "Go back and practice well, you are still far from it. I must take you back." Uzumaki Naruto in the one-tail state held the Rasengan and rushed towards Sasuke. "It doesn't matter even if I die. I will definitely take you back." Idiot Uchiha Sasuke cursed, raised the Chidori in his hand and went up to meet him. He didn't care how much damage the opponent would suffer from this attack, he knew this guy's recovery ability. Sasuke. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto's face was still stubborn. Uchiha Sasuke's face was actually a little hesitant. The two boys who had changed their appearance raised their best techniques, which were also each other's strongest offensive techniques, and rushed towards each other. Rasengan. Jiraiya raised his palm, and a ball of Rasengan appeared in his hand. He also looked at Orochimaru standing opposite, as if inviting a fight. Orochimaru's expression became strange. For the battle between the three ninjas of Konoha, Jiraiya's Rasengan can only be a small additional technique in the battle. How can it be the deciding factor in the battle? Orochimaru frowned slightly, as if he could not understand Jiraiya's actions. He raised his fingers and quickly formed a hand seal. Lightning release, thunder. A ball of lightning suddenly hit Jiraiya. The Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand dissipated in an instant, and he shook his arm with a painful face. "You are such an immoral guy, idiot." Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya and sneered, laughing at Jiraiya's naivety and stupidity. "Do you think we are still 12 or 13 years old?" While the two of them were still talking, the winner had already been decided on the other side of the battlefield. The techniques of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke collided with each other, immediately causing a huge explosion. Not good. The faces of Orochimaru and Jiraiya changed at the same time. When the explosion began, the air in the entire Valley of the End began to vibrate. The moment the Chidori and the Rasengan collided, it was as if a black hole was formed, but it suddenly exploded, and the rock walls of the canyon quickly cracked, and rubble kept flying and falling. Even the lake above the Valley of the End immediately tilted down. What's more troublesome is that if you don't pay attention, you may be washed away by the waves rushing down from the lake at any time. Earth style, earth flow wall. Earth style, earth flow wall. Orochimaru and Jiraiya put their hands together and formed seals at the same time. The two people who had fought together countless times tacitly formed the same hand seals, and used earth-style ninjutsu to block the gap in the cliff. After Orochimaru and Jiraiya finished all this, they both looked at each other at the same time. Jiraiya snorted in dissatisfaction, and there seemed to be some smile in Orochimaru's eyes. "Jiraiya, you don't care about Naruto's safety, but I still care about my container. No, Naruto." Jiraiya remembered the shocking explosion just now. Just in terms of the power of the technique, the two little guys already have the combat power of the Jonin level. Will there be any problems with these two little guys? Orochimaru and Jiraiya jumped up at the same time and caught a boy respectively. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, whose chakras were exhausted, had already returned to their original appearance. However, Naruto had already fainted. Uchiha Sasuke seemed to still have some strength left. "Sasuke, you won." Orochimaru smiled, praised Uchiha Sasuke softly, and looked at Jiraiya on the opposite side. "Jiraiya, you lost? It seems that my vision is good this time." Jiraiya did not speak, but just lowered his head to check Naruto's body, and found that there was no big problem with him before he felt relieved. Jiraiya was too lazy to pay attention to Orochimaru, but he did not want to admit defeat to Orochimaru. It's too early for the two little guys to decide the winner. "We haven't decided the winner yet. You still like to be stubborn." Orochimaru shook his head, and didn't care about Jiraiya's stubbornness. "Go back and let Naruto, the idiot, practice well." Uchiha Sasuke also stood up from Orochimaru's arms a little stubbornly, looked at Jiraiya who was holding Uzumaki Naruto, and said coldly, "Next time we meet again, I hope this idiot won't fall behind too much." "Orochimaru, let's go." Uchiha Sasuke turned around and was about to leave directly. "Goodbye, Jiraiya." Orochimaru politely said goodbye to his friend, then smiled and left the Valley of the End with Uchiha Sasuke. That guy Jiraiya stared at their departing figures, as if he saw the future where the figures of Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke would overlap, and a flash of anger flashed across his face. However, he could not do anything because Uchiha Sasuke had already won, Uzumaki Naruto had already lost, and he had no way to keep Orochimaru, so he could only watch them leave. Sasuke Uzumaki Naruto suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes, and when he saw Jiraiya in front of him, he actually relaxed. Sasuke held back. Uzumaki Naruto said this the first time he woke up. His eyes were still shining, as if there was hope in them, because he saw the struggle in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke didn't want to kill me, what's the use? Jiraiya frowned and disagreed with Uzumaki Naruto's idea. Sooner or later, Uchiha Sasuke will become like Orochimaru, to be honest. Jiraiya spent a long time chasing Orochimaru back, but in the end he still didn't. After Orochimaru caused the collapse of Konoha, he had completely given up the idea. No. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head quickly and said in a deep voice, no matter what he becomes, I will definitely chase him back. Jiraiya stopped persuading him. Sooner or later, this child will be completely disappointed with his defecting companions. Jiraiya-sama. Hatake Kakashi chased after him with his ninja dog. Because Hatake Kakashi got the news a little late, he only saw Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto when he arrived here, and his face looked a little bad. Where is Sasuke? He was taken away by Orochimaru. Jiraiya sighed, and added, Uchiha Sasuke was blinded by revenge and took the initiative to leave with Orochimaru. Hatake Kakashi was silent. Hatake Kakashi was in a bad mood. His companion Uchiha Obito became a traitor, and his student Uchiha Sasuke also became a traitor. What is this called? Teacher Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Hatake Kakashi and raised his fist solemnly. Don't worry, I will definitely get Sasuke back. Hatake Kakashi could only nod hesitantly. At this moment, the gears of fate seemed to begin to reincarnate from generation to generation. This generation's Uzumaki Naruto wants to bring back the defected Uchiha Sasuke. The previous generation's self wanted to bring back the defected Uchiha Obito, Lord Jiraiya wanted to bring back the defected Orochimaru, and even the sacrificed third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen once wanted to bring back the defected Shimura Danzo. There seemed to be too many defectors in Konoha. When Hatake Kakashi was thinking about Uchiha Obito, he didn't know that the person he wanted to bring back was in big trouble and was being hunted down by the four Hokage. The land of rain. The heavy rain was still falling. Uchiha Obito took the initiative to meet the four Hokage to prevent the four Hokage from tracking down the base of the Akatsuki organization, so as to avoid the destruction of the Akatsuki organization that he had worked so hard to build. There is no doubt. This is an act of actively looking for trouble. The fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Obito, whose appearance had long changed but whose outline could still be seen, and sighed with mixed feelings. Obito teacher Uchiha Obito's mood was also complicated, and his voice became a little hoarse. It's been a long time since we last met. Originally thought they would never see each other again. However, unexpectedly, Akihara Kagura's mistake made him meet this teacher again, and the past scenes emerged in Uchiha Obito's mind. I didn't expect that it would be you that day. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath and didn't know what to say. If he was asked to blame Uchiha Obito, Namikaze Minato was not a person who liked to blame others. He also knew that Uchiha Obito was controlled by Uchiha Madara. Of course. Another person present didn't care so much? Evil Uchiha brat Senju Tobirama stood up, staring at Uchiha Obito. He created the Nine Tails Rebellion in Konoha, and I will personally arrest him and bring him to justice. Second generation Hokage. Uchiha Obito's expression immediately became indifferent, and he said coldly with disdain, don't talk big. A bunch of dry bones that have long been buried in the grave. I took the initiative to find you. Even if you are resurrected, I will bury you again. The Mangekyou Sharingan in Uchiha Obito's eye sockets flashed a vortex of time and space, and a gourd-shaped fan suddenly appeared in his hand. Flame Fan Senju Hashirama recognized the weapon in Uchiha Obito's hand at a glance, because that weapon was like engraved in his memory. That is Madara's weapon. That is the artifact passed down from generation to generation in the Uchiha clan. Senju Hashirama had seen that fan on the battlefield countless times. It seems that Akihara Kagura was right. The one supporting Uchiha Obito behind the scenes is Uchiha Madara. But Madara must be dead now. Hashirama Senju knew Uchiha Madara very well. Uchiha Madara loved the flame fan very much and would never be willing to discard that weapon, and would even give it to others. Just a mere Hokage, Uchiha Obito rushed over first, waving the fan in his hand. He wanted to rely on his main Gekkai Sharingan ability to kill the 4 resurrected Hokage here again. Hashirama Senju felt that Uchiha Obito's actions were a bit strange, and subconsciously wanted to correct his behavior. That Uchiha brat, the flame fan is not used like this, it is a shield for defensive ninjutsu. The third update. Today's daily update is completed. Everyone go to bed early. Chapter 247, Uchiha Obito was hunted by the Hokage for 3 consecutive years. It's a bit embarrassing. This was Uchiha Obito's first thought. As an Uchiha with a main Gekkai Sharingan, when using Uchiha's weapons, he was actually pointed at by 1,000 fingers. This was a great humiliation. However, the Uchiha clan has always been stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. Even if they accidentally took the wrong fork in the road, they would still bite the bullet and praise the unique scenery on this road. I use it however I want. Uchiha Obito has the rebellious personality of the Uchiha clan. He rushed over with a flaming fan on his face and used the flaming fan in his hand as a weapon. Idiot Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Obito with contempt, feeling that this Uchiha clan rebel was really a complete idiot. Weapons that cannot be used will only add trouble in battle. Alice Namokaze Minato could only sigh helplessly, and instantly appeared next to Uchiha Obito, raised his hand and pressed a Rasengan on Uchiha Obito's body. The Flying Thunder God mark will not be cancelled. Uchiha Obito was the mysterious masked man who caused the Nine Tails Rebellion in Konoha. Because Minato Namokaze left the Flying Thunder God mark on his back at that time, there is no way to erase the Flying Thunder God mark left on the body. However, this time is different. Uchiha Obito's body instantly became hollow, avoiding Minato Namokaze's Rasengan, raised his hand and waved the round fan to slap Minato Namokaze. Teacher, I won't be hit again this time. A vine drilled out of the ground and grabbed Uchiha Obito's arm directly, forcing Uchiha Obito to become hollow again and give up attacking Minato Namokaze. The ability of the main Gekkai Sharingan is really weird. Senju Hashirama could only helplessly give up continuing to attack, and sighed softly. Even in the Warring States period, I have never seen such a magical ability. It's just a time and space ability. Senju Tobirama sneered, and was extremely disdainful of Uchiha Obito's ability to become hollow. He had already obtained some information about Uchiha Obito from White Zetsui. He can't stay in this state forever. Senju Tobirama waved a ninja sword in his hand and rushed towards Uchiha Obito. Just rush forward, as long as he enters that state, he can't attack. The 4 Hokage present immediately rushed forward. Uchiha Obito was unafraid. Relying on the power of the main Gekkai Sharingan, he fought against the 4 Hokage alone. Before a minute had passed, he was beaten up by the 4 Hokage. Uchiha Obito's main Gekkai Sharingan can maintain its virtualization for up to 5 minutes. However, before the 5 minutes had passed, he was too careless and used the main Gekkai Sharingan ninjutsu to attack the weakest 3rd Hokage. He was caught by Senju Tobirama and Namokaze Minato. Senju Tobirama cut his chest with a knife. Blood suddenly flew out of Uchiha Obito's chest. Rasengan. Namokaze Minato's Rasengan pressed on Uchiha Obito's back again. Uchiha Obito looked at Senju Tobirama, and then he looked at his teacher Namokaze Minato, and he deeply felt the trouble of these 2 Flying Thunder God techniques. He himself hadn't figured out how he was marked with a Flying Thunder God mark by Senju Tobirama. Now there is a troublesome problem. As long as he launches an attack, these 2 Flying Thunder God techniques can teleport together, and they will definitely be able to seize the opportunity to teleport to his side, injuring him or even killing him. Doesn't this mean that he can only take a beating? Of course. There is no need to worry about being beaten. The key is that the chakra and physical strength of the 4 reincarnated Hokage are endless. When fighting, there is no need to worry about the continuation of the battle. How long will it take to be beaten? We can only retreat first. Uchiha Obito planned to leave here first. A space-time vortex appeared in Uchiha Obito's main Gekkai Sharingan, and it was about to absorb his body directly. Find a safe place to think about countermeasures first. The next moment, 2 figures appeared beside him again. Minato Namokaze and Tobirama Senju already knew that Uchiha Obito had to get rid of the hollow state whenever he absorbed the mission objects. Their Flying Thunder God technique could completely take advantage of this time to suddenly kill Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito panicked and was forced to stop absorbing his own body and instantly enter the hollow state to avoid the attacks of the 2 Hokage. Not good. I can't leave. If I want to leave like this, I have to use Izanagi and take advantage of Izanagi's invincible time to let my body withstand the attack and leave here. Wait. Since I have Izanagi, Why should I run away? Isn't it enough to just get rid of these Hokage here? Uchiha Obito immediately found that he had a perfect countermeasure. He could take advantage of the invincible state of the Mangekyou Sharingan, Sil, and use Izanagi, and then use Izanagi's invincible time to overcome the cooling time of the hollow state. If he could maintain a longer invincible state, he could deal with these enemies, and the cost was just to damage a Sharingan that was considered as a consumption. However, the four Hokage had expected this. The two flying thunder gods, Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze, were like fangs hidden in the shadows at any time. The two Hokage, Hoshirama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi, only needed to play a supporting role. 5 minutes later, Uchiha Obito took advantage of Izanagi's invincible state to absorb his body into the Kamui space of the Mangekyou Sharingan, and hurriedly left here with the help of Kamui. Before leaving, the ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan transplanted by Uchiha Obito was slowly going blind. He used his only remaining Mangekyou Sharingan to coldly glance at the two Hokage who came to attack him, and said in a deep voice, "Next time, you won't be so lucky." The four Hokage frowned at the same time. Uchiha Obito has been in a state of being beaten. What on earth can he say such a thing? A secret base. After Uchiha Obito returned here, the first thing he did was to quickly find a replacement Sharingan and replace the blind 3 Magatama Sharingan. You lose. Zetsu's figure drilled out of the ground. This battle has always been within their observation and expectation. Even if Uchiha Obito's Mangekyou Sharingan was magical, it was impossible to get rid of the four Hokage of Konoha. It was just that Zetsu did not expect Uchiha Obito to be beaten so badly. Let Kagura solve these troubles. White Zetsu took the initiative to put forward his own ideas. He thought that it was better to avoid it if it could be avoided. The next battle will not be different. The four Hokage of Konoha will come in person. Even if Lord Madara is resurrected, he will not get any benefits. Not bad. Black Zetsu also agreed with White Zetsu's idea. If Uchiha Obito performed a little better, Black Zetsu might also want to let Uchiha Obito, but Uchiha Obito's performance was really unsatisfactory. The battle lasted a total of 10 minutes. In the 10 minutes, Uchiha Obito was beaten for 5 minutes and never launched a legitimate counterattack. It was rare that Izanagi's invincibility time allowed him to attack, but he was abruptly delayed by the four Hokage. Uchiha Obito was silent for a while, before he had to grit his teeth and give the order, then let that brat Akihara Kagura find a way to lure them away. Fortunately by Zetsu's side, and even felt fortunate, fortunately we planted Kagura as a spy in Konoha in advance, otherwise the plan might have been destroyed by them. But there is also a problem. Zetsu looked at Uchiha Obito and raised another problem, or he told me that no one in Konoha can hinder the decision-making of the four Hokage. Even if Kagura can delay, he can only delay it for a while, and it can't be delayed for too long. Delay as long as it can. Uchiha Obito didn't want to go through that battle again. It's not like there are no other ways. Black Zetsu did propose another way, with half of his face grinning. Try to urge Kagura to quickly research a method that can make Madara have full combat power when he is resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. If Madara with the Samsara Eye can be resurrected. If Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito join forces, the two may not be powerless to fight, and it is not impossible to win, because among the four Hokage, the only one who really needs to be paid attention to is the first-generation Hokage, Senju Hoshirama, and the other Hokage are just foils. Although none of these foils can be solved by Uchiha Obito, in Konoha village. Akihara Kagura sat in the root base and received the information sent by White Zetsuari, and also received the task assigned to him by Uchiha Obito. System prompt, new work task, Uchiha Obito, lead the four Hokage away to prevent the four Hokage from continuing to hunt down Uchiha Obito. For Akihara Kagura, these are all trivial matters. This task can also become a task that continues to recur. While Akihara Kagura asked White Zetsu and Wei to inform Uchiha Obito that the mission had been completed, he recalled the four Hokage to hold a meeting. After a while, he asked them to hunt down Uchiha Obito and try to use this method to dig out all the inheritance from Uchiha Obito, until all the inheritance from Uchiha Obito was dug out, and then resurrected Uchiha Madara. Konoha village was calm. Uchiha Sasuke's defection did not have much impact. After all, he was just an ordinary Jonin in the village. Only the identity of the orphan of the Uchiha clan could be barely praised by people, and he could not cause any big waves. However, Team 7 was disbanded. Uchiha Sasuke defected with Orochimaru, and Jiraiya decided to take Uzumaki Naruto away to practice together. Only Haruno Sakura was left in Team 7. The 5th Hokage Tsunade simply accepted Haruno Sakura as her disciple. All the Genin in Team 7 went their separate ways, but they all became disciples of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. Within 2 or 3 years, life in Konoha suddenly calmed down. The turmoil in the ninja world was getting bigger and bigger. Uchiha Obito was hunted down by the 4 Hokage from time to time. In order not to implicate the Akatsuki organization and hinder the plan, he had no choice but to flee. During this period, Uchiha Obito lost hundreds of Sharingan in order to avoid being hunted down. The Sharingan he collected on the night of the genocide was gradually exhausted. At this time, Uchiha Obito finally realized the preciousness of the Sharingan. Even this boss asked Zetsuari to ask Akihara Kagura if he could dig out some of the Sharingan of the double bloodline ninjas in Konoha and send them over. The land of snow. It was all ice and snow here. Uchiha Obito was wrapped in a thick cloak, clasped his palms together, and used his breath to keep warm. He was chased here by the 4 Hokage all the way. The current Uchiha Obito is completely different from the past. Once upon a time, Uchiha Obito could stir up a storm in the Akatsuki organization and the ninja world with the flick of his hand, and even controlled a large ninja village and the world's strongest rebel ninja organization. Of course. In a sense. Now Uchiha Obito can still influence the Akatsuki organization, and can even influence the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, Konoha Village, through Akihara Kagura. However, the image is a little different. At this time, the only clean thing on Uchiha Obito's body is this newly bought cloak. His clothes are tattered and there are holes everywhere. These are all left when he fought with the 4 Hokage. The 4 Hokage are too powerful. Even if Uchiha Obito has a strange and incomparable time and space pupil technique, his opponent also has a time and space technique, endless chakra and unimaginable attack power, so that Uchiha Obito has no way to fight back, and can only passively bear the fate of being hunted down. I only have 11 Sharingans left. Uchiha Obito treasured his remaining Sharingans extremely preciously and did not dare to squander them lavishly, because each of these Sharingans was equivalent to life. When will that brat send me a batch of Sharingans? Kagura can't send out the extra Sharingans. Zetsu emerged from the ground and spoke cautiously, because the 2nd Hokage issued a ban, prohibiting dual-blooded ninjas from leaving Konoha. That guy wanted to experiment with dual-blooded ninjas, and Kagura could not disobey his orders. That brat is really unreliable. Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes, his words were filled with dissatisfaction with Akihara Kagura. The last time this group of Hokage left was less than 7 days, and this time they are back. If I hadn't led them away in time, the Akatsuki organization would have been destroyed. White Zetsu looked at Uchiha Obito and continued in a low voice. He said that Kagura will find a way to lure the 4 Hokage back to Konoha immediately. In the past few years, in order to help you avoid the 4 Hokage's hunt, he always invited the 4 Hokage to return to Konoha in various names, and was scolded more and more by the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. This is all the trouble he caused. Uchiha Obito recalled the trouble caused by that bastard Akihara Kagura's reckless use of the impure world reincarnation, which caused him to be hunted down in the past few years. That kid caused trouble by using forbidden techniques recklessly, and I have to solve it. Forget it, Obito. White Zetsu could only continue to comfort Uchiha Obito. As long as the Akatsuki organization starts collecting the tailed beasts to resurrect the 10 tails, everything will be fine. The first update. I wish you all a happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Chapter 248. 3 years have passed, and the Uchiha chick has grown up. They are coming. 4 figures walked out of the snow. When Uchiha Obito saw them, he wanted to use Kamui to teleport away from here, but 2 figures appeared beside him in an instant. This trick again. Uchiha Obito hated the flying thunder god mark on his body, but he had no ability to eliminate it, so he could only enter the virtual state to avoid it instantly. Izanagi. Uchiha Obito did not expect that he could defeat them. Because in the past few years, Uchiha Obito had thought of countless means, and even used the yin-yang black rod left by Uchiha Madara. The yin-yang black rod was a little useful for the reincarnated, but it was inevitably insufficient to deal with the 4 Hokage. Then it would be useless to stay. Staying here would only get beaten. Uchiha Obito quickly completed the hand seal of Izanagi, and while Izanagi was still invincible, he used the Mangekyo Sharingan to put himself into time and space. Of course. This is quite troublesome. Because Uchiha Obito has to appear from time to time. Once they disappear in the ninja world, these 4 Hokage, who have long been buried in the ground and pressed down by the coffin, We'll go to the land of rain to track down the intelligence of the Akatsuki organization. He escaped again. Senju Tobirama put away his kunai expressionlessly. Let's go. Namake's Minato was no exception. These Hokage have long been accustomed to the days of hunting down Uchiha Obito, and left here on their own, waiting for the next time to sense Uchiha Obito's whereabouts. These Hokage's pursuit of Uchiha Obito depends entirely on the speed of White Zetsuoi. As long as the speed of White Zetsuoi's transmission of information between them is fast enough, the cycle of Uchiha Obito being hunted down and being spared will be shorter. Root base. Akihara Kagura is 21 years old. In the past 2 or 3 years, Akihara Kagura has gained a lot of things. Basically, he has learned all the inheritance that Uchiha Obito inherited from Uchiha Madara, as well as the wind escape technique and water escape technique sent by the Sand Village and the Mist Village. If the ninjas from Sand Village, Mist Village and Konoha fight with Akihara Kagura, they will find that Akihara Kagura can always use the same techniques as them, which is even more outrageous than Hatake Kakashi, who has the Sharingan and masters thousands of ninjutsu. Lord Kagura. The sound of high heels came, and Karin hurriedly reported a message. There is a message from Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru's laboratory has a new result. In 3 years, Karin has changed a lot. The girl who was brought into Konoha has become graceful and likes to wear a tight ninja uniform, holding folders and scrolls in her hands, and going back and forth to the root base. What results? Akihara Kagura took the scroll from Karin's hand, and frowned after reading it. Why is Lord Orochimaru studying puppets? Puppets that can fight on their own. Could it be that he has created artificial intelligence in the puppets? Is this thing reliable? Akihara Kagura took a quick look and threw the document back to Karin. Seal Orochimaru's new results in the Forbidden Technique room of the root. Wait for the news from Kabuto to come back and order Orochimaru not to use this result. Yes. Karin nodded and took the scroll to the Forbidden Technique room after a while. Over the years, Orochimaru had sent over a lot of experimental results, most of which were directly sealed in the Forbidden Technique room by Akihara Kagura as forbidden techniques, and no one was allowed to touch them. There is one more thing. Karin suddenly asked, Lord Kagura, Uchiha Sasuke wants to challenge Orochimaru. He thinks he has the power to defeat Orochimaru. Then let him challenge first. Akihara Kagura didn't seem to object to Uchiha Sasuke challenging Orochimaru. She just wanted to help eliminate the hidden dangers, just treat it as a test for him. After he succeeds in the challenge, let him come back and by the way, remove the curse mark left on him by Lord Orochimaru. And Akihara Kagura clasped her fingers together and added softly, notify Uchiha Sasuke. I will also tell Lord Orochimaru about this. After all, Lord Orochimaru is also our ally. At least let Lord Orochimaru be a little prepared. Okay. Karin nodded, adjusted her glasses, and continued. The intelligence personnel of the root also sent a message that Lord Jiraiya seems to be taking Naruto back to Kimura. Is that so? Akihara Kagura frowned and thought for a while, suddenly said, then let Sasuke act quickly, maybe they will have a chance to meet. Karin felt that Uchiha Sasuke might not want to meet. The land of grass. Orochimaru's experimental base. Uchiha Sasuke was bored and playing with his kunai, which was engraved with a fan-shaped mark. The little ninja who had defected from Konoha had already grown into a handsome young man of 16. And Orochimaru was quite good at raising children. Uchiha Sasuke lived well in Orochimaru's base, and because of his diligent training, his body was inevitably a bit strong and sturdy, and the muscles on his arms looked strong and powerful. Sasuke, what are you doing here? A young man with a mouthful of shark teeth and carrying a beheading sword saw him, and threw the beheading sword in his hand into the ground. Do you want to play with me? It was the rebel ninja Hazuki Sugetsu from the Hidden Mist Village. Since Hazuki Sugetsu defected to Orochimaru, he did not become Orochimaru's experimental subject, but became Orochimaru's subordinate. Because the four autonomous were abandoned by Orochimaru and died in Konoha, and Kaguya Kunmaro died of illness, Hazuki and Uchiha Sasuke became Orochimaru's right-hand men. As it should be. These two guys who disliked each other had participated in the joint Chunin exam that year, which was equivalent to being ninjas of the same period. These two guys always had to fight to decide the winner when they met. Hazuki fought again and never admitted defeat. He was not a shameless guy, and he didn't care about his own embarrassment. When he saw Uchiha Sasuke, he wanted to test whether his strength had improved. You are not my opponent. Uchiha Sasuke raised his head slightly and glanced at Hazuki in front of him, No matter how many times you come, the result is the same. More arrogant than me. Hazuki grinned and kicked his beheading sword with his feet. He turned his wrist and used force, swinging the sword to cut Uchiha Sasuke. Idiot. Uchiha Sasuke raised the kunai in his hand and blocked the beheading sword lightly. He turned his head slightly and looked at the beheading sword blocked by his kunai. All this seemed like fate. This beheading sword was once easily blocked by his teacher Hatake Kakashi with a kunai. Later, the sword changed its owner, and the current owner was also easily blocked by him. You are stronger again. Hazuki Suigetsu chuckled and praised, raised his hand to press the beheading sword, and pressed it hard in the direction of Uchiha Sasuke. Idiot. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Hazuki Suigetsu, and felt that this guy's IQ seemed to have never increased. His figure disappeared in an instant. Is it Flying Thunder God again? Hazuki Suigetsu couldn't help but sneered, but his eyes suddenly became serious, and the beheading sword suddenly circled around and slashed at himself. Idiots are idiots. Uchiha Sasuke appeared above Suigetsu Hazuki's head, and a ball of lightning suddenly hit Suigetsu Hazuki's head. Suigetsu Hazuki's body was immediately electrocuted and fell to the ground. Ah! Suigetsu Hazuki's body trembled and trembled. Did Suigetsu lose again? A tall figure wearing a cloak walked out from the depths of the base. He glanced at Suigetsu who fell to the ground, and couldn't help but said with some heartache, why does he always want to challenge Sasuke? Isn't his brain enough? Uchiha Sasuke kicked Suigetsu Hazuki aside, stood up and left the base on his own, as if he wanted to go out for training. Outside Orochimaru's base. When Uchiha Sasuke walked under a tree, an arm suddenly emerged from the shadow of the tree and stuffed a note to Uchiha Sasuke. Lord Kagura has approved my action. But will Orochimaru also know that I want to kill him? There is no way to sneak attack, but there is no obstacle. Orochimaru can't be my opponent. Uchiha Sasuke looked down at the note in his hand, and saw the news that Uzumaki Naruto would return to Konoha at the end of the note. He just sighed. Anyway, at least Akihara Kagura is willing to support him to challenge Orochimaru. In the past 2 or 3 years, Uchiha Sasuke has been training here and learning from Orochimaru. No one in this base is his opponent. He even thinks that his strength has surpassed Orochimaru. No wonder Uchiha Sasuke has this confidence. The 3 Magatama Sharingan, the Flying Thunder God technique and the derivative techniques of lightning release Chidori, plus the swordsmanship and other techniques he has practiced over the years, it is easy to deal with any village's Jonin. Uchiha Sasuke firmly believes that he is capable of defeating Orochimaru. Late at night, when Orochimaru was still doing experiments, the news of Akihara Kagura must have been passed to Kabuto Yakushi first. Kabuto Yakushi walked up to Orochimaru with a scroll in his hand. Lord Orochimaru, Kagura sent a message that the puppet you developed needs to be sealed up. Seal it up again. Orochimaru frowned, and seemed very dissatisfied with this way of doing things. The things I developed are always sealed in the Forbidden Technique room. Maybe they are worried that it is too dangerous for ordinary people. After Kabuto Yakushi perfunctorily answered, he softly mentioned the situation in the base. By the way, Lord Orochimaru, I observed one thing in the base. Uchiha Sasuke's recent behavior is a little strange. I guess he is very likely to assassinate you. Is the little Uchiha bird finally growing up? Orochimaru laughed, and seemed to be looking forward to Uchiha Sasuke's actions. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. It just so happens that the 3-year period of reincarnation has arrived, and I also need to replace his body. Second update. Happy Chinese Valentine's Day everyone. Chapter 249 Uchiha Sasuke, do you want to quit the route? Late at night. The lights in Orochimaru's base were still bright. Perhaps because candlelight can bring a deep sense of depression, Orochimaru likes to light rows of oil lamps inside the base to solve the problem of light source. Click, click. There was a sound of footsteps in the silent and dark base. Uchiha Sasuke was wearing a white coat, revealing his muscular chest. His palm was on the ninja sword at his waist, and he walked step by step into the depths of the base. When he was halfway there, Uchiha Sasuke came towards him. He recognized that the person was Kabuto Yakushi, an experimental assistant of Orochimaru. Of course. As a ninja from Team 7 of Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke knew the identity of Kabuto Yakushi. He knew that there was a relationship between Kabuto Yakushi, Konoha Orphanage and Akihara Kagura. Just as Uchiha Sasuke and Kabuto Yakushi passed by, Kabuto Yakushi suddenly stretched out his palm, and a syringe of light yellow liquid flew out of his hand and flew towards Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Yakashi Kabuto curiously. It's just an antidote. Yakashi Kabuto held up his glasses, hiding his eyes behind the lenses, and lowered his voice. Don't worry, it's actually useless to you, it just makes you fight faster, so that I won't be able to sleep well at night because of the noise. I know. Uchiha Sasuke reached out and held the antidote, and added in a deep voice, don't worry, the battle will be over soon. After that, Uchiha Sasuke stepped into the depths of the base step by step. In the laboratory deep in the base, Orochimaru was still busy in the laboratory. The heavy iron door was slowly pushed open, and a strong shadow appeared in the laboratory. Is it Sasuke? Orochimaru's hands were still busy, as if he had been looking forward to this moment. Don't worry, can you wait until I finish this experiment first? Okay. Uchiha Sasuke stood at the door of the laboratory, stretched out his hand to press his ninja sword, and seemed to become very patient, and slowly nodded to Orochimaru. You don't seem to be interested in the experiment. Orochimaru raised the test tube in his hand and shook it gently. Looking at the purple potion in the test tube, he said with a smile, do you want to know what I have prepared? You said it, I won't be interested either. Uchiha Sasuke didn't even look at the test tube in Orochimaru's hand, and didn't seem to care whether Orochimaru prepared poison or tonic. Is the experiment going to be completed? Almost. Orochimaru nodded, and suddenly threw the purple potion in his hand to the ground. A cloud of purple poison mist immediately appeared in the entire laboratory. This is a poison that disrupts the optic nerve. Uchiha Sasuke realized that something was wrong. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were a little painful, and his vision was a little blurred. No matter which technique he wanted to use, the optic nerve was very important to him. But Orochimaru, this bastard, actually took advantage of his generosity to him and prepared a poison for himself. Uchiha Sasuke remembered the antidote that Kabuto Yakashi had given him. He quickly stretched out a needle in his hand and fiercely stabbed the light yellow medicine inside into his thigh. With the incorporation of the antidote, the pain in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes quickly eased, and his eyes gradually became clear. That's... Orochimaru took a look at the medicine in Uchiha Sasuke's hands, and saw that Uchiha Sasuke's eyes became clearer, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Kabuto Yakashi has already solved the poison I prepared. Kabuto Yakashi, the guy who has been monitoring him, really has an extraordinary medical ninja talent. Even before he has equipped the poison, he has already researched the antidote. And he gave this antidote to Uchiha Sasuke, the challenger. Damn it, Orochimaru gritted his teeth and spit out a Kusanagi sword. Uchiha Sasuke's palm slid, and suddenly pulled out the ninja sword at his waist, and rushed directly towards Orochimaru. Clang. Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru's ninja swords suddenly collided with each other. Whether it was Uchiha Sasuke or Orochimaru's weapons, they were both extremely hard and sharp blades in the ninja world. The Kusanagi sword. A ball of sparks flashed when the two Kusanagi swords collided. Uchiha's little chick Orochimaru reached out and grabbed his Kusanagi sword, staring at Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. I taught you all your swordsmanship, do you want to kill me with your swordsmanship? Uchiha Sasuke didn't care. Both of them are good at the snake-style swordsmanship. Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru raised his palm. Uchiha Sasuke waved his ninja sword and chopped it down. Countless flying long snake heads were chopped off by the sharp ninja sword in his hand. However, between the scattered corpses of these long snakes, Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword came out from them, and one sword picked up Uchiha Sasuke's arm, and a ball of blood splashed out from Uchiha Sasuke's arm. Chidori Sharp Spear. A ball of lightning appeared on Uchiha Sasuke's palm, and the lightning in the palm instantly extended, piercing through Orochimaru's shoulder like a lightning bolt. The chakra of this lightning also left a flying thunder god mark on Orochimaru's body. This guy Orochimaru could only cover his shoulder and retreat. Uchiha Sasuke's figure instantly disappeared using the flying thunder god technique, and appeared behind Orochimaru, waving the ninja sword in his hand, and the sharp blade flashed out, and a knife directly passed through Orochimaru's waist, cutting Orochimaru in half. Flying Thunder God, when did you leave the mark? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, and long snakes emerged from the wounds on his upper and lower body, instantly connecting his body that was split in half. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Orochimaru coldly, and said nonchalantly, how can you see the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique user? The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke disappeared again. Uchiha Sasuke once again used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear next to Orochimaru. A ball of chirping Chidori lightning appeared in his palm and pierced Orochimaru's heart. The lightning instantly pierced Orochimaru's body. Your flying thunder god is faster. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. He didn't seem to care that Uchiha Sasuke in front of him had pierced his heart. He smiled and said, "Your flying thunder god speed has surpassed that guy Akihara Kagura." Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly. The fastest person in flying thunder god technique is Konoha's fourth Hokage Minato Namake's. How is my speed compared to his? Who knows? Orochimaru chuckled. His mouth suddenly opened, and a little white snake drilled into Uchiha Sasuke's mouth. "You guy." Uchiha Sasuke turned his head quickly. The moment the little white snake fell to the ground, it turned into a huge white phosphorus snake, with a group of small white snakes on its body. "So this is what your true form looks like." Uchiha Sasuke frowned, raised his ninja sword without caring, and rushed directly towards Orochimaru. "Sasuke, give me your body. Only by degrading with me can you have the opportunity to fight Akihara Kagura." The white phosphorus snake opened its mouth and rushed towards Uchiha Sasuke. The small white snakes on the white phosphorus snake also turned into long snakes and rushed towards Uchiha Sasuke, wrapping him up. Uchiha Sasuke's figure did not dodge, wielding the ninja sword to chop the white snakes into pieces. The swordsmanship of this Uchiha clan's avenger was so fast that Orochimaru was caught off guard. Even before Orochimaru could react, the head of the white phosphorus snake was chopped off in an instant. The entire huge white phosphorus snake was chopped into 7 or 8 pieces by Uchiha Sasuke, and it seemed that it had died on the spot. So easy. Uchiha Sasuke felt a little weird and relaxed. How could Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, be killed by himself so quickly? Just as Uchiha Sasuke was still thinking, Orochimaru's voice suddenly appeared in his ears. What a terrifying talent! The white phosphorus snake that had been chopped off a long time ago actually came back to life, and praised softly, "You didn't even use the curse seal, and you killed me directly, but the effect of the medicine is about to start." "What effect?" Uchiha Sasuke frowned. The voice of Orochimaru came out of the mouth of the white phosphorus snake. "Once the body fluid of this white phosphorus snake comes into contact with the air, it will become an anesthetic. The effect of this anesthetic is the secret weapon I originally planned to use against Akihara Kagura. Unfortunately, the strength is not enough, but it is enough to deal with you." Uchiha Sasuke's body suddenly stiffened. The next moment, the white phosphorus snake couldn't wait to swallow Uchiha Sasuke's body into its stomach. The stomach of the white phosphorus snake is Orochimaru's reincarnation space, where Orochimaru performs the non-corpse reincarnation. When Uchiha Sasuke opened his eyes, he felt a little nauseous. He could see a bunch of densely packed meat. This is my reincarnation space." Orochimaru's body was wrapped in the meat, and he looked at Uchiha Sasuke with a smile. "Your body, knowledge, and those eyes will soon be mine. As long as I accumulate enough strength, sooner or later I will be able to take away Akihara Kagura's body." Stupid. Uchiha Sasuke frowned. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke stared at Orochimaru and said in a cold voice, "Orochimaru, do you like these eyes very much?" "Of course I do." A hint of madness appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. Recalling the fear of being dominated by Uchiha Itachi, he suddenly felt something was wrong. "Have you forgotten?" Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were scarlet, staring at Orochimaru. "When fighting with Uchiha, don't look into each other's eyes." Illusion despair gradually appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. Orochimaru's will gradually began to lose, and the entire reincarnation space collapsed under the control of Uchiha Sasuke. Even his body and chakra were absorbed by Uchiha Sasuke, and gradually merged into the curse seal on the back of Uchiha Sasuke's neck. Dong dong dong. The door of the laboratory opened quietly. Yakushi Kabuto walked in with his glasses, took a look at Orochimaru's body on the ground, and his face was not surprised at all, as if he had expected the result of this matter. "Uchiha Sasuke, your trial is successful. You can go back to the root and report to Kagura. I'm going to kill Uchiha Itachi." Uchiha Sasuke's brows were still furrowed. He was somewhat reluctant to follow Kabuto Yakushi's orders. After killing Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, who caused a riot in Konoha and killed the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Sasuke's confidence swelled unprecedentedly. He believed that he was qualified to kill Uchiha Itachi. Root ninjas must follow orders. Kabuto Yakushi glanced at Uchiha Sasuke and suddenly smiled. "Do you mean to withdraw from the root?" Uchiha Sasuke hesitated for a second and remembered Uzumaki Naruto, who was about to return to the village. "I'll go see Lord Kagura right away." The 3rd update. Making up for yesterday's. I was a little late due to something. Chapter 250 Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke return to the village. Konoha village. Two figures who had traveled a long distance walked into the village. They were Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto, who had returned from training for several years. Uzumaki Naruto reached out and dropped his bag, stepped up along the electric poles, and stood on a tall and thick electric pole, overlooking the scenery of Konoha village. I miss it so much. Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his arms, with a look of nostalgia on his face. The village really hasn't changed much? Tisk. Jiraiya touched his chin. Naruto. Hiruno Sakura, who had already grown into a slender girl, ran over here with the three little brats of Konohamaru's team. They were all Uzumaki Naruto's former followers in the village, and now they have all become the village's Jonin. Sakura. Uzumaki Naruto jumped down from the electric pole, and the joy of seeing his old friend immediately overflowed on his face. Long time no see. Sakura. Hiruno Sakura looked at the grown-up Uzumaki Naruto. The yellow-haired young man in front of him looked very calm, and he was no longer as lively as he was when he was a child. He seemed to have become a different person in the past 2 or 3 years. Brother Naruto, the seduction technique. Konohamaru proudly performed the seduction technique taught by Uzumaki Naruto, transformed into a naked black-haired woman, and blew a kiss to everyone. How is it? Konohamaru proudly showed off. How is it? How is it, Brother Naruto? This is sexy and charming enough, right? Konohamaru, I'm not a child anymore. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled like an adult, and gently advised, don't play this kind of ninjutsu. That kind of ninjutsu is too low level. Konohamaru lowered his head a little disappointed, and a heavy atmosphere appeared around everyone, and they all felt a little melancholy about the passage of time. Indeed, children will grow up. However, the next second, the steady temperament of Uzumaki Naruto disappeared without a trace, and he clenched his fists. Your seduction technique is too inadequate. Let me show you the new seduction technique I developed. After that, Uzumaki Naruto planned to show Konohamaru the new seduction technique he developed during training. Bang! Hiruno Sakura was so angry that she punched the person away. When this side was very lively, the other side seemed particularly quiet. Two figures wearing hoods and cloaks passed by them. The two people seemed to be uninterested in the farce next to them and walked past here intently. Naruto Uzumaki's nose was bleeding, but he looked back curiously, as if a familiar face flashed by. Hey, wait a minute, shh. Hiruno Sakura raised her finger and quickly stopped Uzumaki Naruto from provoking the two guys. Don't talk, those two are wearing hooded cloaks with a root logo on their backs. They are root ninjas, don't provoke them. Root. Uzumaki Naruto thought of the root in Akihara Kagura, and asked in surprise, I remember that they are Kagura's subordinates. Yes. Hiruno Sakura's expression became solemn, and she said in a deep voice, the current root is the most powerful department in the village. It has even taken over the power of the past police force, supervising all ninjas in the village, and can arrest people at any time without scruples. Jiraiya frowned slightly. Let's go see Lady Tsunade first. There was some worry in Hiruno Sakura's eyes. On the other side, two figures wearing hooded cloaks were still communicating in a low voice. One of them took off his hood, chuckled and asked, Sasuke, how does it feel to see an old friend? The other person still refused to take off his hood, raised his lips slightly, and snorted contemptuously, that guy is still an idiot. Let's go back to the root. Yakashi Kabuto smiled and took Uchiha Sasuke back to the root. Originally, they didn't need to pass through here, but they happened to see Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya returning to the village, so they simply went through here. However, inside the root base, when Akihara Kagura saw Uchiha Sasuke, he waved to him to take off his coat, revealing the curse seal on the back of his neck. Okay, you passed the test, let me see the curse seal left on you by Lord Orochimaru first. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Akihara Kagura with some curiosity. All along, the curse seal has been of great help to him, and it can greatly enhance the power of the technique. Uchiha Sasuke did not feel the danger hidden in the curse seal. The seal of the evil removing method. Akihara Kagura stretched out her palm and injected her chakra into the seal. The chakra of the seal immediately turned into a long snake and came out from it. The long snake suddenly opened its mouth. Orochimaru's body crawled out of the long snake. When he saw Akihara Kagura in front of him, his eyes suddenly froze, and he had some bad speculations in his heart. What's going on? Uchiha Sasuke was shocked. Because he killed Orochimaru himself and swallowed Orochimaru's chakra, why could Orochimaru be resurrected in this way? This battle is also a trap set by Lord Orochimaru. Akihiro Kagura glanced at Orochimaru, who was standing next to her, and took the initiative to talk to Uchiha Sasuke next to her. Because there is a curse seal on your body, Lord Orochimaru has never been killed by you, and he is lurking in your body. The reincarnation requires the consent of the caster to be perfectly reincarnated. He can always hide in your body and wait for an opportunity to devour your body. You guy, you ruined my good things again. Orochimaru took a deep breath, full of dissatisfaction with Akihiro Kagura. Because after Orochimaru failed to seize Uchiha Sasuke's body, he lurked directly in Uchiha Sasuke's body, and wanted to take away Uchiha Sasuke's body through the method that Akihiro Kagura said, but he didn't expect that he would be pulled out by Akihiro Kagura as soon as he hid. Uchiha Sasuke was about to draw his ninja sword. Okay. Akihiro Kagura pressed down Uchiha Sasuke's palm and ordered, when I arranged for you to go to Lord Orochimaru, it was to prepare for the trial. I guessed this situation, so I asked you to kill Lord Orochimaru quickly and return to Konoha. Wait? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and looked back and forth at Uchiha Sasuke and Akihiro Kagura's faces. Kagura, I have a question. I took Sasuke away from Konoha. How did these two guys get together? What did Akihiro Kagura mean by arrangement? I arranged it in advance. Akihiro Kagura nodded and did not deny it. I arranged for Sasuke to agree to defect and serve as a spy by your side, reporting your whereabouts to me all the time. This is to prevent Lord Orochimaru from not believing in Kabuto, so I arranged for Sasuke to become another assistant hidden by your side. What a good trick. Orochimaru laughed in anger and didn't know what to say. However, perhaps because he had experienced a more miserable past, Orochimaru didn't feel so desperate in his heart. It's just a little trick. Akihiro Kagura shook her head, raised her palm, and slapped one of her own curse seals on Uchiha Sasuke's shoulder. My curse seal should be safer than Lord Orochimaru's curse seal. You should be able to master it soon. The purpose of letting you leave Lord Orochimaru's curse seal was to avoid being suspected by Lord Orochimaru. You should adapt to it well. If you don't understand, ask others. Yes. Uchiha Sasuke nodded slowly. You go down first. Akihiro Kagura waved at Uchiha Sasuke and took the initiative to say, in the afternoon, I will arrange a trial for you, and then assign you a new task. Yes. After Uchiha Sasuke nodded, he made his own request. When can I go to kill Uchiha Itachi? What's the information about that guy? In the next mission, I may meet that guy. Akihiro Kagura's words made Uchiha Sasuke's heart tighten. Yes. A hint of fighting spirit appeared in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, as if he remembered something, and continued, there are two guys in Orochimaru's base, Suigetsu Kazuki and Jugo. I think those two guys are very suitable to be. You can decide for yourself. Akihiro Kagura looked at Uchiha Sasuke. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she directly painted a pie in the sky for Uchiha Sasuke. I heard that you and Karin are going to compete for the position of the future leader of the route. Because you completed the mission well this time, Sasuke, from today on, you have the qualifications to compete with Karin for this position. If you become the leader of the route in the future, you will definitely have your own team, but don't tell them about the route in advance, let them follow your actions. Yes. Uchiha Sasuke immediately had a bottom line in his heart. Now it seems that after his first mission, the leader Akihiro Kagura also treated him differently and even allowed him to compete for the position of the future leader of the route. Okay, go and get used to the curse seal. Akihiro Kagura waved his hand to let Uchiha Sasuke leave here, and said softly, Karin has developed the curse seal to the extreme, don't fall behind your opponent. Yes. Uchiha Sasuke's palm suddenly clenched. The future leader of the route must be in his pocket. However, the competitive pressure is not small. Because Karin was raised by the leader Akihiro Kagura since she was a child, and she showed her extraordinary talent when she was in the ninja school, he has always lagged behind Karin. Kagura-kun, your methods are getting more and more terrifying. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Sasuke after he left, grinned and said, obviously you didn't promise anything, but it seems that you have done a lot for him. I have done a lot for him. Akihiro Kagura smiled and shook her head, her eyes fell on Orochimaru. Of course, I have done a lot for Lord Orochimaru. Don't be so hypocritical. Orochimaru sneered, not believing what Akihiro Kagura said at all. Don't worry. Akihiro Kagura hurriedly comforted his ally, and whispered, after Uchiha Sasuke kills Uchiha Itachi, I will not be involved in your and Sasuke's affairs in the future. As long as Orochimaru can still defeat Sasuke at that time. Lord Orochimaru, a bigger storm is coming. Akihiro Kagura looked at Orochimaru and said softly, this storm will submerge the entire ninja world. If you leave the route, I'm worried that you might encounter an accident. It's just right that you stay in the route and have a good rest for a while. If you want to do experiments, go find Kabuto and Karin. Akihiro Kagura sighed and said softly, the news that you were killed by Sasuke has spread throughout the ninja world. You are already over 50 years old this year. You raised me up. Now it's my turn to take care of you in your old age. A hint of coldness flashed across Orochimaru's narrow eyes. This bastard wants to take care of himself in his old age? Orochimaru is worried that he won't live past 60. He is only in his early 50s and still very strong. He is not yet old enough to retire, but this guy wants to imprison himself in the route. I'm serious. Akihiro Kagura's eyes revealed a touch of sincerity, and he continued softly, because I received information about the Akatsuki organization, they are going to take action. Akatsuki. Orochimaru's eyes immediately became alert, and he quickly thought of another thing. Wait, I remember that you are in collusion with Nagato. Yes. Akihiro Kagura nodded, sighed and said, I have to go to the Hokage building for a meeting in the afternoon, and I have to leave Konoha in the evening and go to the Akatsuki base to discuss the implementation of the Akatsuki plan with senior brother Nagato and others. You have so many duties. Orochimaru showed a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. This smile was mocking Akihiro Kagura's collusion with various forces in the ninja world. There is nothing we can do about it. Akihiro Kagura reached out and picked up the forehead protector on the table, and calmly put it on her forehead. However, as long as the real plan is implemented, these burdens can be taken off immediately. The first update. A little late. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.